Good morning. We will open up this meeting February 26, 2019 of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, good morning. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli? Peters?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on the Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at sacramentocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, March 1st at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Thank you. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 33, you are introducing an ordinance. Item 24, amending section 16.155.170 of the Sacramento County Code relating to credit or reimbursement for turnkey park and recreation facilities. You're waiving reading and continuing to March 12th for adoption. You're adopting an ordinance adding chapter 22.20 title 22 to the Sacramento County Code relating to modification of final maps and parcel maps. You waived reading and continue this on February 5th. And that concludes my clerk notes.
Okay, is there any member of the board that would like something pulled or discussed? Mr. Natoli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our briefing yesterday, we had a chance to talk, but I wanted to inquire about item 5, which is...
Item 5 is the Fourth Amendment of Fiscal Year 2018-19 5-Year Capital Improvement Plan, County Buildings and Capital Construction.
Okay, and it's not so much about the projects that are on the list. Again, this is fairly routine where we have savings as well as other project needs that come up. But I wanted to, in some of the attachments that we have, when it comes to some of the soft costs that are in these projects, and one in particular that got my attention was with regards to the project for replacement of the floor covering out at the primary care facility. And for a total project cost of $1 million and a few $1,000s, the in-house design, the project management, and the construction fees and services total $270,000. And if we replace carpets or tiles, again, maybe there's other aspects of this. It just seems to me for normal maintenance projects, that's a very, very high number. If we're doing something new, designing something new, and similarly with the HVAC units, at the correctional center, $225,000 in soft costs. For HVAC package units at the, again, the primary health care center, $471,000 in soft costs. Those numbers, and again, maybe there's a better explanation behind them, and we only had a chance to brief yesterday afternoon, but I guess I'm going to ask that somebody take a look at those numbers and why, for replacement and repair, normal maintenance of our facilities, ones, at least in the case of the primary health care facility, that aren't that old, that we're into hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you go, I think a normal office or a house, if you're going to replace your carpet or tile or whatever, you get somebody to do the job, you pull it up, you make sure things are properly disposed of, but those are just, the costs seem very excessive, and so I would ask that we take a look at that.
Yes. We can look at that and report back, but Jeff does have an answer for some of the questions yet.
Good morning, Chair Kennedy. Members of the board, Jeff Hassler with
Morning,
Human
Jeff.
Services. When we develop the CIP, it's based on preliminary cost estimates, and there's actually a formula in the table that distributes the costs. And it's based on about 30%
Right.
for the project management cost because it's, again, a preliminary scope and estimate. And obviously, we're here in front of you asking to augment the budget, so we're further down that process, so we actually have a better idea of what the projects are going to cost. So that was an oversight on my part to not to not put the actual project management cost, and staff just plugged the formula in. So that's an oversight on my part.
Okay.
So to give you an idea, on the HVAC replacement for the primary care center, it's actually running about 10% right now, a little under 10% for project management costs. On the flooring, to answer your question for the primary care,
Yes.
it's a little different than an office building or a house because we're actually replacing the flooring in the lab areas.
Okay.
And so it's a different standard on those. So, but in future items, it will actually, we won't use the formula in the table. It'll, for amendments, we'll bring those forward with the actual project management costs.
Okay, that'll be helpful. And again, I gathered, I even said this to Mr. Gill last night, I know that some of these facilities, again, about the floor, I said, well, maybe you have a tile floor, it might be in a lab area or whatever, but it still seemed to me if we were doing a major floor replacement, again, having been in that building, that, you know, your large hallways or, you know, either linoleum or, you know, or vinyl tile, and then you've got carpet in some areas where you have reception areas and so forth. Again, it just seemed to me that these costs were very, very high, recognizing you're using a formula. So I think, Jeff, I'm not so much even an oversight, I think knowing what those are, because it may fluctuate, and I know that our standards, this 30%, I can see that on new projects are very extraordinarily difficult ones where you're working in confined spaces, or, you know, you have institutional settings where you're having to, you know, work around, you know, for example, the HVAC at the correctional center might have a little more to it. But I think it's really important to know, because again, these dollars, as you well know, are so precious, and again, we're reassigning some savings to other projects, and so I think having the number will be very, very helpful for future. So I appreciate you offering that. So.
Any other questions?
Thanks. Thank you, Jeff. Any others? Entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I had one other one, and maybe the answer came through, but on item, I believe it's item 10. Yes, item 10. Could you read that?
Item 10, the authority to implement the fiscal year 18-19 foster parent recruitment, retention, and support plan, including 2 new strategies in the amount of $546,239.
Okay, my question is here that one of the things that the plan has some new strategies, and I don't necessarily disagree with them, about supports for emergency and sibling group placements for gift cards that will allow for the resource families to receive some immediate help and for food, clothing, school supplies, bedding, furniture, and other items that are outlined for each of the families. And for the young people, it has a maximum amount of up to $600 per year per family. But my question is that how are we going to track it to make sure that that actually gets to the young person's needs, and we're going to make these available. You know, where's the accounting for that? We're going to have gift cards. We're probably going to have an inventory of them. You're going to make them available with certain vendors. I mean, again, it was pretty unclear here as to what the process was going to be for issuing those and how we're going to make sure that they actually go to the intended purpose.
So Mr. Wagstaff, our Deputy for Social Services, will answer that question.
So, good morning, Supervisor. Thank you for your question. As you were noting, these gift cards are designed to meet the needs that foster parents have, particularly when we have emergency placements and sibling group placements. Oftentimes those are done with not much lead time at all. And so this is designed to help them meet the needs of those placements. Now, in terms of checks and balances, what the approach is going to be, and we've checked with other counties on this and how they do it as well. The foster parent will sign when they receive the gift card that it's only going to be used to support the placement of the child. And they're also going to be required to retain receipts for whatever purchase they make in lieu of, well, in preparation for potential random audits that the department intends to do on this. So, you know, you don't want a real cumbersome process here, but you do want to have the right things in place to make sure they're used for what they're intended.
Okay, and then you're also going to use gift cards. The other piece of this was if you have, I guess, appreciation events for parents or families or some recognition, you will issue gift cards potentially for that. And then who's going to be in charge of the gift cards, and what vendors are we using? So are they?
I can't recite all the vendors. I can get back to you on that, Supervisor.
Okay.
But this will be Department of Children, Families, and Adults who has the lead. But they're certainly working with finance on all the checks and balances and security you have to have on the gift cards. But as you know, social workers work very closely with these foster parents, both before the placement and after, to make sure it's done right.
Okay, one last question that wasn't clear to me, and what has been budgeted in for the gift cards out of this $500,000 that we're moving over? Do you know what percentage of that is for the
I can get back to you on that, Supervisor, if that would be all right.
Okay, very good. Okay, thanks, that's all I had.
Okay, any others? Motion?
Move consent.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Peters, second by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Item 34 is the presentation of resolution honoring Elizabeth Contreras for 30 years of service.
Who do we have? Staff present? Who's presenting?
A lot of hovering.
Okay, yeah, I know. Okay. Please go ahead.
Good morning, supervisors and members of the audience. My name is Lori Miller. I am the Alcohol and Drug Services Division Manager with the Department of Health Services. It is my pleasure to be here this morning to honor Elizabeth Contreras, MSW, for her outstanding commitment and 30 years of service to the County of Sacramento and the community. I also want to welcome Elizabeth's family, friends, and colleagues that have joined her this morning to honor her on this special day. Mrs. Elizabeth Contreras has been a champion for social services for 30 years. Ms. Contreras began her county employment in 1989 as an eligibility worker for the Department of Human Assistance. In 1994, Ms. Contreras received her Master's of Social Work degree from the California State University of Sacramento. During her graduate degree internship and following graduation, Mrs. Contreras worked in social services as a bilingual, bicultural child protection services worker. In 1997, I am pleased to say that Ms. Contreras joined the Alcohol and Drug Services Unit and is currently a program planner, training coordinator, and cultural competency liaison. Elizabeth has been an invaluable member of the Alcohol and Drug Services team and has been a pleasure to work with. We have really enjoyed working with her, learning from her for all of these years. She is just a joy to work with, full of energy. And is always there to bring humor on difficult days. She is such a dedicated employee to work with and truly cares for our community. Mrs. Contreras has been a very active member with the Latino Caucus for over 26 years, in which she organized several scholarship fundraisers for low-income college-bound Latinos. Educating the community on Latino culture and educating leaders in the community has been a great passion and commitment during her county employment. In addition, Ms. Contreras has trained thousands of county employees, community members, and stakeholders in the area of alcohol and drug services and cultural competency. Mrs. Contreras played a significant role as a trainer and coordinator for the prestigious Annie E. Casey Foundation, which serves children and families who suffer from substance use and abuse issues. In 1997, the Alcohol and Other Drug Treatment Initiative training curriculum was launched, and Elizabeth was a huge part of that. The training included topics such as the spectrum of addiction, substance use disorder treatment issues, relapse prevention and recovery, assessments, evidence-based practices, and motivational interviewing. Mrs. Contreras' training, public presentations, outreach events, and networking have greatly benefited our stakeholders and community. Mrs. Contreras' trainings are highly energetic, interactive, uniquely creative, and always address the latest trends in social and behavioral health issues. For the past 20 years, Ms. Contreras has also presented at many statewide conferences, universities, colleges, and community-based agencies regarding substance use disorder issues. Mrs. Contreras is a highly sought-out trainer, and her skills are extraordinary due to her passion and love for humanity. Mrs. Contreras was also the recipient of the Sacramento County Hero of the Year Award recognition by our Board of Supervisors in 2016 and the International Educator of the Year Award in 2017. The dedication of Ms. Elizabeth Contreras to the Sacramento community has been surmountable. Lastly, on behalf of Alcohol and Drug Services, I am proud of you, Elizabeth, and all of your accomplishments. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Thank you for your service. You have been truly appreciated. Elizabeth speaks of retirement in the next year, but we're not going to let her do that. 30 years isn't enough, so I've been trying to talk her into maybe 10 more. Her work isn't done here in Sacramento yet. But congratulations,
Thank
Elizabeth.
you.
Well deserved.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Well, I just have a few things, basically.
Absolutely.
Oh, my resolution, okay. Wow.
So I did read many of the areas covered in the resolution, but I wanted to at least present it to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. For 30 years, I just have possibly...
If you could step
Another
between
one?
those two
Okay.
mics, we can,
Sure.
there you go.
This one? Okay.
There you,
Between the two.
yeah,
See? This
there
one?
we go. That'll work.
Stereo.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So for 30 years of service, I have 3 minutes. If you can kind of hold on to your horses. So, good morning.
We will not be
esteemed-
rushing you.
Good morning, esteemed board members. I would really like to say that this has been a really amazing 30 years. Sac County has been very, very good to me. Before Sac County, I already had 12 years under my belt as an undergraduate social worker and educator. Actually, I have a total of 42 years in the field, so that means I started when I was 5. I had wonderful mentors throughout my career, people who believed in me and gave me opportunities. One of my favorite was the late First Lady of Sacramento, Isabel Hernandez Serna. She actually recruited me from ARC to work with her for a student affirmative action program in 1979. I was 20 years old. So ella es la culpable. We say it's all her fault. So the love for the community and being involved in social justice issues of poverty, mental health, homelessness, all the abuses, addictions have really been my passion, and I have flourished tremendously. What we do is absolutely priceless. I really have to give a shout out to all the social workers, the people who work frontline. I work frontline 20 years, jail, juvenile hall, foster care. I've seen the trials and tribulations. It's something that that not everybody can do. My mom's an accountant. She wouldn't do it in a million years. It has been an honor to work with hundreds and thousands of clients and staff throughout my short 30 years at the county, teaching, training, conducting outreaches, mentoring, writing court reports. Boy, I love those court reports. Conducting home visits, writing programs and policies to make Sacramento a better place, and most of all, a healthier and safer place has always been my #1 goal. I get phone calls still from people saying, "Hey, Professor Contreras," I am a professor at Sac State for the last 20 years. "My kid just got into Yale," all the way to, "Hey, Elizabeth, my kid just is facing life in jail." I get all the phone calls in between. What I never thought that would happen is that I would truly fall in love with the discipline of addiction, the field of addiction. To me, they were the clients that were most stigmatized, shamed, because it was always a choice. It's their fault. Well, the brain is the new frontier, and there's much to be researched about the neurobiology, and that's something that I plan to continue to teach and train at the university. Basically, by listening and opening my heart to the trials and tribulations of trauma, I have witnessed life changes. The beautiful part is currently I get to teach and discuss this with young social workers as a professor at Sac State and USF. I've also taught for UC Davis for 10 years up and down the state with the welfare reform. It has only been an honor to be part of this healing process. I've always stayed in purpose and have allowed myself to be a humanistic change agent for 42 years. I hope that this community and the Board of Supervisors will continue to provide innovative and most of all effective services to heal Sacramento County. Mil gracias, million thanks for your time and this prestigious honor. Sacramento County, I truly love you, and I'll even love you more when I retire. Peace.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. So I certainly want to add my congratulations, much deserved congratulations for your 3 decades of service to the county, and I'm glad you mentioned the service that you had prior to that, as well as your academic career. And as you referenced, you're very close to my family.
Very.
I've known you since I was a small boy, and I think you're the only person in the county out of the 12,500 roughly employees that I permit to call me Mijo. So,
I do call him.
but I know it's a term of affection,
Yes.
and I just want to let you know that not only are we close friends and our families are close, but when I was fortunate enough to be elected to this post, you've been very helpful to really let me know, where to focus in terms of the realm of county service delivery that you live and work in, and your colleagues, and you do tremendous work. I'm glad you mentioned what you did about addiction. I think it's because of people like you and the service and the sacrifice, quite frankly, that you bring to the position, that we can enjoy the many success stories that we hear here in chambers, that we hear when we are out in our respective districts in the county, and understanding that it's a disease. Just like any disease, you need help. You need people that can help with intervention, with programming, and certainly you've been at the forefront of that. So I want to congratulate you for your years of service, and let you know as a friend and as a colleague how much we appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I think my dad left a picture for you in your office.
Thank you. Saw that.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just before you get away, certainly didn't know you as well as Supervisor Cerna, but our paths have crossed many times throughout your years of service and my years of service with the County of Sacramento, and certainly I want to offer my congratulations. But I did want to note, too, that as Lori was reading, many of your pursuits and your passions, she mentioned energy or high energy a couple of times, and clearly not just the energy, but I think the enthusiasm and the courage, the fight that you bring, fight in a positive way in the sense that recognizing that oftentimes when you're trying to push that rock uphill and you get resistance, from the community or from those who may not have the same understanding or depth of understanding, your persistence though, and I think that continual, touch back to people who are in need, that certainly rely on the voices, yours and others, to be strong voices, but that energy that you bring to that, clearly that's a great credit to you and your in your public life, your public service, certainly with the county, but also at the university where you teach others and mentor and to help them to understand about themselves, but the broader issues, and to break down some of those barriers. And so I just want to recognize that. And I know that you've referenced retirement a couple of times, but hopefully you'll be able to stay with us for a little while longer and maybe extend that year to, I can tell you 40 ain't also bad either. So and you got 42 in the field, but just again, to certainly thank you for your good work and the lives you've changed through your words, through your deeds, and through your leadership. And congratulations on 30 fine years with this county.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks,
And
Liz.
Phil.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Right, thank you.
I just have one question. Do you ever sleep?
Yes. Not very much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your
Can we
service.
have you come down for a picture with Elizabeth?
Is that okay, all of us? Yeah. Everyone, Steve?
Wait, everybody? That's,
Picture?
Oh, I didn't.
yeah, sorry.
Is that good? Thank you. Yeah, all of it up, yeah. Thank you. Right here, I guess, right here in the front? Where should we go, up in the front?
Go back.
Okay, that way you guys have to be here. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
She signed it. You signed the one from last year. It's a replica of last year's.
So,
Next item.
Item number 35, SB 1383, regulatory update and approval of a resolution supporting the establishment of a statewide commission on recycling markets.
Good morning, Chair Kennedy, members of the board, supervisors. I'm here today again, Doug Sloan, Director of Waste Management and Recycling, to give you an update on Senate Bill 1383. I was here about 11 months ago and gave you a preliminary scope of what 1383 likely would mean to our community, to our customers. During that time, at that presentation, we were talking about the pre-draft regulations that came out. So let me give you a little bit of history. 1383 is set up climate control bill for California. The landfill, the methane gas portion of that air quality bill, that responsibility for the lawmaking was directed to Cal Recycle. And so Cal Recycle has been going through a process for over the last year of working through the draft regulations, a lot of community public input. Unfortunately, not everything that we hoped that would be included in the draft or the final language has been changed, which is why I would like to update the board today. Back in 1989, California embarked on an ambitious plan to change recycling, and that was AB 939. And that's the law that basically started the three-cart system throughout California. But it was done, and I'm trying to emphasize this, it was done with the preface that it was a good faith effort on the part of communities to get to the 50%. 1383, as we'll go through here, takes a completely different approach. It's not good faith effort anymore. It is enforcement, inspection, and fines. And that is how they're intending to get to compliance. So we're talking about organic waste and how that's handled. So we're going to go through the descriptions. What are the target goals and dates, the impacts that we think. We have a draft comment letter. Cal Recycle came out with a 45-day final period. We have a letter that we have drafted that you have a copy of. The final comment period ends March 4th, so we don't have a lot of time, but we certainly can modify that if we need to. We do have some conclusions about 1383 and the impacts, and then we also would like you at the end to support with a resolution the establishment of a statewide commission on recycling, something I think the industry is very interested in. So what is organic waste? Organic waste is anything generated from living organisms. It's green waste, food waste, wood waste, sewage sludge and biosolids, manure, paper and cardboard, organic textiles and carpets. So if you remember when I was here last year, we talked about potentially how we're going to separate out the carpet. Actually, the carpet's not required to go into the green cart. We can recycle those materials at transfer stations or at the landfill, and so we can be in compliance with the law there. Same with paper and cardboard. A lot of people have questions, for example, on pizza boxes. So the top of the pizza box that hasn't been part of food could go into your recycle bin, the blue bin. In theory, the part that is soiled with the food, the oil, pizza, cheese, that could go into the green cart, and be part of the compost program.
Supervisor Natoli.
Hey, just a question on that slide, Doug. So when it comes to manure, is that from livestock, or are you talking about waste from domestic animals? What goes in?
So in our world, what we would handle is your waste from dogs and cats and things would still go in the garbage container.
It still would, that's
right. Okay. We actually don't handle anything on the residential side with manure. So if there's and to be honest with you, the manure, my understanding of that industry is it's far too expensive to send to a landfill. So they've already established where they're going to take those materials. And nothing in my mind would change that. Because again, this is making sure that manure doesn't end up in the landfill.
And I guess just going to what you have on the slide, that when you say waste originating from living organisms, there can be transmission of diseases certainly through feces, but also even with some of this other stuff that depending upon how it decomposes or not, and or if it comes in if it's food waste and people have certain ailments and the food gets discarded, those organisms that live in that food waste don't necessarily die just because they get in the green waste container. Now, obviously through a process of organic breakdown, you can kill a lot of those pathogens and so forth. I guess does the law take that into consideration about, not just landfilling stuff, but the handling of materials and, in garbage versus stuff that's then going to be, recycled, so to speak, and will have additional handling beyond what goes in the truck and ends up at the landfill, which is a lot, handled mechanically for the most part. People are exposed to it, but I'm just curious, does the law take that into account, or basically just says you're going to do X and, worry about whatever, disease transmittal or anything else might go with that? That's not a part of the consideration?
Well, no, there are some very specific guidelines when you're running a compost facility in terms of how long you have to keep a temperature up for a certain amount of time, let's say in a static windrow, how often you turn it, how much moisture, how hot the temperature is. You want the pile temperature to get up to, I can't remember if it was 140 or 160 degrees. It was something like that for a certain number of days, and that kills the bad things that are in the pile. And then as you turn the pile at the end, but it's high, it is regulated in terms of the product. You also do analyticals at the end to find out for sure what you produced, so you can check your process that way.
Okay, but anyway, you answered my question. So animal waste will still go in the
trash,
trash and disposal.
The blue bags.
Yeah.
Okay, 1383. Again,
Hang on, Doug.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Frost.
When you talk about paper cardboard, are you talking about paper that doesn't have wax? I'm always confused about the paper part of it. If it has the wax film on it, it doesn't qualify the same in the same category.
That's one of the things that, from our standpoint, got clarified a little bit in our process. So originally, when we talked a year ago, I was concerned about the quality of the paper that would go into the green bin that would be composted. But because we don't have to put all the paper in the green bin, we can still leave it in the blue bin. The processors that we use will take all of the different types of paper.
So we can just decide which, we're not going to enforce the textiles and the paper?
Because we're handling those in a different cart. It just
Okay.
doesn't have to be in, so we can leave the paper in the blue cart as we have now, no changes there. And for me, that was good news, because trying to get a resident to understand what
It's confusing.
it would be, very. So if they can just leave it in the blue cart, then for my mind, that's easier. The real dramatic one would be the pizza box, right? The lid that doesn't have any food on it versus the bottom of the pizza box that has the oil and the cheese and leftover toppings. That, in theory, could go into the compost, the green cart.
Are we going to get that detailed with the public, or are we going to?
We may. We may. This is still, I would just emphasize, this is still very much a work in progress for us. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of some of the hard answers that as we'll go through here, you'll discover that we still have some major questions. Okay. So 1383, some of the target goals and dates. The two that I would focus here on is in 2020, 50% of the organic waste reduction from landfills. That's really the Cal Recycle is kickoff to, and they're using 2014 as a benchmark year. The other one that's on the list is collection of residential separated organics by 2022. Now, one of the nuances of the legislation with the original legislation, the program needed to start with organic collection on or after January 1st of 2022. Cal Recycle, however, has taken that and said, you will have a program in place by January 1st, and you're subject to $10,000 a day fines for non-compliance. So we literally don't have a choice but to start a program January 1st under the current timing of this. That's not a lot of time. How do we think we're going to accomplish this? Weekly organic collection. So we believe that right now the best option we have is to put the food waste in with the green waste. That will require us, however, to pick up the green waste weekly, which means that we have to add more trucks and routes to collect that. Currently, your system is we pick up the black can, the refuse can once a week. We alternate weeks with the recycled can and the green waste. So you can imagine that if we go to weekly collection on green waste, weekly collection on the refuse, and stay with an every other week on the recycling, we still have to add some routes and some drivers. That will be expensive.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the public health ramifications of having waste in the green waste. Are there any comments? I mean, are we going to get comments from our public health officer, or has the state looked at this at all?
Well, from a health standpoint, no. As long as we're picking it up weekly, it's the same as if we're picking up your garbage weekly and the food is in there. So weekly, one of the things we have looked at, though, is actually trying to look and say, okay, if we have to pick up the green waste every week, can we go to every other week on the garbage container? And that's one that a couple communities in California are experimenting with. We're not, it would save us hiring all the extra drivers and routes, but it would be whatever's in that black can would wait for 2 weeks. And there's material in there that
Usually
frankly,
in the black can, there's things are contained in a plastic kitchen bag. In the green waste,
It'll
it's
just be
recommended
open.
that there are no bags.
Yes.
So you've got just, I don't know how to, just raw food waste
Yes.
without a plastic bag around it. The container gets gooey, smelly, and whatever. I just wonder about that.
and the lids seal so that in theory there shouldn't be odors coming out of it.
In theory, what?
In theory, the lid seals on top so there's no odors that come out of it. They're designed so that the lids will keep the...
I just feel like that's emperor has no clothes. That's wishful thinking.
Well,
I mean, my green waste can doesn't seal.
okay,
Does yours?
okay. And I think part of that may be our community, the temperatures we get in the summer. I do know, for example, San Francisco...
No, I'm saying the green waste top doesn't seal. If I heard you
Right.
correctly, it doesn't seal. It
Hinged,
sits
right?
crooked.
It's supposed to.
Hinged, yeah.
Yeah. So we may end up with replacing lids on carts to make sure that happens.
I'd like to see a little more attention paid to that area of this this bill, so that we don't go down the road of spending a lot of money trying to do something that's impossible to do.
Okay.
And I still wonder about green waste, or not, food waste going onto the sides and bottom of the green waste can, and the smells, odors, flies, et cetera, that come with that.
Mm-hmm.
What? Ants, too.
Too.
Yeah, so, anyway, thank you.
Supervisor Serna.
So I share the same concerns that Supervisor Peters just cited, but I chimed in here when you started mentioning the fact that there's going to be greater frequency of having to pick up the waste now, since it'll be mixed with green waste. So you go from every other week to every week. Okay, so are we going to do an analysis of what that means for additional, perhaps significant wear and tear on, especially small residential streets? And if part of the calculus here is understanding what we have to assign for cost recovery in terms of penalties and fees or what have you that are associated with implementation of this legislation, do we know what we think is going to have to be assigned to the additional cost of road repair? Those are heavy trucks. That's a lot of extra routing that I assume is going to result in a greater frequency of having to seal or fix potholes. And so that's something that shouldn't be lost on any of us, is that this seems to precipitate a number of other kind of wide and deep impacts that we need to make sure we're carefully understanding in terms of responding affirmatively to the charge of this bill. So are we doing that? Have we done that? Or are we going to do that?
We'll look at, we have not done that yet.
Okay.
Again, some of this is we've done preliminary work with this, but we're trying to wait for the final regs that come out.
Okay.
But that is an impact that we need to look at.
In some cases, some of the residential streets don't see much of any heavy truck traffic except for these trucks.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, and they're not really designed like a collector or a main thoroughfare with the kind of base and structural integrity to handle the weights. And so if we're going to, basically increase by 100% the frequency of that impact, we really better have a good understanding of what it means in terms of additional needs from DOT.
Okay.
Supervisor Frost?
So there's no funding that comes from the state?
No.
It's an unfunded mandate?
Yes.
And we're not sure, we don't have any idea what it will cost to administer this yet. We're still looking at it.
We're still looking.
My question, I have two thoughts. Number one, when I toured the North Station, that we had that conversation around the organic recycling, and they showed me this bucket that had little holes in the top, and that each person would have this small bucket in their kitchen on top of their drain board where they put food waste, and then they'll go out and empty that into the yard waste can, in theory. I guess we'll use water to rinse it. We're not supposed to, we don't have any water. We're low on water, but we're going to use water to, I'm assuming, I have the same concerns that Supervisor Peter has around smells and all that. I mean, having that bucket in my kitchen would draw ants. That would be a huge frustration for me. So my number one question is there any resources around like a biodegradable bag that can be used for those of us that want the convenience of being able to take the bag and put it in the yard waste? Is there a way to look for that or have that a possibility?
We will include that in what we're looking at. I've heard of some products that are biodegradable, but I haven't heard a lot of success with a particular product. And in some cases, they're biodegradable, but it's years and years and years before that happens. But we will add that into, because it is a concern, how do you handle material on the counter?
And the other question that I have is, how do you enforce this? What if someone decides, well, no, I'm not going to do that? What are we going to be, the food police now? And how do we know if they're doing it or not?
So if I can, I'd send another slide or two.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Peter
I think
says.
what you just, my question was similar to hers. Are we going to have garbage police again looking at this? But you're going to talk about that in a minute?
I am.
Okay.
I am. It's not good news, but I am going to talk about it. Transfer facility. So one of the changes that we need to make is to the transfer facility. So right now, green waste on the north side of the county goes to our NARS transfer station. We're able to put that on the ground. It's in an uncovered area, then loaded into a transfer trailer where it's then taken up to Butte County, south of Chico, where it goes to a compost facility. When you add food waste in that, we can no longer leave that as a non-enclosed building. If you can imagine food waste, and green waste does have an odor if it's on the ground too long. When you add food waste in, there's no way we could leave that outside at a facility like NARS or a transfer station or even at the landfill. So it'll have to be a facility that has air control, where it basically sucks all the odors into a filtration system and allows the material to go through the facility into a transfer trailer and then off to whatever the site is that it's going to.
Wow.
Those facilities don't currently exist, so that would be an additional capital investment. Increased organic diversion cost. So there's currently no solid waste facility permitted in Sacramento County to process organic waste. As I mentioned, we send most of our green waste up to Chico for a composting program. We use the material that's taken out to the landfill as alternative daily cover through a process. But we do know that the cost of this program when you go into the composting side will increase. We do have an RFP that we have on the street. I'm very pleased to tell you that we had 21 different firms that responded to the mandatory conference. Some firms that are very experienced in the world of composting and digestion. We had so many questions that the responses actually will be due in May, early May instead of April. But we're not tied to any one process. We're looking at a short term for where we could take our green waste to, and then the long term would be where we would take green waste and food waste. In the RFP, we partnered with the City of Sacramento and the City of Folsom from a tonnage standpoint, trying to get the best deal we could for the maximum amount of tonnage that might be delivered to a facility. But again, I was very pleased when we had 21 responders. It could be that we have one award. It could be that we have many different awards, depending upon the type of technology and the amount of material that facility wants. So I'm really optimistic that the Sacramento region will have some better choices going forward.
Supervisor Natoli.
So Doug, on that, without getting in any detail that would, go beyond your review of the submittals and so forth, where was some direction given relative to siting in the RFP? Because I'll just, speak very frankly here that District 5 has, as we well know, a good portion of the rural parts of the county, and what what history has shown me over the years is that people tend to look at, when they have sensitive materials at hand, they look for distance from people or densities. And to points being made here about impacts not only to roads and traffic, but we're getting a little short on accommodation, I'll just say in District 5, and taking facilities one after the next for different types of uses that people don't want to be close to somebody's neighborhood. And so I guess I'm just going to be very frank about it today that the 21 providers, I know I've had inquiries from a couple of them, but I've also been very clear that, the waste in large part is generated from the urban, suburban settings, and to think that the rural areas, including the landfill area, gets to be the repository for all of the uses that nobody wants next to them is kind of a bad premise to start from. And so I'm not saying that solid waste is given that direction, but I want to be very clear about it. Because again, if we're going to share in this burden, then, and we went through this exercise some years ago with the organics facility, and they went through this whole funnel exercise, and where'd they end up? They were looking out by Rancho Seco and at the landfill. And in those rural communities, again, certainly depend upon this member to be the voice for them. But secondly, just because they're out distant from folks doesn't mean they're the suitable sites. And again, there's a whole process for that. I recognize that, we're gonna need to figure this out. But I want to be very clear about that, because what I've seen in past exercises is that we go through all these, machinations, and we look at, industrial areas, and we look at this and that, and before, and when it comes down to it, well, it's got to be out by the landfill because we already have that there, or it's got to be out somewhere, in the far distant eastern part or southern part of the county. And I just say that's not a presumption that this supervisor is going to build into the initial look at this thing. Is that we certainly need to be deliberate about it and receptive to proposals. And maybe it is. Maybe it's several different locations where we make these findings, because again, those rural areas, can take the brunt of it often because they don't have, the same population that's going to come down these chambers and say, no, we don't want that in our, in our part of the world. So we're all going to need to do our part. This is generated obviously throughout the county. So again, I just want to give you, because you weren't here when we went through that previous exercise. There have been obviously folks with the department, but I still remember that well, is that everything boiled down. We had 150 different locations, and the two that got to the top of the list were Kiefer and Rancho Seco. And
so we have just two things. We have two transfer stations, the South Area Transfer Station and the North Area Transfer Station, and both of those facilities have some, especially the south one, has capacity for a facility of some kind. But also remember that, and I'm not part of the selection committee, but part of when you look at this, we would be looking for a facility that would control all the odors. So you drive up to the door, it automatically goes up quickly. You drive your truck in, the door shuts behind you, you empty your load, and those facilities, and there are some in California, are very good at controlling the odors offsite. So that would be certainly, that would be on our radar screen.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Frost.
Doug, I know we have air quality considerations and the considerations that Supervisor Kennedy was just talking about. The question I have relates to private industry. And is there a way to capitalize on creating a situation where private companies within the region can benefit by making products out of this organic waste, like manure or whatever you do with it? Or is that the track that you're already on? I mean, that is kind of, if it's all shipped away to Chico and to the Bay Area or wherever away from us, does that impact our opportunity to recoup or somehow benefit by this policy?
The department's decision to send the material up to Butte County was done because at the contract that we had at that time, it was really driven by the wood. If you remember, there was a big demand for wood waste, the power plants up in the Redding, Red Bluff area. And unfortunately, that industry has really dwindled. There's not very many power plants anymore. They continue to take our green waste and make compost. One of the things in this RFP that we're looking at is there a local facility? And if you think about this, there's really, in my mind, two kind of main processes here. Anaerobic digestion that would generate methane gas, that would be used to power engines, vehicles, things like that. Or you could go onto the compost side and make a compost that could then be marketed to the community. Whether those facilities would locate in Sacramento County, whether they potentially would be in Yolo County or Yuba County or some other place, we didn't put a restriction on there. So somebody may be shipping the material to an existing facility and out of the county.
So is that mitigating our cost by having that public-private partnership?
It might, from the standpoint that if they already have the facility and infrastructure and they have capacity, then all we're doing is more of the incremental cost. If somebody has to build a big facility, then there's a lot more upfront cost for that.
Okay, I'm going to ask if we could kind of refrain from asking questions. We still have a number of slides that are pretty detailed coming, and we may have our questions answered if we let Doug allow Doug to continue. So, and then we can ask questions at the end.
Okay, thank you. So here's where some of the bad news comes into play. So 1383 does have increased inspection, record keeping, and enforcement. And again, if you remember, 939 I mentioned was more of a good faith effort. Cal Recycle has taken the different approach and said, we don't believe that anybody is going to do this on a good faith effort. So you're going to have the hammer. You're going to have the fines. It means that we have to go through and they have quarterly inspections of route. So from a route standpoint, we know that our cameras that are in the hopper will help qualify for some of the inspections. What we don't know is how often we have to inspect an individual house and whether just cameras would work. We may have to have some other robust program in terms of inspection. So you may have to have somebody walking along looking in the top part of the cart to say, are there bags in there? Is there a garden hose in the green waste for contamination? That may be a part of this. Some of that language is still not settled with the draft language. And so we have commented on that in our response to Cal Recycle, but it's still an unknown to us. We will be, as a county, the designated agency for organics capacity planning, so we're going to have to work with the cities on their planning efforts too. Impose penalties. So if you remember a year ago when I came, we talked about in the pre-draft regulations, they were talking about fines to residents of $500 to $1,000. The good news is they reduced that. The bad news is it's still first violation $50 to $100. Now, again, I do not know whether that is a one-time. You put the wrong material in your cart once, we catch it, you're fined, or how many times do you get to contaminate before you're fined? I don't have those answers for you. It's not spelled out in the language. Obviously, we don't want to be in a position where we've one instance and we have to find somebody. That's not where we want to go. But we're going to have to wait and see how this works out. You'll notice, though, by the third violation, you're up to $250 to $500 per day. They're being very serious about wanting to make this change. So as you can imagine, there will be a huge educational component of what we have to do to try and educate not only the residents, but also the commercial businesses that are required under 1383. So our draft letter, the key points, it's punitive in nature. It's not good faith. There's a big financial burden. The CalRecycle has estimated that there's a $3 billion need for infrastructure in the state of California to comply with this. There is virtually no money available. I know in the cap and
Who's
trade.
going to pay for that?
Ratepayers.
Ratepayers, always
The
the
people
answer.
of the state of California.
The cap and trade, and Natasha Drain and I, we watched the cap and trade money. 2 years ago, there was $40 million in grant money to the waste industry, $40 million. The next year, there was $20 million. If we have a $3 billion need, there's no way that communities are going to be well served by that kind of a grant money. From our perspective, excessive reviews, inspections, characterizations, reporting, we're going to have to add some staff in the office to capture all the information, put it down on paper, and submit it into CalRecycle. We do believe that the timelines are unrealistic. You know, if we're starting a program in January 1st of 2022, and there's no infrastructure, there's no facilities, that's a huge challenge for the state. And we're not the only community in that same boat. We do know that there are going to be major facility improvements and developments. Now, can we partner with a company to build a facility in Sacramento County to process this material? Absolutely, we can, and that's part of that RFP process to find out either they're using the existing facility or a new facility and how we would partner with them. There are landfill operational impacts. So the amount of intermediate cover, they're doubling. And I don't know of a scientific reason why they would double that cover. Basically, if we're not going to be in an area for a while, I think it's 3 feet intermediate. Okay.
They're tripling.
Sorry. It's tripling, so it's going from a foot to 3 feet. But if you can imagine how much dirt that is and how much we have to move that dirt from one side, there's a cost to us. And then when you want to go back into that area, you've got to scrape all that dirt off and try and recapture it. So there are some other impacts to the landfill. And again, the big one that I mentioned and we'll keep mentioning is the lack of good faith effort. We could start this program, but the reality is that if we wanted to do a pilot program that started January 1st of 2022, the reality is that's not going to comply with the law. It would need to be countywide, the way I understand the law today. So conclusions, significant changes in the way organics are collected and processed. It's going to impact every aspect of the waste industry in Sacramento County, both residential and commercial. Our transfer facilities will need some significant improvements, and organics collection will probably have to be weekly. New composting, the digester facilities, they'll need to be permitted and cited if they're located in Sacramento County. Again, there's a possibility some of the material may go out of county to an existing facility. But we are telling you that significant cost increases are expected, and we'll come back at some point with when we have an analysis of the program, the options of the program, and what the various costs are for the programs. So let me stop before we get into the resolution.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug, again, appreciate the work that you and your department, are doing around this issue. But I mean, the picture that was painted last year isn't vastly different as you're here today. And I still think that some of the aspects of this are so onerous. And my reaction in the first part is that the legislature, with all the stated goals for reductions in greenhouse gases and so forth, they don't have maybe they are, maybe they do, but if the legislation reflects them being clueless about what the impacts are at the level of the household and the curbside. And just to say to local governments up and down this state that you will do this because it's the law. And secondly, it's going to be punitive versus some sort of incentives. And that, I heard you say a moment ago, you may have to have somebody walking along the garbage truck to check each and every can, or randomly as that is almost to the point of ridiculous in the world in which we live.
Garbage police.
And to think that we're going to be, let alone the rate impacts, these chambers won't be able to hold all the folks once we get into looking at this, because it's going to be that significant, I would believe, from what you've described here. And again, to what end? Is that if they're not going to assist, if they think it's such a great idea, then to your point about cap and trade, and if they've allocated $20 million statewide for a $3 billion estimate, again, that's almost insulting. That's the amount of money that comes behind it. And and of course, the people's venting of concern and anger is going to be at local city councils and boards of supervisors and waste management officials at the local level. And so, that being said, I think that the letter, again, has a lot of detail. It has a resolution that you proposed here this morning. I think we need to be a little more hard-hitting when it comes to some of this, though, without overstating it, and certainly being respectful. And I also think that the legislative delegation, at least, maybe legislative leadership, including the governor, need to see this. And again, because if we're not alone, then they're hearing it from communities big and small. And the reality is that 2022 is going to be here real quick when it comes to something like this. And I think we do work in good faith. We recognize the legitimacy of trying to curb, generating and burying stuff and the impacts of that, and certainly in the atmosphere and so forth. But I think to the realities of what it means to collect from hundreds of thousands of households in this community each and every week, the impacts to local roads, the cost impacts, because again, that comes out of the ratepayers, the consumer's pocket. The impacts to the landfill, which will get passed on as well. We do have a regional asset here that we value. And again, this to me seems not only a big climb, but one that is really fraught with a lot of difficulties, because even the ratepayer resistance. If you're talking about taking rates from the $39.90 that it is now every 2 months, and I imagine you're looking at doubling or tripling. I don't know. I mean, when you talk about the handling and the cost of a $100 million facility, even if you have a partner, all the additional trucks, and then the impacts of that. I don't know how much communities can bear, and as it relates to this. And it's not to say that we don't want to get better at what we do, and that we see refinements, and that's how you obviously encourage folks. But this punitive approach to me is just completely wrong-headed. And I, for one, think we need to tell Mr. Smithline, but I think we need to tell up and down the chain of command here as it relates to folks that approve the legislation and or their predecessors, and those that are telling local governments and the local folks that this is the way life's going to be. And I'm not so sure they had a better idea. So those are my comments. And I think our letter needs to be pretty clear in that respect.
To respond, I absolutely agree with you. I do believe that the solution to this would rest with the legislature. I don't see that anybody's letter is going to change Cal Recycle's opinion on the regulations. So from my perspective, this has to be the legislature has to get involved and put some changes in here, delays, softer language, things like that, because it's every community in California that's going to go through this.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So just to springboard off of Don's obvious frustration, because I share it, what are we going to do in the process of implementing this, rolling it out, to ensure that we're communicating clearly to our constituents, to consumers of this service, that this is not our idea. This is not our desire. We're trying to comply with the law. We don't want to be scofflaws as the largest local government in Northern California. But at the same time, I think in all fairness to those that we serve, I think it's fair to make sure we run some kind of parallel, robust communication campaign that explains the impetus for this, explains which governing body, which legislative body has set this in motion. And I would go so far as to include in that campaign ways that consumers can reach out and touch their own legislators, whether it be phone numbers or email addresses or agency websites. I think there's going to be, I agree with Don, I think there's going to be notable disruption for a lot of our constituents, and they're going to kind of reflexively want to glare at us as the ones that came up with this brilliant idea, when in fact, we're in a responsive mode here, as we are many times with regards to implementing legislation. But there's nothing in the law, as far as I can tell, that says we cannot be very clear about the agent that has, again, set this in motion, and in fact, encourage our constituents to let them know their dissatisfaction and perhaps the need for further legislative intervention to fix what is going to be undoubtedly a very clunky at best circumstance, if not downright, a new attractive nuisance in some respects. So I would just I'm looking at both our CEO and you to make sure that parallel communication campaign is top on the priority list, on the things to do list, because I think it's imperative that blame be laid at the right feet here. Thanks.
Supervisor Frost.
Some of our residents are already composting. So is this going to require them to put it to stop composting?
No. You'll still be able to do your backyard composting.
But even if they're not putting their organic waste in the garbage can, they'll pay the increased cost even though they're doing their own composting?
Yes. That would be my expectation.
Okay. And then I just wanted to reiterate again that I somehow wonder if there's a way to create a business model that would monetize this on the private side and somehow bring jobs and find a way to somehow mitigate public cost associated with it. And is there a way to reach out to the private and the educational sector to see if there's a way they can come up with an out-of-the-box thinking idea that can help us? And these are just thoughts I wanted to extend to you. And I also wanted to ask, because I know we were at the SWA last year looking at possibly talking to regional partners and other counties. Are we still working on that, the possibility of maybe working together with other partners in the region to mitigate our administrative cost?
We'd always be looking to do that. And part of the oversight that the county would be responsible for would actually require us to work with the counties. One of my goals is that the programs that are put in place in the county would be the same, have the same materials and the same kind of cart. But I've got to get with the city of Sacramento, who has their own program, Folsom has their program, and then the other three cities have a franchise hauler that we'd have to get on board with that. Because ultimately in the educational program for the county, it would be really nice if everybody's pizza box went into the same container, everybody put food waste in the same way, that kind of thing. Because we could leverage our educational materials that way.
Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I want to ditto on Mr. Natoli, Mr. Cerna. I'll try not to repeat that. I find this to be a very impractical legislation in all the ways that have been described. And I just wonder if the legislators, who basically eat out all the time, have any idea of how much it's going to impact the average consumer. And, I think that we need to examine all the other departments within our county that would be affected by this. For instance, I could see transients getting into the green waste and eating the food that's thrown away. And then there's a big mess of all the green stuff, the plant and lawn clippings and all those other things that go in there, plus the public health, and even water. So you get a crummy, you get garbage waste on the inside of your can, so you're taking a hose and you're rinsing it out into the gutter, so you got food waste in the gutter, and then it's going into our water system and sewer system, and I mean, you can just multiply this out, and I think all of those things need to be examined and put forth in the legislative pushback effort. I think it was probably a good idea, a good thought, but the way to implement it is just completely impractical. And as to, for instance, transients getting into the garbage, I had a call from a bakery, it's probably been 2 or 3 years ago in Carmichael, and they were required to start some of this earlier, and so every time he brought his old donuts and bread out to the trash, there was a lineup. And then his garbage would get broken into the nights that he threw away the leftovers. So I think we need to have a vigorous pushback on this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree.
Okay, resolution.
So the resolution, thank you Supervisor Peters for forwarding this resolution on. I believe this came from
CSAC asked that we consider this resolution.
I do think there's a legislator that has proposed a bill that would cover this too, but we would like you to approve the resolution that basically would set up this commission to look at not only the recycling markets, as we've talked about, the curbside programs, National Sword, the China impact, or I should say the Far East impact in terms of how much recycled material they're taking, as well as the 1383 impacts. We just think I would agree with CSAC, there's a huge need for a different look at these programs. And so we have that resolution before you.
Okay, any questions?
With the caveat that we don't necessarily agree with any of these changes that are being suggested, the idea of a commission being formed to examine all of the problems.
In other words, if we vote aye, this is by no means indication that we agree with, embrace, welcome this. Okay.
No, there's some serious, you have all pointed out there's some serious issues with the implementation of 1383 that need to get addressed, and it's not going to happen, in my mind, with Cal Recycle. It needs to be a broader discussion with the legislator.
Can I ask one question? So, assuming that we adopt this here in a minute, you're going to communicate what back to CSAC about this action? Anything?
So, I'll be working with Natasha Drain in terms of the points that you've raised here today, the things that she can influence through her contacts.
I think it's real important that you clearly communicate the dissatisfaction, almost to a person up here, on various angles of this, very kind of troublesome implementation task we've been given. So I really want you to stress and capture as best you can. In fact, go back and watch the tape if you have to. Everything that has been said here today.
We will.
Okay, with that, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. Second, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Dick.
Thank you.
You ready for me?
I am ready.
Item number 36, adoption of a code of conduct for county leadership.
Good morning, Chair Kennedy, Board of Supervisors, David Devine, Director of Personnel Services. Before you today is a resolution to approve a code of conduct here in the county, and to kind of give you some background of how we got here. On October 18, 2018, at a Board of Supervisors meeting, Supervisor Peters asked the county executive to work with the Department of Personnel Services to come back for a code of conduct for your board's consideration. So what we did with that is I engaged my staff in the Department of Personnel Services, and they did their analysis and review and looked at other agencies, contacted other professional human resources associations. And what they found is that some agencies do have a code of conduct and code of ethics. There was really no set pattern. Some of the code of conducts applied directly to their board or their city councils, to their employees, or there was a combination of both. What we have in your materials is a sample from the city of Sacramento, San Diego County, and also the city of Sunnyvale, who have adopted code of ethics. Staff developed a code of conduct that's for you for your consideration today. That code of conduct was reviewed by the county executive and me. Then subsequently, it's been shared with the county executive team, department heads, at 2 subsequent department head meetings, where we took in their input and incorporated it into the code of conduct. And the department heads at the meetings were very supportive of having a code of conduct. So the question is with all these laws, we have federal, state, local, we have our own policies. Why do we need a code of conduct? And a code of conduct does not usurp law or individual rights, but I think it's more of a aspirational document that we use as a county to put the public on notice of how we do business as a county and what we and how we apply the laws. The document is both internal and external. It shows them how we conduct business internally as a leadership team amongst ourselves. And also, I guess, it gives transparency to the employees to see how we, as stewards of the county, conduct ourselves. Also, externally, it shows our constituents, our stakeholders, what we value as an organization, and how we conduct business. So ultimately, I would see this, if this code of conduct is passed, would be cascaded down through the organization, then incorporated into our supervisory and management training to further enhance and to keep our culture of transparency and openness. That's my brief presentation. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. And thank you, Dave, for addressing a question that I suspect I'm not the only one to have issued during briefings on the subject, which is the question of why do we need this? Why is this not a solution looking for a problem? And I guess I want to put a finer point on the question. We've been a county for almost 170 years. So what is the glaring need now? So there's both a timing issue and kind of a question of practicality. So why now, when we've kind of been able to function, I think pretty well for the last 170 years without a code of conduct? And of course, you remember that I asked you to assemble you referenced briefly in your remarks, what's already on the books in terms of existing state, federal law, our own charter. In fact, my colleagues will recall just last fall when we had ample discussion about conduct of one of our elected officials here in Sacramento County. There was ample reference to a specific provision in our charter that is not aspirational. In fact, it speaks to sanctions about misconduct, what constitutes misconduct. The point being is that that's just one document out of many, out of at least 3 different levels of government that speak to how we behave, how we treat one another, how we treat the public, and how we be transparent with the public. And that one is not aspirational. That goes even further. So I'm still perplexed as to why we need it, why we need it now. And, you know, you made mention in your remarks the fact that other jurisdictions have codes of conduct. Just because other jurisdictions have X, Y, and Z doesn't not, for at least for this supervisor, doesn't in itself have a lot of value or merit as to why this jurisdiction has to have something. So for me, there has to be a problem to solve, and I'm not sure that there's a problem to solve that's not already being very thoroughly referenced by, you know, a pile of documents, a pile of enforceable, not aspirational, but enforceable means to ensure that we're behaving properly, and not just this board, but including staff, whether it be the Form 700 protocols that we're all very familiar with that are required by law to report, you know, our incomes and gifts and those types of things. So I remain perplexed, and I'd ask that you kind of speak to some of those concerns and questions that I have.
Sure. In regards to timeline, just following the timeline, you know, that we are expected to come back in a timely manner on a code of conduct for your board's consideration. As for the organizational aspects, you know, organizations do change over a period of time. And I see this as more or less of a guiding principle of how we comport ourselves and how we do business. So that's where I see the most of the genesis. I know there's laws that we have to uphold the laws. We have rules that we uphold and we abide by. I just see this as an overarching overall of how we do business, and it's just transparency to our constituency.
One of the things that I asked you to produce for me, and I thank you for doing this. This is not easy work to assemble everything we currently have in the books. One of the things I asked you to look into, but I don't think you were successful in finding, but I know some on the board will remember this. I think it was back in 2011 or 2012 timeframe. We actually had a multi-meeting convening with this board, with the DA, I believe a representative of the sheriff or the sheriff himself, and the assessor. So all 8 elected people for the county, along with the facilitator, along with our executive team, that were in that hearing room behind you for at least 2 or maybe perhaps 3 or more meetings. And the purpose at that point was to kind of re-examine the mission of the organization, re-examine our values, and kind of conclude amongst the 8 of us with our executive team, you know, who we are, who we want to be as an organization. And we spoke quite a bit about how do we treat one another in the public, and but yet I guess you were not able to find any product that came out of that. I know it wasn't cheap. That was something that was actually a professional endeavor. We had someone to facilitate that. So I know it exists somewhere, and I know the CEO is...
If I could, Supervisor Stern, I think what we did was that we were looking at our values and missions that had not been looked for a number of years.
Right.
So out of the values mission, what we were trying to get at was at a strategic plan, and one of the concepts that we had looked at, that we had budget priorities and we had a strategic plan. And the attempt back then was try to see if we could marry the budget priorities with a strategic plan. Mm-hmm. And where we ended up in our conversation behind in that room was that we did update the values and missions, but the direction given at that point was that the budget priorities stay as they are, mm-hmm. and a strategic plan, if we were to go down that road to do something. Changing county executive at that point, and we did not come back on the strategic plan because we had fairly clear guidance on what the budget priorities were. So that was the work that was done. I think the values and mission, where that will exist, I think is one of our documents, maybe in the budget document. Up front we have it, but that's what we did, and that was the work that we had done for about a couple months, as you recall, with mm-hmm. 8 elected and county council, executive cabinet, and go through that endeavor.
Yeah, so I kind of share the same recollection that that's what happened. That was the initial purpose for it. But I also agree that, you know, if it turned out to be a byproduct, so be it. But if the strategic plan part of that really kind of fizzled, or we never really, you know, implemented or took to the next level a strategic plan. What we did do, I believe, is really have a clear understanding of values and mission. And I believe those had to be open meetings to the public because we were all convening. And so the public had an opportunity at that point to see what we were doing, had an opportunity to express their opinions about what we were doing. It's not like we did that behind closed doors and it was in some closed session fashion. So again, that is just another example. It's not a document per se, but I do agree with the CEO. I do believe the value explanation or the mission explanation has found its way in several different places in different departments here. But that, in addition to this, is yet, kind of for me, further evidence that there is plenty that we currently have on the books, literally, that govern what we value, what our mission is, how we are expected to treat the public, how we're expected to treat each other, how we're expected to treat executive staff, how executive staff's expected to treat us. What I didn't hear was the answer to part of my question about the fact that we've existed for 170 years without it. And so where's the glaring vacuum? Where's the problem that needs solving? And so, I've already expressed a number of times the shortcomings. While I appreciate the work that went into the draft code, it falls short and really misses the mark in so many places, to the extent that I think if we were to adopt it as is, we would have a lawsuit on our hands. We'd have someone suing us, perhaps even a member of this board, because of things like, maybe inadvertent trampling of our First Amendment rights, especially as it relates to the media and how we relate to the media and how this, the way I read this, it attempts to usurp our ability to unilaterally work with the media. And that's not just troubling based on the words on paper, but the words on paper are indication of what has been driving this effort. And so that's where red flags immediately went up for me. So that, in combination with the fact that we have so much currently that speaks to our expected conduct, our expected value set, I am not prepared at all to support what's in front of us today.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I want to thank David for bringing this back. The idea of a code of conduct came at my request because I'm on the SACOG board, and we adopted at SACOG a code of conduct last year after much discussion amongst the board members. I came back to the county, found that the county didn't have one, and then in going online found that there are many jurisdictions who have a code of conduct. And my observation is that there's a strong movement in America today to bring attention to matters like sexism, bullying, and other things. And that's very important to the workforce feeling comfortable coming to work. And this isn't just in political jurisdictions or governmental jurisdictions, I guess I would say. I think it's in business and it's in private lives. And I think the Board of Supervisors should set a good example. That's why I thought they should be included in here. I mean, why would we ask this of our employees and not of ourselves? And I just don't find this to be controversial at all. Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess David answered one of the questions that came to my mind, what triggered the necessity for this, certainly recognizing that the request to come forward last fall, and so that, no surprise, and appreciate what Supervisor Peters said, and certainly Supervisor Cerna. I guess as I reflected on this, there were certainly some things in here that I think as it relates to distinctions, not so much as it relates to the approach for all of us to treat people the way we wish to be treated, which is certainly I think a essential element of all this. But I think the categorization of this is an aspirational document. But there are some things in here that certainly are enforceable under current law. There's no question about that. You pointed those out, and I think that that your acknowledgement that's important. But I also reflected on this, you know, again, and maybe speaking a bit from experience here, certainly as a member of this board, but also a longtime member of the county family. You know, the culture of this county, one that certainly I've been very proud to be able to serve in the capacities that I've served in, but has been one of openness and certainly of fairness. I think strive to do our best to treat people fairly, recognizing the decisions that come before this board, the decisions that leadership, you know, top administrators, and certainly folks that on the line are asked to do every day on behalf of the 1.5 million people that we now serve. And, you know, I think it goes without saying, I mean, you can say it in many different ways, and this document references it, you know, to have, you know, honesty in our dealings with one another, honesty in dealing with the people that we represent and the folks that may be doing business with this county or seeking, you know, items that, you know, in decisions by this board. And certainly that goes to integrity. I mean, it's the character of this organization, and that's kind of, as I've reflected on this, is that, you know, is one about what you say about yourself and as an organization and how you present yourself, but you know, the essence of it is the integrity and how you actually do what you know is right, what you say you want to do is right, and how you treat people. And certainly, I think that this culture of this county, again, over my 40-plus years, has been one where recognizing that, you know, at this dais, there can be political differences, there can be differences, strong differences, and there may even be times when we flare up at one another, but it's not out of disrespect. You know, I've never seen that, and even in my observation, the 16 years prior to my coming to this board, where folks, you know, may have certain motivations or aspirations or pressures that come into play, but that this board has dealt respectfully with one another, and you know, we all exist on the same floor, and our staffs interact with, you know, folks that are seated here, but your predecessors and obviously the successors in the chain of the history of this county. And that I think it's important certainly to make statements about what we aspire to, what we are as an organization, and, you know, certainly what we want to be, and, you know, and to communicate that. But as I read through some of the documents that you included, and I appreciated you doing that, and, you know, almost to the point of things that you would say to a youngster, although adults can be worse in their behaviors because you would hope that they'd have some experience and knowledge about how to treat one another. But when I look at some of those documents about telling people how to talk to one another and how you ought to communicate and behave, you know, I guess what it came down to for me on this consideration is that I'm not so sure those things even need to be repeated. I mean, if in fact those of us certainly have sought the offices that we're, you know, entrusted with, the accountability that goes with that, with the voters and certainly with the people of this community, the leadership that's in this chamber here today, but throughout this organization, where we have a process, we have many processes for vetting people's qualifications, the ethical standards that we hold very true and highly revere are part of what we do. And yeah, there have been bumps along the road, and certainly folks in this room know that if we have a thorny problem, we deal with that. But there are personnel policies, there are state laws, there's the county charter, and I think the relevance to all this is that a code of conduct, it's not that it's unimportant. I mean, again, you know, we have rules about everything that we ought to do in life, and we talked about that in the previous item about, you know, folks telling us more about what we ought to do and not having really consideration for some of the impacts. But I think that this, you know, the culture of this organization is and has been maybe very different than a lot of others, and that doesn't say that you can't restate something and have a purpose behind that. But I guess my experience comes from certainly dealing with my four colleagues here and with the folks in the leadership positions in this county. And some of the things in here, too, are common sense. And again, I'm not so sure they have to be restated, because they ought to be how we conduct our lives, both our professional and personal lives. But some of the stuff gets into, particularly on, you know, and Mr. Cerner referenced it, but representing the county. I mean, it's how it's always been, at least since I've been here, about the interaction between members of this board, and certainly when we speak officially on behalf of the county through our chair, our vice chair, our delegated member, versus we as elected members who, and I think Mr. Cerner represented his comments about, we don't give up our rights as citizens of this great state and this great country to make statements about items, and sometimes we're called on a moment's notice. And, there are folks in leadership who, you have a little bit of buffer sometimes between that, but we as members are out there talking with people, interacting, doing our best to represent the interests of this county and the people that we represent. And we may get called upon, and we may make comments that aren't taken too kindly by some of our constituency or members of the leadership team, but it doesn't mean we don't care about one another, we don't care about this organization, and that we don't try to not just put a positive light, but also be honest about some of the things that challenge us. And so, again, all that being said is that, I'm not so sure that at least what's embodied here needs to all be restated. And again, it kind of goes back to the question is that maybe others are doing this, and that's not a reason for us not to do it or to do it. But I really, again, as I thought about this, is that, what triggers in this moment in time, beyond, I think, the explanation, I appreciate what Susan has said, that SACOG brought this up, and we all see it. We can read about it, you can hear about it, dysfunction in different governmental bodies, the behaviors that are repulsive in some cases, if not illegal, by electeds, throughout this country, and yet there are checks and balances. And I'm not so sure that we have to restate that until people who are, some of the top-notch administrators, probably in all the state of California, if not in the nation, that serve this county, and certainly elected members of this board, kind of how we ought to treat one another, and that we ought to somehow, restate what I believe has been the culture and certainly been the history of this organization. And so, with that being said, I think that, at a minimum, we probably need to work on this some more, and it maybe could be more concise. It certainly is more concise than what the city of Sacramento or Sunnyvale or whatever it was, San Diego have. And again, I saw some of that almost being to the point of being not just instructive or guidance, but being almost to the point of telling children how to behave on the playground. And we don't have that culture here. And again, I think it's because people use good sense. They come with a strong ethic. They come here to serve honestly and openly as representatives of the people of the county of Sacramento, and that we, I think, endear that to our staff and have those relationships with our staff as well. And again, the fact that we can even have this conversation in these chambers today, I think, is an important aspect of all that. So those are my comments for where we are right now, and certainly want to hear what my other colleagues have to say. Thanks.
Supervisor Frost.
I want to thank David and the staff who put this document together, and Supervisor Peters for bringing it up. I was just in a meeting a week or so ago in SACOG where we adopted a guiding document such as this, or like this. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments regarding I think this is a good idea. I kind of view this as something that we can look to as guidance. We might not all think of all these things. I read through this and I was like, oh gosh, this is comprehensive. They really covered all the bases, and it's good to have a reminder of what's proper and what's not proper in the workplace. Where I come from, in my world, what I've learned about people in general is that we don't all come from the same walks of life. There are many of us have different, we all have different communicative competencies. And so when you say something to me, I may not hear what you were trying to say to me. And so how we understand things is influenced by the way we were raised, the culture we came from. There's many contributing factors to our communicative skills. And so I think having a simple, brief, aspirational document that describes a code of conduct for our county leaders and our employees is practical in nature. I looked at the document from Sacramento City and I was overwhelmed. It was so long. It's like, who's going to read that? I think keeping it simple will give us a better chance at reaching more people and influencing how they think about the workplace and conduct in the workplace. I don't think it really has teeth as far as being an heavy-handed enforcement document. I think it's more of a gentle reminder, and for some people, maybe an educational awareness of things that are proper and things that are not proper in the workplace. And so I think you did a great job, and I want to thank you for it, and I'm going to support it.
Okay, I will just chime in that I don't think, and we do have one card, by the way, from the public. I don't think it's a bad idea, particularly with everything that's going on in the world, in business and entertainment and politics and everything else, to have a code of conduct. I don't think this is it. And for many of the reasons the Supervisor Natoli stated, I'm in full agreement that I just don't think this is it. So with that, Frederick Gale, please.
Frederick Gale, 7336 Hurlong Way, North Highlands. I think I've been attending meetings for over 30 years here. And for some reason, I thought you always had a code of conduct. You've been cordial, well-informed. There are some differences, but you took the oath of office. And I always say this is the Supreme Court of government for this area. So whatever you're doing, undoubtedly you have a code of conduct. You've been competent, no Chicagos, no Kansas Cities, and whatever. There are local governments. People have been cordial. There have been some little eruption, but I think you're doing a tremendous job. Something to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir. Can you come back to every meeting, please?
Not a lot of them.
Thank you, Mr. Gale. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I think it's been a good discussion, and I think it's clear, though, that it spans the gamut of interest in this and interest in different forms of this. You heard in my earlier comments that I am certainly not opposed to what we know is guiding us today, what has guided this county and its executive team and its Board of Supervisors for nearly 170 years. But I'm also hearing that there's interest, especially given the times, given the fact that there is a tighter microscope on behavior, which I think we all understand and respect. That I think this board wants to do something, wants to acknowledge that, wants to somehow enhance for the public the fact that we consider transparency and appropriate conduct between each other, between the board and staff and the board staff and the public a certain way, one with respect and dignity. And I think as Supervisor Natoli rightfully mentioned, that does not eliminate the fact that we're all passionate people about the things that are important to us and about the things that are important to our constituents. So in light of the fact that I still am hearing interest in doing something, and given the fact that for me, the word code, so a code is something that is enforceable. That's something, the way I understand the definition of the word. If you think about a building code, well, a building code is not aspirational. A building code is to enforce the law for construction standards, public safety. So there's a bit of a conflict as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the term code and what David brought before this board, which is, as he mentioned and acknowledges, is completely aspirational. So here's what I'd like to suggest. I'm going to put in the form of a motion and look for a second. That in light of the interest of this board on this subject, what I think would be helpful and add value for, especially for the public, would be to centralize in some fashion what we have. I think what is a little cumbersome, perhaps greatly cumbersome for the public, is wanting to understand what governs us, what governs our disclosures, what governs our intent to be transparent. They'd have to consult the charter, they'd have to go consult the FPPC documents. So I think we can add value. There is something to be said about maybe consolidating, centralizing in one place what is affecting us in that respect. And so whether it's a resolution, whether it's a conduct policy, find the right nomenclature. But what I would like to put in the form of a motion is that we direct staff to come back with a document for approval by this board that does exactly what I just described. That takes what we have, and quite frankly, probably 70% of your work's already done, David, in terms of acknowledging, understanding, finding what we have that currently affects us, centralize that down, and I'm just going to use a resolution as an example, whereas the preamble, the whereases, would certainly be very carefully worded to reference all the documents, and it could be a very long resolution if that's the form it takes. But it might be better suited for a policy because maybe it's so voluminous that you have to, give it some space for explanation. But I think that is something that all five of us could ultimately agree on, and really, again, adds something to the discussion, adds some sense of value for the public to understand what governs our behavior. So I'd make that in the form of a motion.
I'd second the motion, and if I could, Mr. Chair, just and to Phil's, I think that the preamble, again, maybe building off of some of the, building blocks are, in the document today, that, those statements, again, as to the purpose of this assimilation of not just laws, but rules of government, and the reason, maybe even the purpose for those things, if they're known, I trust they are. That again, it may go to once again being aspirational, but it also then has the context of things that are actually enforceable, that do guide behaviors, and there are rules, and certainly I think. Help this organization, but any organization, but certainly this one, to know what those are. But I would just echo what I said a moment ago, and I appreciate Mr. Gale's comments. He's served in public office as well. I think this county has been well served and will continue to be well served by the folks that are in employ. And I'm not just speaking of the five of us or the leadership, but of all the folks. And we have strong ethical standards. And yes, people stray, and there's accountability to up and down the line. And I think that something to that effect would hopefully go under the support of the entire board. And again, maybe require a little more work on staff's part, but hopefully be something that we could all get behind. So I would second the motion.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor, and Susan Peters is punched in.
Yes, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we adopt the code of conduct as presented. If I had the opportunity, I would change the media section and drop out some of that language there, but I just feel very strongly about this. Maybe women feel this stronger than others about sexism and bullying, and I think it's important for us to have this language in there. So that's my substitute. So the motion and a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, substitute motion, which we will hear first. Are there comments on the substitute motion? Okay, I will. And that's, I don't disagree with anything you said as far as what should be in there. And I also agree with what shouldn't be in there, what you said. That's why I'm not.
Or are there sections in
I'm
here
not
that-
anxious to either adopt this as written, or am I really interested in wordsmithing it up at the dais? That's my problem. Every other aspect that you said, I'm completely in agreement with you. So that's why I would like the original motion to go forward, because I think there is merit here. I think it is important that we make certain statements as a body and show what our values are in this. I just don't think it's ready at this moment.
Well, should we continue it and
I would
rather
prefer
than?
that.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what we're doing here. I mean, that's essentially what the motion was, is to send it back to staff, have them do a little more work on it and bring it back.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, maybe we could have a committee of this board. We don't typically operate with committees, but we have the ability to do that. And so recognizing there are, some different ways that folks can come at this, but I think get to, what was said a moment ago, whether it's bullying or sexism in the workplace or anywhere else. I mean, not acceptable, and we can say that. I mean, I think we'd probably get agreement by the five of us. This very moment on that and many other points, and so maybe with a little bit of working here again, displaying what we were talking about in this, our ability to work together and and fairness and try to sort this out. We have very competent people who can assist us in that regard, and so maybe that's maybe we challenge ourselves a little bit with that, and we can. Give that direction with the continuance and direction for the assimilation of information, but also a preamble that reflects the values in a way that we can say it clearly and say it definitely. And I think that's what I was hearing from different, all different members of this board. So maybe we have a committee that can work on that as well.
Supervisor Frost.
Just a point of order. I believe, are we supposed to vote then on
substitute motion.
The substitute
motion? Take the substitute
motion?
motion first, yes.
Okay.
But right now, we're commenting on the motion.
Okay.
Anybody else? All right, and with that, we have a motion as a substitute motion and a second on the floor. Please vote. It fails to pass, so we will take the original motion. We have that motion on the floor with a second. Please vote.
Before you vote,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
In the motion, I didn't hear the words continuance. Maybe there were a lot of words. Maybe
Are you
I
looking
missed
for a
that.
date certain? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, when can we have this back?
I just want to be clear what you are requesting us to do. What I'm hearing is to the material that Mr. Devine presented is to bring that back to the whole body with a resolution and
Not necessarily a resolution, could be a resolution. I just do that as an example, as a kind of a structural example. It might be a policy. I do have an objection to the word code, because if it's going to remain aspirational, a code is not aspirational.
I understand that.
Yeah.
The reason I want a clarification is, what exactly are we bringing back to you?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get guidance is that, are you looking for us to take another attempt and writing something up? Resolution for us is a fairly easy endeavor. I mean, we could just say, these are all the documents that we have that govern us, and we can bring it back. And what we could do at that point, I know board members do not like to do a lot of wordsmithing up there, but this does govern the board. If I could offer, if we could just bring that back, and then we can have a discussion about, rather than us attempting what you all would like in the preamble, is you can have that discussion at that point and add language and give it back to us, and we can bring it back for adoption.
But you'd bring some initial verbiage, so we're not just
For
going
us to
to
chew
write
on.
the whole thing, spend hours up here writing the whole thing, right?
Okay, we will attempt at some verbiage. Just realize that when we bring the verbiage, don't shoot the messenger.
No,
that day.
let me, as the maker of the motion, let me just stress that I'd be more than happy to spend time working with the executive, with our head of personnel, to kind of go through what has already been assembled and pick through, for instance, to Mr. Natoli's earlier point. There's plenty in here that is actually enforceable, already enforceable. There's all kinds of ways we can go to jail, right? I mean, there's all kinds of violations of Form 700, how we get fined. The charter language itself is enforceable. We know that. Provision 74, which actually speaks to sanctions if an elected person engages in misconduct.
Yeah, I think what I was trying to get at is we will give you some language.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that when we bring that with the understanding, it's a broad language.
Yeah.
We're just putting it out there for discussion.
But I'm offering to help you get it in a form that I think we can
I don't
start
know what
from.
you're so afraid of. Mr. Gale says we're very, very nice people.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Again, just in light of the conversation, and I don't know, again, it would require both my colleagues, but maybe Supervisor Peters and Supervisor Cern, if they're willing to work together, because we do work together pretty well up here, sitting with the county executive could at least, it may help boil that down to the point where, there would be concurrence. And again, I'm not volunteering anybody's time, and if there's a willingness to do that, but I would suggest that may be the way to come at this too. At least, again, obviously, then you can have something, come forward here, because it sounds to me like we're much closer to be on the same page than not. And
Yeah.
So
I'm just looking at board direction.
Offer that as a thought.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest, is that since I'm the one who brought the idea forward, that I'd be happy to work with you on it too.
Okay.
As Don suggested.
And as the maker of the motion,
You got a woman from the board and the only person of color willing to work with you.
So the motion is that I'm going to work with Supervisor Serna and Supervisor Peters, right?
Yeah.
I have a question.
yes.
Is the proposal to change it from an aspirational document to an enforceable policy? Is that what I want to make sure I understand correctly?
No, it's a great question. So I just want to be clear. The general intent is not to work with what has been presented in the form of this draft code. I object to code, first and foremost. It's to work from this. This is a compilation of all that's currently in law. Currently in law per our charter, currently in law per FPPC guidelines, currently in law per AB 1234 governing sexual harassment training, all the things that currently affect us, govern us, some of which are extremely enforceable. And so my vision for this would be that whether it's a resolution policy, we would expressly call out what is aspirational and what is today enforceable. So it actually, I think, would actually ultimately have much greater teeth in it as the public would interpret it than the draft code that's been presented here today.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen any of those documents, so I'd like to take a look at them before I agree to anything.
Okay.
What I will do, if that's what the board does, I'll set up a meeting with Supervisor Serna, Supervisor Peters, Mr. Devine, and we'll go over the documents we have and then bring a document back. If you can just give me a little bit of flexibility on the date to come back. I just want to, with all the other things we're working on, I know this is important, but I don't want to put a date that we can't meet, so I'll communicate the date back after meeting with both of you.
Yeah, but by the summer. I mean, we have been working on this for 6 months.
Summer of 19.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Okay.
We could do that.
All right. Please vote.
And the motion passes. Item number 37, report back and recommendations related to election campaign contributions.
Good morning, members of the board. Florence Evans, clerk of the board. This is a report back, and the discussion today is related to the campaign reform ordinance, chapter 2.115. And we're going to discuss this today, hopefully in the spirit of the contribution limits. The ordinance relates to how campaign elections are financed, and the purpose is to limit the impact and influence of large contributions, encourage individuals to become candidates for the elections of the Board of Supervisors, and to assist with the controlling costs, controlling the increases in the costs in running the campaign elections. The current ordinance sets contribution limits for candidates running for the office of the Board of Supervisors during an election cycle and off-election cycle. The elections of the assessor, district attorney, and the sheriff currently do not have contribution limits. The organizations have limits up to $250 for off-election and up to $1,000 during an election cycle. And for individuals, that limit is up to $250 off election cycle and up to $500 during an election cycle. Contribution limits also apply during primary, general, special, and special runoff elections. And there is also an aggregate limit for $20,000, and this is during the off-election cycle only. The recommendations before you today take into consideration that this board has not made adjustments to the contribution rates for individuals or organizations since 1986. In 1991, the board did make an adjustment to the aggregate limit from 10,000 to 20,000, but no subsequent changes have been made since then. Right now, 27% of California counties have contribution limits, and what this translates to is 16 counties have contribution limits and 42 do not, and we have a total of 58 counties in California. Also, out of that, 9 counties have adopted adjustment cycles. With regard to reporting and tracking of contributions, when contributions are received, it is incumbent upon the candidate to make reports with the Registrar of Voters, who is the designated campaign filing officer for this county. Committees who are making contributions or expenditures are also subject to qualification by the Secretary of State, and they may also be subject to making reports with the Secretary of State, the Registrar of Voters, and/or both. The ordinance and state law prescribes reporting periods and for various thresholds, and the candidates are required to comply within the ordinance and the statutes. Records of contributions for the election of the Board of Supervisors are maintained by the Registrar of Voters and also is available online for public access at any time. Based on our findings today, what's before you in terms of recommendations is that you may want to keep the current limits as they are, eliminate contribution limits, make a one-time adjustment based on current consumer price index for the urban areas, amend contribution limits, and also set an adjustment cycle. And if you choose to make any changes today we'll take direction from you and we'll come back with those proposed changes. I do want to point out that if you do consider making any changes based on the current CPI, I can give you an estimate and let you know that those ranges for individuals would be between 138 to 150% increase from what it is today. And for organizations, that would be anywhere between 92% and 107%. And that concludes my presentation.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. Thank you for doing the research on this, Flo.
Yes.
But as to your last point, you may have answered my question. It was still, even after reading the board letter, a little confusing to me what was being proposed for discussion. Is it a CPI adjustment starting from this day forward, or is it a CPI adjustment from 1987 or 86, whatever it was?
What we did was we looked at the incremental changes accumulating from 1986 to 2018.
Oh, it's big. That's why the big jump.
Yes.
Okay.
And then for the aggregate, we started at 1991 because that was the last adjustment that the board made.
Okay, so basically, what you cited is the cumulative effect of 2.5% to 5% a year, something like that.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Frost.
So I first want to thank the staff and Florence Evans and legal for reviewing all of this. I was the supervisor who brought this up. Mostly what I had on my mind was that the campaign finance laws in our county had not been reviewed or looked at since 1986. And over the past few years, there's an increasing amount of what they call independent expenditures with political action committees. And the way the money flows with these independent expenditures, in many cases, it's difficult to track where that money comes from or where it goes. You can actually, at the state or federal level, if you're a PAC, you don't necessarily have to report. So by just the spirit of our campaign finance law, I believe there was a lot of, from what I understand, there was a lot of thought that went into it, and I believe it was in the spirit of our campaign finance law is good. What I'm wanting to look at is possibly having a conversation around bringing it up to date and see what my colleagues might feel about just bringing us up to date and maybe figuring out how we can get back into what's more current based on what other counties in California are doing. So my intention was just to open the conversation and see how you folks felt.
Supervisor Natoli.
Well, first, certainly appreciate the vein in which Supervisor Frost brought it forward in the review, and obviously with 33 years or nearly of background on it, it gives some idea of election cycles and how it's functioned. And certainly each of us obviously has stood for election, has complied with the limits that are a part of this. And I would just say that I think it's important from a historical perspective, again, without recalling certainly all of the content and background that went into the original ordinance, but at the time, in '86, there was conversation about whether the job of a supervisor ought to be classified for purposes of salary, full-time, or before that it had been a part-time position, at least in category of compensation. But also because of some of the election cycles in leading up to the '86 election cycle, of what was at least touted by some as being undue ability for certain members or organizations in the community to bring to bear significant campaign contributions, and particularly development interests at the time. The county didn't have the now 3 of the incorporated cities that it does, and a lot of development activity, and there was a lot of concern that there was, the ability for folks who had that wherewithal, but also then because of decisions that were to come before this board, that they were, able to bring that to bear, obviously, in the campaign efforts. And so a lot of deliberation, and certainly those are all a matter of archival history. And people could watch, we did have cable television at the time and could see that for themselves. But I would just say that I think that what we have before us, the currency of it, recognizing that, there are, I think there are counties that have modeled their ordinances after ours, and certainly it's within this board's purview to look at, as we're doing in this very moment, to look at aspects of the ordinance. And there have been some minor tweaks along the way, in addition to the 91 references you made relative to the aggregate. But I would just say that I think a basic premise here, recognizing what Supervisor Frost said, and actually when you brought the item up last fall, concerned that somehow now that playing field has become unbalanced because of Supreme Court rulings and the introduction, obviously, and the wherewithal that organizations that bring independent expenditures to the forefront during campaign cycles. But from the standpoint of contribution limits and the aggregate and the the limits on off-year fundraising, I think they're there for a very good purpose, and it is so that. Maybe tying this back to at least the conversation we had earlier today about, obviously these are seats by which you have to vie for them. You go before the voters of the respective district. It requires expenditures of a political nature to do that, and there again, it puts some burden for obviously the candidate and their supporters to raise sufficient funds to get the message out. But I will say that. The limits that are currently in place, I think, make for a fairly level playing field. Again, $250 or $500 to many folks is still a lot of money, but it's not an inordinate amount, and it certainly limits the ability for those who have more wherewithal to, at least from that perspective, to bring kind of undue bearing to the electoral process. And so, again, with a thought that certainly I don't wish to hamper, people's opportunity to run for office, but I do think that these, provide some election limits that are reasonable. It does allow for off-year fundraising, and I know that folks have been good at adhering to them, and so I think that they're still relevant, and very frankly, would be of the mind to support what we have in place currently, unless it can be demonstrated pretty clearly that for some reason these are unreasonable.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank Supervisor Frost for bringing this to the board in the way that she did, as a respectful discussion. And I know that the subject of augmenting our ability to reach voters as candidates every 4 years can be a very can be a very frustrating thing when you have the lowest limits anywhere in the region, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe is still the case. I know it can be a third rail, right? I mean, the public looking from the outside in, saying, hey, there's a board of supervisors considering how to pad their own campaign accounts with a prospective increase, can be very politically charged. It can be very unpalatable for the voters. But at the same time, I don't disagree with the notion that independent expenditure committees are somewhat empowered when the limitations are as low as they are, because where the playing field is not even is that those IEs, those independent expenditure committees, don't abide by the same restrictions. They can go raise unlimited funds, as far as I know. And so now you have, in theory, in concept, a party, lowercase p, that can have access to extraordinary resources to go head to head with someone that by law is restricted. And when it comes to each of us, we have almost 300,000 people in each supervisorial district, and then a subset of that, of course, are voters, but it's still an extraordinarily high number. What's most frustrating for me is the inability to have the resources to, even when you're running unopposed, to be able to communicate with your constituency, your voters, about what you're doing. Not necessarily why you should elect us or re-elect us, but what you're doing. And so that's why I think there's some merit to having the discussion. So that's one point. I just wanted to kind of set the table with that comment. But the other more substantive one that I'd like to put out there for discussion, it's not necessarily a proposal yet, is that, I can speak for myself, that even given the limited amount of campaign funds we're permitted by law to raise, especially during the 3 years between election cycles, I know that I use a substantial amount of those funds, not for campaigning, but for good community causes. So whether it's a parade down Franklin Boulevard and they need some help with funding, that comes out of a political treasury. Whether it's opening day celebrations for Natomas Little League, that comes out of a political treasury here. And so, and that's on the up and up. That's legal to do. But again, because of our limits, we don't have the ability to have those resources readily available as much as the city council down the street or legislators, a couple blocks away, to do the same thing. And so what I would put out there just for folks to think about is what is the concept of conditioning the ability to enjoy a higher limit based on commitments by us to use a portion, some minimal portion of our political treasuries for those good causes. So in other words, and this has nothing to do with the CPI, I'm just going to use some round numbers that are easy to discuss here. So for instance, if we were to go from 20,000 a year, calendar year, in those 3 off-year cycles to 40,000, so 100% increase, but condition your ability to get to 40,000 based on the fact that a quarter of that money would have to be, a minimum of a quarter of that money, so 10,000, would have to be used for things other than your re-election campaign, could be used for some of the examples that I already mentioned, in addition to a whole host of other things. That to me is, that's where there's some traction, at least with this supervisor, is understanding how we might be able to, I think, reasonably look at augmenting our ability to fundraise, but also it speaks to our interest in doing things other than strictly having a more robust means for reelection. We're doing things that we're expected to do for the community, and quite frankly, it takes a little pressure off the very, very limited discretionary funding that we get per district each year, which obviously is subject to change each June, to do. So I would, again, it's not been thoroughly vetted. It hasn't been. I haven't put anything on paper, but I think it's something to think about.
Okay, I'll give you a few comments. I don't think that earmarking and requiring certain kind of expenditures, I don't think that that would be legal. I don't think you can do that. That being said, my overall feeling about this subject has always been I completely agree with Supervisor Cerna in that I do think that the lower numbers do empower IEs. There's no question about that, which is a murkier area, which is what Supervisor Frost wanted to get to begin with on this subject, I believe. I also, we talk about the third rail, and most people think, there go politicians, raising their own, ability to raise money and all that. But funny thing is that people who think that such low, draconian almost limits are good government, they're wrong. They're actually the opposite. It actually makes it much more difficult for somebody to run against incumbents. I mean, if there's ever been an ordinance that protects incumbency in Sacramento County, it's our low limits. Because somebody, we have the benefit of free media. We have the benefit of, by virtue of what we do for a living, we're out in the public. Our name ID is higher. For somebody to come from a neighborhood level who's an activist who wants to run against a supervisor with these limits, it's almost impossible. And so I think that while the intention may have been good government, I think that it went in the other direction, and it actually is not. So I would like to see them revisited and see changes made. Supervisor Frost.
I just want to point out that I completely get what Supervisor Kennedy is saying about competition. It's much harder to unseat an incumbent when you have low contribution limits. And I think I just wanted to, I guess, reiterate that I'm not asking to revamp our policy. What I'm asking for is maybe an amendment, or what I'm looking for is thoughts regarding an amendment that would bring us up to date with the amount that we can collect for contributions, that would provide for more transparency in the process. And I also want to point out that in those areas, like other counties where they don't have campaign limits, our DA, our sheriff, in those races, people just give whatever they give, and it's easy to see who is supporting who. But in a race, in other races where you have these low campaign limits and PACs get involved, the PAC can give to another PAC that gives to another PAC at a higher level, and soon you're into a different reporting requirement, and it's very hard to track where the money came from, even if you're an expert in the political arena. And so for the sake of transparency and in the spirit of competition and real competition, I think it's better for our county to be more current on, to somehow bring this up, whether it's attached to an index, whether we go back to attach it, to an index that brings us up to date to what we are today. I'm not asking for extravagant, I'm not thinking extravagant, like what they do at the legislature. I'm more thinking, let's keep our same policy and bring it up to date.
Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, along those lines, I wanted to thank Flo for coming up with the percentages that have increased since this ordinance originally went into effect. And I would be fine with going along with that, so that contributions get raised by the percentage of increase since the policy was initiated. And for PACs, I'm not sure where I am. I'm not for unlimited contributions from PACs, but, increased probably along the same line in the way of inflation.
I would agree with that. Any other discussion?
And thank you for these charts. It was fascinating.
They were. So I think that we're kind of, from what I hear from my colleagues, we're kind of at number 5 in the recommendations.
Yeah.
Yes?
Is it okay to make a recommendation, or were you going to make one? Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, we could do that, or it says, number 5 says if changes to the campaign are needed, which I'm kind of hearing a majority of the board saying that something needs to be done here. Then we direct staff to return to the board with the proposed changes. So I would, instead of making any kind of a motion right now, that's not what we're here for, but it's to provide that direction. And I think so far the most concrete I've heard was from Supervisor Peters just a moment ago.
To use the inflation factor
I
in all 3 areas.
I would concur.
And then maybe options on the PAC contributions. I agree, we can't have unlimited PAC contributions.
Members of the board, I just want to clarify. So we're looking at making amendments to the contribution based on the CPI. There was also a recommendation in here that you could do it one time, or do you want to have an inflation cycle?
I'd say you ought to update it every so many years, 5 years or something like
Or
that.
every election cycle.
Every what?
An election cycle, look back every 4 years.
Unless that makes it too difficult to.
Yeah.
But
That's every 2 years.
that's every 2
Yeah,
years.
that would be every 2 years.
All right.
And that currently, the ones who are doing it, what seems consistent with at least 3, if they do it, they're doing it every odd year. On odd years is when they're doing that, so
Doing it every 2
it
years
makes it
anyway.
pretty
So every 2
frequent.
years?
I think they're doing on non-election years, that's what she means by that.
Correct.
And but I also think if we're going to use CPI on all of these, that it not come out to $242.66, that you ought to roll it to the next 5.
Round it, got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we round it.
Yeah.
My accountant thanks you.
Yes, really.
I think we'll come back then with an option with CPI, looking at odd years. Is that okay, or you want every 2 odd?
Every 2 years on odd years, that makes sense.
Okay, we'll do that. And then you want options on the PACs?
Yeah.
2 options.
2 options.
Anybody else?
Maybe 3.
Yes, sir.
Question though, so in looking at the CPIs, you're not looking at changing the aggregate amounts?
I do actually have a handout if you want to look at that. I think that just in light of what Supervisor Cerna mentioned, that is one option that this board may consider.
Yeah, I get that, but I just want to know what the direction was coming out of the board. So yeah,
I'm
there
sorry.
are
I
options.
didn't mean to
So,
speak out of
again,
turn.
because that really goes to then building campaign war chests, so to speak. If you want to talk about incumbents being able to have an advantage, if you raise the aggregate amounts, recognizing what Supervisor Cerna was, a different take on all of that, then that allows you over the course of a 4-year term, if in fact aggregate amounts are raised beyond the 20,000, you can end up, again, my question is that I didn't hear that coming out of the direction, that it was more CPI and looking at what organizations or political action committees could give. But if there's, because I think that gets down to a much more potentially problematic path from the standpoint of incumbency having its advantage beyond what was described as just going with the job itself. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask a follow-up question.
Okay,
You just
okay, I wanna
did
be
that.
clear
I
on that, yeah.
didn't have that clear direction.
Yeah, I would chime in and probably respectfully disagree with Supervisor Natoli in that with 350,000 residents in each district, $20,000 is that's hardly what I would call a war chest.
Yeah.
No, I'd say, but no, I agree. I'm saying, but if you increase the aggregate amount that's my point being, there was no direction around that, so.
Because the question I have is that we're going to do the individual, we're going to do the CPI adjustment. Do you want the aggregate amount adjusted by CPI too?
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that's why I just want
Yes.
to be clear.
The individual and the organization and the
Your microphone's not on.
$20,000 with fewer contributors.
I
So
would say
that-
yes on all of
Yes.
them.
I got it.
Individual and the
Yes.
aggregate and the general.
And we will, you'll show us the numbers, but over a 4-year period, if you're right at 100%, if I understood. So we take it to 40,000 times 4, which would be 160,000. That could be raised in the off year, let alone any carryover. So, okay. We'll get a chance to see this back.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
work. We do have some off-agenda speakers. Dan Adderholt. Now, Dan, you've turned in 2 cards.
Can I address both of them really quick?
If you do it really quick, you can.
Yeah, I want to do it really quick. I just want to let you guys know I'm the new NCA executive board member for Natomas Community Association and the new head exec of the homeless committee for Natomas. I just won the election. What I'm going to talk about is me and Mecca River Homeless Crew and Mercy Peddlers and the president, Erica of NCA, all agree that we would like to have signs put up on Garden Highway for littering and illegal dumping. And we have put forth the reference to you guys, and we haven't heard back from you guys. And we checked it, and it says it's escalating, but it just keeps saying escalating. And the number is, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get it really quick. County reference number 190114/01741. And we're trying to get the signs for our Garden Highway because the illegal dumping is getting out of hand. Plus the mess by the homeless people on Garden Highway as well. We're trying to get trash bags from the county. I've asked you guys last time I was here for help, Cerna. You told me who to contact. It was a dead end road right there. They said basically I have to have a 501(c), which I do not have. I'm trying to get one right now. I don't know why I have to have that to have garbage bags.
You mentioned that you're working with some other nonprofits like Mercy Peddlers, and I don't see why if that's the holdup for our county departments in order to acquire trash bags, I don't know why you couldn't have another nonprofit as an agent of this effort request those bags.
I tried that route. I've done that in the beginning. I've asked.
We'll get you bags.
Okay.
How's that?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what about the illegal dumping signs, you guys? Is there any way we can set agenda for that, for voting on that or something?
So you're commenting on items not on the agenda, right? So we have to have very limited conversation about it. No action can be taken. All I would have you do is, if you're not going to stay for the balance of today's hearing up through the afternoon, tune into the broadcast, which is going to air when?
Friday at 6 p.m., Friday,
Okay.
March 1st at 6 p.m.
And look for the comments made by me and perhaps our executive team at the end of the meeting to your issue. That's when we have the opportunity to speak about comments that are not on the agenda.
Okay, on Friday.
Okay? Yeah.
Thank you, Cerna.
Thank you.
Have a good day, you guys.
Thank you. Fatima Garcia.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so how you always want to do this? You want to do 2 minutes each, or you want to just do a block of 6 minutes among the 3 of you?
We could do a block of 6 minutes if that's
thank
okay.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to let our member go first out of respect. Good morning.
Morning.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Teresa Cardoso. Yo trabajo como janitor.
My name is Teresa Cardoso. I work as a janitor.
Yo he trabajado por 12 años con mi unión.
I have been working as a union member for 12 years.
Y gracias a mi unión,
Thanks to my union,
tengo mi aseguranza médica,
I have a health insurance.
beneficios y sueldos. Y yo como trabajadora soy respetada.
I have living wages and benefits, and as a worker, I am respected.
Y estoy aquí para pedirles que contraten a una compañía responsable y que respete a sus trabajadores.
And I am here today to ask of you to encourage to hire a responsible company and so that we can be respected as workers. You want to say something?
And I'll let you go over time a bit to allow for the translation. and
Thank you, I
everything.
appreciate it.
Sure.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Christina Alvarez. I am an internal organizer for SEIU USWW. So I just want to say thank you to our members for being here and for you for being here as well. So SEIU represents, thank you, 45,000 workers in the state of California, including janitors that clean these buildings here and all over Sacramento. And yeah, I'm here regarding your decision to not continue with a responsible janitorial contractor for the buildings of the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency at 630 I and 801 12th Street. The majority of these workers are women, and they clean late hours and alone. As one of the janitors who couldn't be here today, she provided some testimony, and she said that the benefits of having a union are really important for her and her family. She says they're important to me because of my benefits and having that security for myself and my family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. I would like to thank you all for your time this afternoon. My name is Fatima Garcia. I'm an internal organizer for SEIU, USWW, United Service Workers West. We are extremely concerned of the decision that happened at the Sacramento Redevelopment Agency in contracting an irresponsible company. Our current union members are months away from gaining full benefits that includes health care paid by the employer. And the way that we do that is we ensure that they work a certain amount of hours so that funds the service of health care. The janitors and as an organizer, I have seen a lot of injustice happen in the janitorial industry. One of the major issues that we have in the industry is sexual harassment, sexual assault. It's the second sector that is subjected after agriculture of sexual harassment. And like my coworker here said, we see a lot of this happen because our janitor women are in buildings by themselves, late hours. So we are definitely extremely concerned of the decision. We have been requesting, our political representatives have been requesting meetings with you. And I'd like to hopefully leave here with a tentative date for us to meet. This is, again, one of the things that we are seeing in our janitor industry, although we have a union, is still not enough of a living wage to be able to live a quality life. So we are here to encourage you guys to take a look at what's going on and to meet with us so that we could further talk with more facts and we could have a more thorough conversation together as this is going to impact our membership directly with the quality of life that they'll be able to, that they have an opportunity to gain or an opportunity to actually be taken away from them. So again, thank you for your time, and that's why we're here today.
Thank you. We do have members, or a member that's punched in, and just so you do recognize that we won't get into a lengthy discussion about it today because it's off agenda, but we do have opportunities to speak if you call our offices and make appointments and that type of thing anytime. So,
okay.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the fact that I'm very familiar with what is at issue. I have been approached by the head of the Central Labor Council about the circumstances on the subject that you've brought to our attention on off agenda here. My understanding is that it's a federal issue because it has to do with how SHRA is funded, and that has what has really affected the process to date. So again, per the chair's admonition just a minute ago, we can't take action, we can't have lengthy discussions, but I will say you might also want to make appointments to speak with local federal representatives too, as this is really a federal process that has produced what your grievance is really addressing. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, with that, we do have closed session. Looks like it's fairly lengthy. Yes? And fairly lengthy? Okay, all right. Then we will retire to closed session. Call back to order the February 26, 2019 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll to reestablish a quorum?
Supervisors Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
Peters? Here. Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And being that we are a bit ahead of our calendar, we will take nominations.
Okay, that would be item 41. And I'll talk really slow. So for your nominations, you are continuing to March 19th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, Paratransit Incorporated Board of Directors, Sacramento County Youth Commission, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Your first item is the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Frost.
Please reappoint Matthew Kearney and continue the remainder to March 19th.
Okay. Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Peters.
I'd like to nominate Timothy Rosales to the Carmichael CPAC and continue the remainder to March 12th.
And Supervisor Frost.
Is this for Carmichael CPAC?
Yes.
Please appoint Jason McCoy.
Okay. I have a note that you would like to continue to March 19th. The remainder?
Yes.
Okay. Disability Advisory Commission, Supervisor Kennedy.
Continue to March 19th.
Elk Grove Consumnes Cemetery District, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, continue to March 12th. I have to do an interview.
Okay. Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
Chiefs nominate Rosalind Gottfried and Jerry Yamashita and continue the remainder until March 12th.
What is the remainder?
On the Equal Employment Opportunity?
Yes.
You still have 2 seats.
Still have seats. You have the incumbent, and there's two seats.
There's 2,
Okay.
and there's 1 incumbent.
All right,
yes.
and we're doing it to the 19th or to the 12th?
Do you want to do the 19th or the 12th?
19th is fine. I
Okay.
mean, I got the 12th on my sheet.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine, 12th. Yeah, 12th.
Okay,
That's good.
12th.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
No problem. Human Services Coordinating Council, Mr. Kennedy.
Nominate Kula Koenig and continue the remainder until March 19th.
In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee.
Nominate Catherine Adraktes. Continue the remainder to April 9th.
Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
And for the record, the Chiefs did not make this easy on me this week. Reappoint Pavlinder Dillon and continue the remainder to March 12th.
Okay. North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna.
Please continue to April 9th.
And Ms. Peters.
Ditto.
Okay. Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to March 12th.
Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board.
Nominate Christian Landaverde. Continue the remainder to April 9th.
Sacramento County Mental Health Board. Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, nominate Mike, I'm spelling the last name, Nguy.
Okay. Supervisor Peters.
Please continue to March 12th and close the filing period.
And Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to March 19th.
And Mr. Natoli.
Continue to April 9th. We don't have any applicants currently.
April 9th.
Yes, please.
Okay. Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission, Mr. Kennedy.
Continue to March 19th.
Mr. Natoli.
Continue to April 9th. Again, we're seeking nominees from District 5.
Okay. South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Kennedy.
Please continue to March 19th.
And Mr. Cerna.
Continue to April 9th, please.
Okay. That concludes your nominations.
Welcome if you got them.
7 minutes.
So we're taking a brief recess? We got,
Sure. 6 minutes. All right, we'll come back to order. Please call the roll.
Supervisors Frost. Here. Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you.
Item 38 is the initiation of the Upper West Side master planning process.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am not Leanne Moffett. I am Todd Smith with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review. Leanne is home sick today, so I'll be filling in. I do have about 10 or 11 slides to go through real briefly, and just so you're aware, the applicant does have a short presentation as well. So this project is the Upper West Side Specific Plan. The purpose of today's hearing is solely initiation of the master planning process. For those who are not aware, we do have board-adopted master plan guidelines that guide the master plan or specific plan process from initiation all the way through adoption hearings or whatever the action may be. This is the first step in a very lengthy process that could take many years. And there are one or two checks along the way that I'm going to go through in the presentation. So first, a summary of what today's request is. This is, again, initiating the Upper West Side Specific Plan. We would also want the board to recognize that the proposed outreach program is adequate, with an expectation that's outlined in the staff report that it become more enhanced to reach a greater diversity of stakeholders and to ensure transparency of the process along the way. The third request here is a determination that the boundary of the proposed specific plan is adequate to begin the process. We recognized and we outlined some issues with the boundary in the staff report. I'm not going to go over them in great detail, but we want to acknowledge that for the purposes of initiating, the boundary is appropriate, and acknowledge the understanding that that boundary may change along the way as further technical details come into light. The fourth request is a direction to the planning director to convene what's called the Technical Advisory Committee. Our master plan guidelines call for this committee to be formed. It is essentially a group of technical experts on various topics, from service providers to different agencies that have input into the process. And finally, we want to authorize the planning director to sign the funding agreement for the project. This is the agreement that specifies approximate budget for the project that covers all of county staff's time for a number of years. So the project is located in the unincorporated portion of Natomas, roughly north of Interstate 80, between the city of Sacramento on the east side and the Sacramento River on the west side. The proposed project is a little over 2,000 acres, and it's, again, within the Natomas Basin and what's known as the Natomas Joint Vision Area. That's an area that's an overlay on the general plan where in the adoption of the 2011 general plan, we called out this area for potential study. Some who've been around a long time may know of this area as the Boot Precinct. That's what it was called through that process, and this name change is proposed by the applicant.
Todd?
Yes.
Before you leave that slide, and I'm going to interrupt as you go along. I'm going to take that liberty if I find that there's something that I think requires clarity, especially for those of my constituents that are in the audience.
Yes.
I want to make clear that the red hash marks that are up there are not coterminous with what the proposed footprint for urban development is necessarily.
That is correct.
Okay, so maybe you can elaborate just a little bit with that, the distinction between the two. It's very important.
Sure. If you don't mind, could I do that at a later slide that shows the land use plan?
Okay.
That helps explain
But
it a little bit
I just
better.
want folks, when they're looking at this slide, because we're at this slide, to understand that does not represent the footprint of urbanization.
That is correct, and
Okay.
I'll explain that in a subsequent slide.
Thank you.
Could you move the podium up higher so we can hear you better, please? If it will go up any higher. There we go.
How's that? Better?
Stand closer.
He's suffering a
Better?
cold too.
Yeah.
All
Lots
right.
of colds up here.
So this slide is, again, a little bit of history. On the left side, what you see is what was proposed in the Natomas Vision Plan, roughly 2015. In the southern portion of the slide, or excuse me, the basin, you can see what's called out as the boot area. Just for context, that was what was proposed in 2015. And on the right side, you see roughly the boundary of the Upper West Side project for comparison. And this slide is where I want to explain the detail, Supervisor Cerna, that you pointed out. So the aerial on the left side is the yellow project area outlined. On the right side, we have the proposed land use plan, and that area along the Garden Highway is shown as the lighter green and the tan. That area is identified as ag and open space, and some urban farm and greenbelt interspersed. So the proposed project does include expansion of the urban policy area and urban services boundary, although not full urbanization of the entire footprint.
Thank you.
Could I just ask a question, Mr. Chair, on that, while you have the slide up, and I think to Mr. Cerna's point. So if you had to take an estimate at what's being proposed in that conceptual land use plan on the right-hand side of the slide,
yes,
Todd, what percentage of, and then again, this is what's being submitted by the applicant is for consideration as the, assuming this is initiated, what would you estimate the part that would be subject to urbanization, including schools and such? Some of that's already included, I believe it could actually occur. Of that 2,000 acres, what's being proposed for?
In terms of an acreage number?
Yeah, or a percentage, you say 2,000 acres.
Yeah, I would say roughly 75-ish percent. That's my ballpark guess.
So 1,500 acres of the 2,000 roughly is for...
Roughly, and we can dig into the detail if necessary.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But to that point, just in the interest of accuracy, I'd say it's probably actually greater because you'd have to extract from that the fact that the Natomas Unified School District is on a separate track in terms of their own school site. So if you assume the school site is proceeding independent of this proposal, the footprint shrinks, so the denominator is a different denominator.
That could be, yes.
Thank you.
So the next couple of slides really highlight some key issues that are explained in more detail in the staff report. All of these are pretty substantial in nature, and I don't want to get into too much detail here, but a few of these things like city-county coordination. The city and county did have a memorandum of understanding for the Natomas Vision Plan that was signed in 2002. There's never been any formal amendment to that MOU, but there was an agreement among leadership of the city and the county at the time, roughly 2008, where the county would take on the development role, which is in contrast to what the MOU says. The second item here, the existing Natomas Habitat Conservation Plan and Metro Air Park Habitat Conservation Plan are in place in the Natomas Basin. There's an assumption in those plans that the remaining agricultural land in unincorporated Sacramento County would remain in agriculture. Sacramento County is not signatory to either of those plans, but there is an assumption in them that that land remain in ag. Obviously, for the success of the project, it would be incumbent on either the applicant or the county to develop some sort of mitigation strategy that shows that the project is not adversely affecting either of those plans. That will be a significant challenge.
Can I stop you there again?
Sure.
Is there a point in addressing that particular angle to this where it constitutes kind of go, no go for this?
Potentially. So there is, in the judge's opinion on the Natomas HCP, it says essentially that approval of further development beyond what was assumed in the HCP would potentially lead the resource agencies, that is the federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the State Department of Fish and Wildlife, to revisit the viability of the incidental take permits issued under those HCPs. So it becomes very difficult. I mean, this is projecting years down the road.
Sure.
We as staff don't see a path where we could bring a project of this magnitude with this complexity of issues with respect to the HCP forward for consideration for approval without that issue being resolved.
Okay, and understanding that that's an extremely high hurdle. That's a significant challenge.
It is.
Just plain devil's advocate here, there could be a prospective plaintiff, for instance, that hitches their wagon to the MOU, hitches their wagon to the fact that there's already been members of the local judiciary that have concluded that the basin is finite in terms of kind of the universe of habitat area that can be considered, given all the other competing interests that require that habitat, namely the growth of Natomas to date in the city of Sacramento, Metro Air Park, the Sacramento International Airport, correct? Okay.
To expand on that a little bit, there is an option in the existing HCP for what's called Area B. It's not to get into too much of the weeds, but it's an area immediately outside to the north of the basin that's under consideration.
But there are a number of triggers or criteria that would have to be met to even consider that. Okay.
So obviously these first 2 points will take a significant amount of coordination with not just the city, but Sutter County, who's signatory to the Natomas HCP.
And the federal government.
And the federal government, yes. The second, or the third, fourth, and fifth points here are more local in nature. Of course, in this area of the basin, we're talking about prime farmland, a lot of investments in the agricultural viability of that area. And on a separate track, we are having a conversation about the county's general plan policy when it comes to ag mitigation. Water supply, there is currently no municipal and industrial water purveyor in this area. Airport protection, obviously with the Sacramento International Airport to the northwest, there's a tremendous amount of county investment as well as federal investment in that airport. It's our responsibility as staff to make sure that investment is protected. Climate change, adaptation, resiliency, these are really important issues in the world today, especially in an area where there's an existing floodplain that's surrounded by a levee, a large levee project that's in the works to be upgraded to current standards. We have to ensure, consistent with the county's general plan, that any action on the project that may be coming in the future meets the resiliency standards that are promulgated by the state and incorporated in the county's general plan. And the same goes for the drainage and flooding concerns. Back to the project boundary, a little bit more detail here. To the northwest corner of the project, there are some ongoing acquisitions by Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. These came to light as we were doing some initial outreach when the application first came in. That process is not yet completed, but SAFCA is engaged in negotiations with landowners there for the southern portion of the Natomas Levee Improvement Project. They are also acquiring land or exchanging land with the Natomas Basin Conservancy as a result of that, and that has the potential to affect the proposed land use plan. The general plan consistency issues, I want to start with just the initiation step, which is today's conversation. Our policy LU 119 provides for essentially 4 components to be verified prior to initiation. And then any consideration for approval would be subject to LU 120, LU 127, LU 15, plus the whole host of other general plan policies related to conservation and ag that you may hear about. And I already mentioned the Technical Advisory Committee. We're hoping to convene that fairly soon, assuming, of course, that initiation occurs today. We hope to get a significant amount of technical information to inform the land use planning process as well as the boundary.
Supervisor Cerna.
Just want to point out and add to the comment and the bullet points there as it relates to the general plan. The county is currently exploring and revising an additional new element to our general plan.
The environmental justice element?
The environmental justice element. And so by the time this, if it were to move forward, by the time it would be back before this board or planning commission for any subsequent approvals, and determinations, especially of consistency with the general plan, it would be subject not only to the general plan today, but to the general plan of tomorrow, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is the 4 points of LU 119. Essentially, the project must include a parallel process to expand the urban policy area, as well as preparation of a master plan. The project is proposing to do that. The project must include a justification statement and an outreach plan. We have those, and they're in your materials. Here, I want to reiterate our point about enhancing the outreach plan to include a greater diversity of stakeholders, and to make sure that the process is transparent to everyone. The third point, proximity to existing urban areas. Staff believes this can be met by the adjacency to the city of Sacramento to the north and east side and the south side. And then finally, the logical, comprehensive, cohesive planning boundaries. Again, we believe this criteria can be met with the qualification here that we do want to return to the board as further technical details emerge to better define what that boundary is on the western edge, I'll call it. So finally, our recommendation is to initiate the specific plan process. It's clear as we went through the general plan policies related to new growth areas that this is the logical step. It's clearly not a guarantee of any future outcome. It is from staff's perspective, a very risky proposition, given the high hurdles that are included, not just in general plan policy, but all the technical details that need to be addressed as the project goes through the process.
Supervisor Cerna.
I'll let Todd complete his thought here. This is the last slide of staff's presentation.
That was it. This is just a repeat of the recommendations, so you've heard that before.
So it's a nice segue into this concept of risk-taking. Todd, maybe you can kind of, again, mostly for the benefit of those in the audience, can you briefly cite or speak to the fact that there's a history in this county of very, very expensive efforts, very time-consuming efforts, not just it relates to Natomas, but other parts of the county.
I can do that.
To initiate these processes to change the land use, to commit yourself to the environmental studies, to hire an army of consultants and attorneys.
Yes.
Again, very expensive, sometimes measured not in months, but more likely years.
Yes.
And they fall flat. They come to an abrupt end for one reason or another. There's litigation, there's neighborhood opposition, there's determination of inconsistency with key comprehensive planning documents that the county has on the books. I mean, there's a whole different array of pitfalls here that can undermine these types of efforts. So can you speak to that, again, not just in the context of Natomas, but the entire county?
So in the context, I'll start with this project. Our funding agreement, which is in your materials, has an estimated budget of over $2 million. That is roughly 3 to 4 years worth of work. And that is not based on any assumption of meeting certain milestones at a certain point. It's just staff time to participate in the process for this number of years. By way of other examples, in other parts of the county, I'll go to Jackson Highway. So we've got 4 master plans in the process there. The first one was initiated early 2012, so shortly after the general plan was adopted, that allowed for this process for master plans to come in the way they are. That project has not come to hearing before your board yet. We published a draft EIR in July of last year. So from 2012 to 2018, we've been working through all the technical issues on one of those projects. The other ones, I'll go to Mather South, for example. That project started in 2013. There was significant opposition to what was proposed at that time in terms of the land use plan. The applicant had to go back at their expense, and including staff's expense too, to revise the project multiple years into the process, to revise it, redo their technical studies. We have not brought that project forward to hearing yet. Those are 2 examples, multiple millions of dollars, and the same is true of the others along Jackson Corridor. Some have been at it since 2008. And in that case, one of them, it's been over a decade.
Okay, and so one of the things that hasn't been mentioned either in the slide presentation or by me is, in addition to all those, dedicated cost centers that are associated with an initiative like this, there is also the carry cost. So in other words, the cost of optioning acreage. So you have acreage that remains as is for years or decades. Meanwhile, you're paying option payments. It's really a bet on the come that you're going to acquire at some point the approvals necessary to change the land use. And if the land use, if that doesn't materialize for whatever reason, that's a sunk cost. That's right. Money out the door.
Right, and what I didn't respond to your question with was, I was just mentioning county costs. There are significant consultant costs involved in this. For example, all the technical infrastructure studies, sewer, water, drainage, flood control, traffic, air quality, greenhouse gases, noise, airport compatibility, biological resources, to name a few. Those are not inexpensive efforts.
And just one last comment on the subject of expense. I just want to be clear that the project proponent understands that the recommendation by staff is that this can and should move forward knowing what we know today as the first of many, 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 many steps that would have to take place, and there would have to be a determination that, in those future steps to continue to move forward. But by no means does any of this come at some net county cost. In other words, the project proponent is paying for any and all staff time. There's not one red cent that comes at the expense of the taxpayer, other than the property owners involved with this initiative that own property out there. And again, it's at the complete total risk of those project proponents, not the taxpayer, not our general fund, correct?
That is correct. The construct of the general plan when it comes to these types of projects, the large master plans for new growth areas, we have a requirement in the general plan that it be at no expense or negative financial impact to existing ratepayers or taxpayers for that matter. Furthermore, I want to point out this sentence in the board letter. Initiation will provide for the technical study on some of these issues and provide for the process to determine feasibility. It's not by any stretch a guarantee of any certain outcome.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So that's the end of my presentation. If there are any further questions at this point, I'd be happy to answer them. But I want to remind folks that the applicant did have a short presentation as well.
Supervisor Natoli.
It's a question for you, Todd, because I think there's one important distinction, if I'm correct to this versus, say, the Jackson Highway, those require obviously specific plans and urban policy area expansions, but does this not also require the movement of the urban services boundary?
It does. Both the urban services boundary and the urban policy area boundary are proposed to be amended with the project. So it's a higher bar for the urban services
It's
boundary.
basically the highest bar, because that requires, certain extraordinary findings by the board, or
Correct.
and or a 4/5 vote by the
Right,
board,
there
and that's stood up for some 25 years. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to, yeah.
I was just going to say you're exactly right. LU 127 has 6 criteria that a project must meet in order to expand the urban services boundary. If it cannot meet any one of those 6 criteria, the project requires a 4/5 vote of the board.
Okay, that's an important distinction. Thanks, Doc. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe we'll hear from the project proponent.
Chair Kennedy, members of the board, Nick Avdis with the Thomas Law Group on behalf of Bob Thomas, no relation, and the participating landowners for the Upper West Side project. If I can get our PowerPoint up, please, that'd be great. As we get started here at the outset, and I'll repeat it several times, we fully appreciate and are under no illusion as to the scope and magnitude of this effort and the risks involved with going down this path and determining feasibility of pursuing a project here. Before I dive into this, I certainly want to make a few introductions to the folks that are with me today. We have our project team as well as representatives of the landowner groups, namely the Perry family, Cornelius family, Bastio, and Reynoso families. These are families with long ties and deep, rich history in the Natomas Basin. Also with me is Bob Thomas, our project manager, Adam Guerrero, Stacy McKinley from the McKinley Group, Jose Hermosillo from Hermosillo Azevedo Strategic Communications, as well as Tim Denham from Wood Rogers, our principal planner on this project, whom you'll hear from in a moment. I also saw representatives of the Ramos family, as well as Bobby Gasol and other landowners and their representatives who have been very supportive of our efforts to date. I think in terms of the background that was provided in the staff report, I won't go into that. Obviously, there's a long and extensive history of the Natomas Joint Vision efforts, of which the Boot, now the Upper West Side, is a part of. This slide really here provides some perspective in terms of our location with regards to other project areas in this part of the region. Our project is ideally situated within 3.5 at our closest point to 5 miles from downtown measured to the Capitol building. Really the Upper West Side project is intended, and you'll hear some of the details from Mr. Denham here in a moment, but it really is intended to be an aspirational project that really has an eye to the future and is reflective of what we want to be as a region when it comes to master plan development. And namely what that means is a plan that's more dense, and currently being in the midst of a mobility revolution in our country, a focus on reduction on VMT and GHG emissions from new development through innovative planning and intelligent design that's intended to provide housing opportunities for all income levels in a diverse, dense, amenity-rich community that's a stone's throw from downtown and hundreds of thousands of existing jobs. Our plan thinks big and plans boldly. While we are extremely early in the process, our team has brought big ideas to the table, and we've aimed big with this conceptual plan. With the help of Tim Denham and the talented folks at Wood Rogers, I think we feel not only are we on a trajectory to meet the county's thresholds for evaluating a possible development in Natomas, but far exceed them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over quickly to Tim Denham to talk a little bit about the project details, and I'll come back and make some closing remarks.
Okay, Mr. Abdus.
Yes.
Supervisor Cerna.
If you can go back to the previous slide, please. Can you just kind of go around the horn there and just note which of these project areas are adjacent or in fact fit like puzzle pieces to incorporated areas, cities?
So really, I think the only property that fits like a puzzle piece, as you say, Supervisor Cerna. Certainly the Panhandle, and certainly our project. Most of the plan areas that you see here are predominantly surrounded by unincorporated development until obviously you get into the South Placer area with West Roseville.
So some would be just sitting by themselves in the unincorporated area, not even adjacent on one edge to a city in different counties, right?
Certainly. I mean, the Sutter Point project that's been approved for many, many years, and you'll see this further in our presentation. One of the unique advantages that this project presents is really taking advantage of existing infrastructure, as opposed to a project like Sutter Point, which has been approved for many, many years. It's not near any existing infrastructure to realize any sort of development in the immediate term.
Thank you.
Mr. Denham?
Chair Kennedy and fellow board members, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about our project. Let me advance this. The next slide. There we go. This is the last major master plan area within 5 miles of downtown Sacramento. It measures 2,000 acres, a little bit over. We feel we meet all 4 of the criteria for project initiation under LU 119. It's infill. We've picked a comprehensive boundary to allow a full discussion. We've provided our justification statement. We've started our outreach program, and yes, we will be processing a UPA and a USP concurrently. We're surrounded to the northeast, east, and southeast by the city of Sacramento, approximately 64% of our plan area boundary. We extended west to Garden Highway, but we did not go west of Garden Highway because that area west of Garden Highway is mostly developed with homes that sit on half-acre to 1-acre home sites adjacent to the Sacramento River. We started with a conceptual bubble plan and kind of clarify some earlier comments. There's 531 acres on the west side of this plan that is preserved as an open space ag res buffer, consistent with the previous Natomas vision plans. We've extended this, the West El Camino roadway as an urban node within this project. We've talked with the school district to the north about an educational node. There's a 2-mile green belt that extends interior to the project, north and south, as well as east-west. That's the dark green area that you see. And then there's a 1-mile west side canals, we're calling it. A little hard to see on this map, but that cuts diagonally, or excuse me, perpendicularly across the main street. And so from there, we progressed to a preliminary land use plan. We know this will evolve over time as we get input in this process from all the stakeholders. But we start with a plan that exceeds the design criteria 1, density of 10 units an acre. We thought we would start there, so we wanted to aim high. We'll include a very diverse mix of housing within this project. We had 8 concepts in mind when we formulated the plan. We want to keep those in mind as we move forward. This is an opportunity to create something very special as a project that, quite honestly, as a planner, you don't get to work on projects like this every day when you're in your career. So this is kind of an exciting one for me to work on. We will include an urban town center. We're going to embrace density. This will help us meet design criteria 3, which with vertically integrated development with 3 and 4 and 5-story residential or office above commercial. It'll be a different kind of town center than you maybe seen in some other projects. And we use Santana Row in San Jose as a good model, as a good vision or example of that.
So Tim, real quick, just to kind of get a mental image of this and its intensity and density, would this be a more intense and dense archetype compared to, for instance, the El Dorado Hills Town Center?
Yes, it would be.
Okay.
So El Dorado Hills Town Center is about 2-story. You know, this would be twice that.
Okay. Thank you.
We included in the project the West Side Canal. This is something that would be a unique opportunity for urban, architecturally fronted waterfront. It would have trails on either side. Again, we looked at examples in other communities. The top photo is the San Antonio River Walk. The bottom photo, which we think we're closer to and what we're trying to model after, is the Bricktown Canal in Oklahoma City. It'd be a great recreational opportunity. It would allow paddle boarders and kayaking, electric boats, a lot of interface with that canal. We've talked with the Natomas Unified School District and Los Rios Community College District. They own some significant properties in the north end of the plan. And Los Rios has expressed an interest in a vocational campus on that north end of the plan as an anchor for this community, and providing a hands-on vocational training center for students that, when you think about where we're going in the next 10 or 20 years with driverless technology and robotics and drones, we're perhaps missing that as an aspect of our curriculum, and we need to offer that type of education to our students. We have a greenbelt and urban farm within the, is this cutting out or no? Okay. We have a greenbelt and urban farm interior to the project. The thinking there is to provide opportunities for residents, particularly in the high density area, to grow their own food. It could be either individual garden plots, it could be organized through a larger co-op, but it's a different kind of recreational opportunity that we think the future residents will use and enjoy. The jobs housing balance, the site's just very well located. It's already within over 200,000 jobs within 5 miles, which exceeds the design criteria 5 of the county's plan by a factor of 2. So this type of compact development pattern will help meet the goals of the region for reducing vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions from new development.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Sure.
How are we to interpret Metro Air Park there?
How are we to?
Well, it doesn't seem to match a color on the legend, but we know that that's going to have 38,000 jobs at build out.
This is data from SACOG that's about a year old, so it didn't quite have the Amazon facility there, but there are some jobs there as well.
Well, yeah, and I'm just noting the fact that it's expected to have close to 40,000 at build, not just the Amazon, but
right.
40,000 once it is built up.
So this is a project, that would support, what's happening at Metro Air Park and with the Centene campus close by. Transportation and mobility, travel modes are changing. Maybe not as rapidly as some of us would hope, but we're seeing autonomous vehicles and shared ownership of cars, which will reduce the amount of car ownership, and I think reduce parking, which in turn will allow projects to be a little denser as we go forward in the next 10 or 20 years. I think microtransit apps like Uber and Lyft and jump bikes are just going to become more pervasive as we go forward. We want to have standards that encourage hybrid and electric vehicles. That's continuing to gain market share. And lastly, we want to have convenient transit to encourage people to use those facilities. Sustainability. It's really, asking the question, how do we reduce our footprint, kind of across all aspects of a master plan community. So yes, we're going to have to mitigate our impacts, but we also have to look at stormwater runoff and capturing that and pre-treating it. The idea of the urban farming and local food choices and reducing miles traveled to deliver that. We're going to pursue a goal of a net zero electric community or a partial net zero electric community. That hasn't been done before with a 1,500 acre project, but it's a goal. And again, we're going to support hybrid and electric vehicles. Lastly, adjacent infrastructure. It's really a smart, one of the key aspects of smart growth. We are very close to a lot of extensive investment in freeway improvements, the airport improvements, the downtown, the levee, what's happening at Centene. So being close to those types of improvements helps this project, I think, advance, but if it does advance. And we're going to support and contribute to those improvements. And I just took a couple examples from the application booklet that was provided. But it's really design criteria 2 gets at a proximity analysis. If we can put things closer, you're going to encourage people to walk or bike versus driving. And so we extrapolate a little bit from that and looked at the county's goal or upper target of 85% of the units should be within 1 mile of a park. This plan, at least as drawn now, has 97% of the units within a quarter mile. So that's how you get people to walk and ride their bike. We looked at the design criteria 4 for transit, And kind of what's happened with Sacramento State with their new Ollie bus, and they're shuttling folks around with that autonomous vehicle there. This could happen within this plan area when it goes forward. And a simple loop system could provide access to the future residents. But we took that measure from a half mile to a quarter mile. And again, 84% of the proposed units are within a quarter mile of a transit stop. And I'll turn over to Nick Abdis unless there's any questions.
All right, just want to make some comments here, obviously, to wrap up. Again, just to reiterate some of the points that have been made, this is the first step today of a 1,000-mile journey, a process that will, in fact, be measured in years and definitely not months, and one that will require significant data collection, valuation analysis, robust outreach, and community input. The landowner group is well aware of this and endeavor, nevertheless. In terms of some brief points on community outreach, we have engaged and will continue to engage the community and other stakeholders as we proceed through this process. To date, we've communicated in writing to 100% of the plan area owners, and we've met and talked with virtually all of the largest property owners. And we're pleased to say that to date, we've received letters of support from about 70% of the land area that comprises our project. We've to date, again, reached out to more than 24 stakeholder groups to obtain preliminary feedback on our initial planning concept. But certainly there is much more to come. But overall, early stakeholder feedback has generally been positive, especially with regards to the innovative design, density near the town center, and other community amenities. We understand that we need to focus on habitat and species issues as well as traffic-related challenges, especially on West El Camino and I-80, to just mention a few issues. We'll continue to work closely with county staff and dedicate significant resources to an extensive and robust public engagement effort. I do want to make some specific comments on the conservation strategy. We are, again, under no illusion, this is the biggest issue that we face for any development out in the Natomas Basin, given the complexities of habitat and species issues. It goes without saying that, our guiding principle is to neither impede or negatively impact the existing HCPs in the basin, their goals and objectives. Our intent is to build on the successes of the Natomas Basin Conservancy and others to mitigate for impacts to species and habitat. Again, our commitment to stakeholder engagement is deep. We intend to engage the environmental community early with the hope of collaborative approaches to least impact species, and when those impacts are unavoidable, to collaborate on the best available options for mitigation and conservation. As you can see from this list and what staff provided in their presentation, we have a lot to do, but certainly this is the right location at the right time. And I do want to leave you with just one slide on the overhead, if I may. Zoom in. Again, the point of this slide is really to underscore the fact that we are about 3.5 miles from the Capitol building, measured from one of the closer points of our project, and measuring in similar fashion existing neighborhoods throughout the immediate part of the region. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions at this time? We do have cards from the public. We will go to public comment then. Jasmine Shabandi. No, you need to come to the microphone. Thank you. We have to capture it for the record.
My name is Jasmine Shabandi. I live within the area that was shown the conceptual land use plan. I do not support the plan as I understand it to be at the current time. One thing that I am very concerned about is the funding agreement. And I would like to speak to something that Supervisor Serna brought up, the fact that none of the money that is going to go for planning, not one red cent, as he says, would be coming from the county. And while I appreciate that fiscally conservative view, I am concerned that there may be either a conflict of interest if we have the owners group or any other group that's interested in investing or creating investments there. Not only that, but I also am concerned about the appearance of conflict of interest. When you have a situation where the people who are paying for the project, the people who are paying the salaries actually of the people who are doing the work, it just seems too close, and I feel often that we work for the people who pay us, and I feel that Sacramento County perhaps may be best served when they're using tax dollars, although I probably will never say that again in my life. I am very concerned about authorizing the planning director to sign the funding agreement between the County of Sacramento and the owners group. I received a letter at the end of October, a certified letter in the mail describing this planned project. And something that I noticed right away was the fact the County of Sacramento logo was on the letter. And that troubled me. I immediately contacted the County of Sacramento to ask exactly what part they were playing in this development.
Could you
Also,
wrap up? Your time's about up.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
sure.
yes, thank you.
My point is that while I tried to find out exactly what the relationship of the county was to this project, it was very, very difficult as it was. So I would like to ask you, please, not to authorize the planning director to sign the funding agreement as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, Jennifer, I just wanted to follow on your point. So when you got the letter and you followed up, just finish the rest of the story about what
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I was asked to send a copy, to scan the letter and send it to Sacramento County, which I did. I did not hear back. I sent it by email. I followed up maybe more than 20 times with phone calls and once an actual visit. And finally, during my actual visit, I was advised to contact the Bob Thomas Group. I didn't feel comfortable doing that because I felt like this might give the impression that I was somehow interested in it or that I agreed with it, and I didn't want my thoughts to be misconstrued. So then I went, for example, to the Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, where I thought maybe I could get more information about that, and I noticed that the chairman of that council is the consultant for the Thomas Law Group that we had the pleasure of hearing today.
Okay.
So, I just feel like maybe this is, just a very close, to me, standing from the outside, as just a person who is a landowner in an area that doesn't show my piece of property at all.
Thanks for the explanation. If I could just, we're going to hear other public testimony, but I think Todd, maybe to, as we get to the conclusion of the public comments, some reiteration of the process, because you talk about, the whole outreach effort and so forth, and, whatever effort's been done thus far, and how, whether it's Jennifer or anybody else, can have assurances, solid assurances that whether it's you or some other planner, assuming we initiate this, are the points of contact as it relates to the county's consideration review of this versus anything maybe advocated by the landowners group and or their representatives, because I think that integrity in that process is so very, very important. And again, the process we're using, I'll just say, is not one that we haven't utilized for probably a better part of 2 decades in this county, but it's one that I think it needs to have those firewalls that have described, at least for your concerns, and maybe others will hear. And so I think it's really important from the standpoint of the get-go. I mean, we can't do anything about what happened yesterday or that communication, but certainly going forward. And I guess, Todd, I would just ask you, take some time at the conclusion of the public testimony to outline that. It's talked about a bit, at least in general terms, in the staff report, but I think that's very, very important for Jennifer and anybody else in their engagement in what may happen in the future. So.
Supervisor Natoli, if you don't mind, I'd like to just point out a basic adoption of the name of this area as the name of the project. We went from calling this area the Boot to calling it the Upper West Side Project, which is already the name of the project. Why are we calling the area by the name of this project if there isn't already a great sympathy for it? You know, I mean, I'm just looking at it objectively from the outside.
Understood. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cernak.
Thank you. I appreciate Supervisor Natoli calling out the request of staff to, at the end of public testimony, address some of these issues, especially the ones about outreach process. In some cases, there's a legal requirement that residents be notified from a certain distance away from the plan area. So I would like Todd to be thinking about explaining the distinction between those things at the appropriate time to chime in and reference that. Just a couple procedural things. It would be very helpful for me, for those that are going to be speaking today, to give me an idea. You don't have to give me your address, give us your address, but if you can let me know generally where you live, what subdivision, that kind of lets me understand the geographic juxtaposition of where you're living combined with what your disposition is regarding the proposal. And then lastly, I just want to make clear, you may see or hear me typing. I'm not ignoring you. I'm not doing web searches. I'm typing notes from your testimony. So just want to make that abundantly clear. Thank you.
Karen O'Hare. Karen will be followed by Stanley Stewart.
Does this go? Oh, can you hear me?
It rises.
Just a little taller. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Kennedy and members of the board. I'm Karen O'Hare. I've lived in Natomas since 1979, and I'm part of an ad hoc group of residents from Westlake, West Shore, and Sundance Lake area who are concerned about the safety and noise issues at the airport. This process contemplates development of what has traditionally been designated Airport Strategic Reserve in the airport's master plan. In addition, this proposed development is also incompatible with the airport land use plan and the county's current low-density zoning in that area, agricultural zoning. The county wisely instituted these measures to allow the airport to operate efficiently while still protecting its residents and minimizing safety and noise issues. It would be a travesty to allow the good work that the county did to maintain this reserve and low-density agricultural areas for a safety buff and noise buffer at the end of the airport, to let that go down the drain. It would be very sad. I disagree with the proponents that this is the right project at the right time. It is not the right project, and I hope you do not initiate the process to begin master plan here. Do you have any questions?
Questions? Thank you. Stanley Stewart, followed by Leilania Rothenberger.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kennedy, members of the board. I'm Stanley Stewart. I live at 3077 Garden Highway, a little bit south of San Juan Road, across the street from the Upper West Side. And I have two issues I'd like your board to take into consideration throughout this process. The first issue is the plans show a street connecting the development to the Garden Highway, about 3/4 of a mile south of San Juan Road. I believe this would be a huge mistake, considering the Garden Highway is a misnomer. It's a substandard width road up on a levee with no shoulders. And it's already been impacted severely by the Metro Air Park development east of the airport with the Amazon Fulfillment Center going into operation. We've got traffic now who comes down Power Line Road onto the Garden Highway and into town. We've got cars, trucks, semi-tractor trailers, because an intersection with Power Line Road and Interstate 5, adjacent to Metro Air Park, has not been installed. So, if the Upper West Side project ultimately goes through, please do not approve any streets connecting the Garden Highway from the developed area. Ingress and egress on El Centro Road on the east and San Juan Road on the north should be adequate. The second issue is the existing streets and roads of El Centro Road and West El Camino are inadequate currently. It's bottlenecked every rush hour. And so if this project is approved, we're going to need 3 lanes in each direction on West El Camino from Orchard over to where it ends at El Central Road to handle all the traffic. I mean, in addition to all the traffic, we have semi-tractor trailers backing up on West El Camino trying to get into the truck stop. Because the economy is doing so well, we have a lot of tractor trailers moving goods around. And I observe this almost on a daily basis when I travel through there. So thank you for your consideration on these 2 issues throughout the project. That's all I have.
Great, thank you, sir. Lilania Rothenberger.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Kennedy and members of the board. My name is Lilania Rothenberger. I'm here to represent the Natomas Unified School District. Thank you. County of Sacramento goes forward with approving the initiation of this master plan process. The school district requests that we be considered for every part of how this plan will plan for schools. I did notice in their preliminary plan that they have some school sites shown. However, we need to discuss more how big the properties are, when they'll take place, how they're phased, so that they appropriately meet the needs of the Natomas Unified community and students.
Great, thank you. And now I apologize if I'm going to get this name terribly wrong. Don Fraulub?
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name correctly?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Donald Fraulub. I live on the Garden Highway.
Well, good for me.
I wanted to address the issue. One of the issues fundamentally is that in this brochure that was given out, it's really a nice brochure. It's got 58 pages, and it's not until it gets to page 55 that there's any indication of attempting to meet the criteria as set forth under Policy 127 for expanding the boundary of the urban park. And even then, it seems to fall short of being able to identify 6 of the criteria. It can only manage to come up with a basis for 4 of them, which means that there are 2 that they can't meet. And yet what they really want you to do is to take them off the hook with regard to these criteria by having the board proceed to set it forth. The criteria that I'm most concerned with is that which deals with the habitat. And looking at what they have attempted to reserve for the habitat or the greenbelt area is about 1/3 of what was designed under the general plan. And it's inadequate to protect the raptors and the other species of birds, and also all kinds of aquatic life that exist in that area. So I would request that the board not proceed with this, at least not proceed until such time as they can adequately demonstrate that they have met all of the 6 criteria set forth in LU 127.
Thank you, sir. Again, I apologize in advance. Jansen, okay, Tab, thank you.
Members of the board, Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. My name is Jansen Tan. I'm a resident of Sundance Lake. This is my first time ever to attend such a meeting, a public meeting, but I think this is a cause that I cannot idly sit by. I belong to a coalition of Sundance, Westlake, and West Shore residents that are very concerned about this project, and our concern is about safety. Safety because currently the land that's currently being under consideration for the initiation of this Upper West Side planning process is a strategic reserve, and current zoning provides an open area under flight paths that minimize safety risks and noise abatement for existing residents. This is an area that's directly right after the flight path of aircrafts taking off. As representatives from Natomas know, currently there are noise issues with Sundance Lake, West Lake, and West Shore. Planes take off hundreds of times daily, especially during the summer. And these planes take off at such low altitudes, one neighbor exclaimed it was like Pearl Harbor. Right now, these neighborhood associations are working with the FAA and the airport, county airport management to talk with the FAA to change the current flight paths because of NextGen, which changed flight paths in 2015 that now currently fly over these neighborhoods to go back to these open spaces. If we build or initiate this project, that option will be gone. In terms of safety, members of the board and Mr. Chairman, the issue is, I don't have to, repeat this statistic. Sacramento has the #1 incidence for bird strikes. Without this open space, where would the planes land? We don't have the Hudson River. The issue here is one of safety, noise abatement, and environmental concerns.
Can you wrap up?
Yes, so we humbly request the board to oppose and not initiate this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Grachin?
Good afternoon, board members. I'm a North Natomas resident and have been actively watching this for more than 30 years in my roles working for the Local Agency Formation Commission and Sacramento County's Planning and Environmental Review and SAFCA. And through that time, I've learned a lot about the project site. And included in that knowledge is the knowledge that the airport itself needs locations where the planes can move and where they can fly. And when they have to make choices from the air traffic control tower, where I've been before, we don't want them to have to choose all of the southerly flights over urban areas. With this project, that's exactly what we'd be doing. And I know that in the mid-'80s and maybe around '86 and '87, we were actually condemning property around the airport and using eminent domain and doing different things to try to clear space around the airport. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to create that kind of hardship on residents and then come through later and actually begin to take the land which we thought was safe and put people there. So I would make the argument that that's unwise. The second argument has to do with agricultural land. This land, one of the characteristics that's most important about it is that the water comes up to the surface fairly closely. Often, with these rains going on, we might find the water table rising up. In periods of extreme drought, we can expect that the water can be tapped, that these farmers can turn to wells for water, but we can't guarantee that in the South County or in other agricultural areas that would remain open. So I feel that this particular land is too precious to be usurped after so many years of careful consideration. And as I noted in my letter, in 1964, the entire North County, all of Natomas, was designated for urban uses. That's in the 1964 general plan, and of course that was rescinded, removed, and changed because after study, the Board of Supervisors could see that it was not the appropriate location for all this development.
Can you wrap up, please?
Okay. So I'm noticing that piecemeal we're taking steps to undo those actions of the board. We're converting unnecessarily, I think, land. And the reason it's important, if you believe in the benefits of agricultural land, agricultural production, and so forth, you know that, or I believe, that the economics, the benefits of this project cannot outweigh its costs. And I think that's an important thing because economics are... Anyway, I sent in comments that deal with habitat conservation and so forth, but I don't want to take any more of your time, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Z. Wayne Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. I'm Z. Wayne Johnson. I'm the president of River Oaks Community Association, ROCA. On it, our boundaries are from basically Gateway Oaks, the I-5 ramps, back to the I-80 ramps, out to Garden Highway. And so we're directly adjacent to the proposed project area on it. I will tell you that over the course of about the last 10 to 15 days, I've been bombarded by comments, from our residents and citizens, and our board just recently convened to meet and discuss the project further as well. And as such, we, the ROCA board and community, would urge you to not move forward on a currently proposed reference plan based upon the concerns that have been eloquently expressed in the February 21st letter from the Sierra Club, the ECOAST, the Environmental Council of Sacramento, and Habitat 2020. We support the concerns raised there vis-a-vis the environmental impacts and habitat issues and the continuation of those agreements that were previously reached between responsible government agencies and regulatory authorities on it. Therefore, that were reached after much public involvement, and we trust that you will vote to uphold the integrity of those agreements and regional plans. We wish to also amplify the environmental and habitat concerns of the joint letter with the fact that the proposed development not only would negate those earlier agreements, but also would greatly exacerbate, as you've heard from other speakers, the rush hour capacity of the I-80 on and off ramps, the I-5 ramps as well, the weave, stacking, and turning lane congestion adjacent to the 49ers truck stop on it, as well as emergency evacuation planning and roadway capacity to evacuate in the advent of a natural disaster or other disaster that would happen that would require evacuation on it. ROCA is not opposed to all development adjacent and or within the urbanized boundaries, as evidenced by our support and work with the developers for the Beezer, the Cove project, as well as the Sunrise Luxury Apartments, the Core project.
Can you wrap up? Can you wrap up, please?
I surely will.
Thank you.
Consistent with existing and publicly vetted plans and agreements, ROCA would urge you to, in concert with the city, pursue aggressive use of infill housing projects within the urban zone. This, we believe, would be a prudent use of resources, provide opportunities for varied housing types and densities, and validate the guidance the public and its elected officials have previously raised. The city has been moving forward in this direction, and we would urge a continued partnership to have that happen.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? How you doing?
No questions.
No? So, okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's MJ Kelly.
My name is MJ Kelly, and I'm a resident of Garden Highway. I'm here in behalf of Gib Holwell, who is our president, and he has sent you an email, and I will leave it right here on the side. It is a lengthy email. I'm not going to read it. I do have the same concerns that you've all listened to. And my main one would be the traffic. It is very unbearable. Garden Highway is a misnomer. It is not a highway. It is a sand levee. And it is, as we see with Amazon, has become more and more dangerous. Cars bulleting by at 70 miles an hour. Now with this project proposed, we're going to have more traffic. I know they talked about their loop and their electric cars, but that's not transportation. Transportation is going to be from that area downtown and through our neighborhood. I'm also concerned about agriculture and habitat and the airport and all the issues that have been stated before, so I'm not going to go into those. I will leave this here for you. He did apologize. Our president is a pilot, and he's not here today, but he has given me this to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, MJ.
Jim Packel.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kennedy and members of the board. My name is Jim Paschal. I'm here speaking on behalf of Friends of the Swenson Hawk. Jude Lamar will also speak. There are basically three problems with the project. First, I should point out remind people that the project is located in a deep flood basin, Natomas Basin, that lacks even 100-year flood protection. A99 is a nice status to have, but you still don't have even 100-year flood protection. The Corps estimates that it might complete the levees by 2024. That assumes it's got the money to do it and that the cost estimates are correct. Quite honestly, I don't think you should even consider any major new development in Natomas until such time as you really do have flood protection, because the state's going to require 200-year flood protection. That's just the reality. And if you don't get that, you're not going to be able to go forward. It is outside, it's an expansion of the county urban services boundary, which was established after a good deal of discussion and study for the purpose of developing infrastructure within a reasonably compact urban area. It has been the basis for the very county infrastructure plans, air quality plans, transportation plan, is all rests on the urban service boundary. And other purpose is to protect agriculture and habitat. And finally, it would undermine the existing Natomas Basin Habitat Conservation Plan, which I believe that was mentioned to some extent in the staff report. That is a very long, drawn-out negotiation process. We didn't particularly like it, but it's working so far. But it relies on the assumption that development will be confined to 17,500 acres covered by the plan, and development beyond that of any significance would undermine the plan's ability to mitigate for impacts. And I might add that one of the beneficiaries of the plan—
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, is Metro Air Park, which is a county, is in the county receives the benefit of it. You undermine the HCP, and you might be undermining Metro Air Park's ability to mitigate and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jude Lamar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity. The question is, why now? There are many reasons not to go forward with this initiation. There's plenty of land available in the county. There's plenty of land near transit today that exists today to develop. I question why the standards of 127 aren't applied to initiation. That wasn't explained in the hearing. What I want to bring to the board's attention are the optics of this, optics of why now. The reason is we have Mr. Trump in the White House. We have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service hobbled, disabled. They're not able to do their job according to the laws passed by Congress. What you will do today by approving this initiation is to give a hunting license to your landowners and their representatives, the consultants, et cetera, the lawyers, to go back to Washington and bend the Trump administration to their cause, which is to disrupt the Natomas Basin Habitat Conservation Plan, to put an end to the county's general plan policies protecting ag and open space. So there are a couple of important things, Area B and the Swainson's Hawk Zone. Those are policy decisions made in the conservation strategy that are absolutely critical to protecting the wildlife in our region, and particularly in Natomas Basin. You talk about an outreach plan. That is an insult to us because we must now participate in order to protect our interests in a plan that totally subverts the plan for habitat conservation in the region. It means going to hearings like this and getting 2 minutes to speak, and I haven't finished what I came to say. You're burning up people's time and attention, and the optics are not going to go away. When these people succeed in turning the Trump administration to making the mark on this community and this county, we will have you to thank. Please don't disrespect the environment, the wildlife, the environmental community by initiating this process, which simply wastes a lot of people's time and effort and money. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Neil Clark.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Clark, and I live on the Garden Highway. I've been a resident of the county for 26 years. I've never gone to a board meeting, didn't know how to get there, and ran from my parking lot in the rain to get here because I felt I needed to speak. This project, to me, I read it. I only got a notice that you're having the board meeting. I didn't get any other documentation on it. I had to get that by researching it with my wife's help. And what I see, this is overreach, and this is to profit a few people. I thought to myself, I'd like to see what this is all about. I don't know why these people are doing it, but at the beginning of this meeting, I found out why. The 6 families or the people that were named that are behind the project, they're the farm owners that own all the farm acreage that's environmentally sensitive, that needs to be there. Those people don't want planes flying over them. Everything that these people said, those farmers are not allowed to sell that land. The RD 1000 just took through eminent domain a farmer, which is right across the street from me on the Garden Highway. They took his land, they paid him roughly a couple $1,000s an acre, and in last week's Sacramento Bee, residential single property acreage goes for $300,000 plus. And they made him sell for a couple $1,000s. These other farmers that are on that land, they saw that happen, they saw it coming, and they should not be selling that land. It's the best use for that land. And I just think it's a mistake to approve this because it's just overstated. For example, on page 22, it says it's an infill project. There's nothing on the east-west to infill. It's the Garden Highway. There's no sewer, there's no water, there's no gas, there's no electricity, there's no anything. What's the infill? There's lots of properties in Natomas that could be infilled, and this is not the best use of your time or our taxpayer dollars because this is not the best place to use those resources. So I propose that we do not move forward with this until it is at least revised so that it makes more sense.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Rick Locke.
Howdy. Hi. Up, right? Up. So I'm grateful for your service. You often have a thankless job. Thank you for doing it. And that brings up first bullet point. There is absolutely a cost to the county of Sacramento. You're it. Somewhere in the statement this morning or this afternoon was, this is no initial cost to the county. That's a misstatement just by the fact that you have people on salary. I live in West Shore. I'm new to the neighborhood. I'm new to Sacramento County. And I wasn't notified of this meeting. I'm surprised. That's my biggest alarm right now. The next thing is, so I resonate with everything that's been said so far. And ironically, Santana Row was a reference point. Santana Row is the place to avoid during the holidays. You can't get in, you can't get out. And that's what you're about to build right now, is Santana Row in Sacramento. I can't endorse that. I urge you not to endorse or allow this project to move forward until you actually notify the residents who are going to be impacted by this. That hasn't been achieved. I'm evidence of that. Yeah, that's, oh. And I'm not up here because of a NIMBY issue. This is an infrastructure issue. You don't have the infrastructure right now to support what's going on in this county. Just going out 80 on a Saturday, all day long, it's backed up. What are you going to do when you add all these new additional residents to this area? It won't work. If you really want to throw the county for a curveball, make it a homeless encampment. Take care of the homeless. Take care of that first. Don't move forward with this, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Rick, before you sit down, I wanted to ask you a question. So you said you didn't get notice. How did you find out about the meeting? I'm just curious since...
A neighbor of mine in West Shore, who also appears to not have gotten a notice, has a brother who lives in Whittier Ranch, and he got a notice. Okay. So he sent me a picture of it.
Okay, good. Thanks.
That is all of the cards I have for public testimony, which brings it back to the board. Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you. And I just, again, want to remind folks, I've been taking copious notes about the various points that have been made. And I do want to start by expressing my appreciation to not only my constituents, but my neighbors. I think some know my wife and I are original home buyers in Westlake, and so we've been Natomas residents for over 16 years now, so I am very familiar not just with the planning process, because that is my background as a trained planner, urban planner, but as a resident of that part of our county as well. I know that our offices, all 5 of ours, have been inundated with emails as of late. Many of them, quite frankly, form emails, which I can appreciate because not everyone has the time to compose their own transmittal to address their grievances or concerns with the board. We still consider those very valid, and I appreciate the time and energy that folks took to participate in reaching out to all 5 of us, to staff, participating in various outreach efforts that have taken place to date from the various neighborhoods that have been mentioned here today. I appreciate the fact that you took time to come out to this hearing today. I know that there was an initial request to have this hearing held in the evening. I'm going to address that a little bit later after we hear from some of my colleagues. But let me start by addressing kind of the process, because I think that's incredibly important. It's relative, it's germane. It's why I asked some of the questions I did before we even had a chance to hear from the public. This is not to minimize or dismiss the fact that people have some already developed strong feelings about this proposal. But the process today is the starting point. It's not the ending point. It's not the middle of the process. And it's not a process that transpires over the course of days, weeks, or months, sometimes even years. It goes on for decades sometimes. That's why I asked some of the, quite frankly, admitted leading questions I did of staff in terms of the incredible challenge that there is to pursue a project of this scale in this particular county and what's involved. And especially in an area where you have an active habitat conservation plan. It's the reason why that the project proponent will tell you, and I suspect if he comes back to the podium to address questions by the board members, that there's been a consistent theme to our discussions to date about this proposal, and that is there is absolutely full disclosure, at least with this 20% of the board, and that is you proceed at your own risk. There is absolutely no guarantee. That's why I insisted that the board letter be very transparent with the public, that there is no guarantee. I've seen it happen both as a professional before my time on the board, as a project manager, happen many times, not just in Sacramento County. It's the risk you run when you pursue the attempt to change land uses and to do it at a fairly grand scale. I do think that many of the concerns that were brought up, whether they be habitat, whether they be airport noise and safety, whether they be flood protection, all extremely valid concerns that I have, that I share with you. We don't really understand the nature of what those challenges are until the commencement of further study. It's kind of a cart and horse situation. I am not, again, probably has much to do with my background as a planner, I am not subscribing to the theory that I can presume from a PowerPoint and from a single board letter and from minutes of testimony that I know every nuance facet of this proposal, this project. I have no clue what the environmental impacts are. I have no clue what changes might occur in the course of back and forth between our planning staff, back and forth between stakeholder groups, contributions from neighborhoods themselves, neighbors themselves. As I referenced in my earlier comments, there may be a very quick conclusion to this if it's the will of the board to move forward today, because there may be too high a hurdle in the not too distant future where the no-go decision ends the pursuit of this. So there is lots to be said about attrition when it comes to an initiative like this, an effort like this. But what the project proponent is requesting, with the full disclosure, both politically and technically, that this is an extremely risky pursuit, is to simply take the next step to begin to vet what the impacts are, what the prospect is for everything from aesthetic design to habitat protection. And I, as a planner, it would run cross-grain to my training, to my fundamental understanding of good planning, quite frankly, to simply throw up my hands and say, don't even start. I don't want you to even understand what those things are. I don't want you to understand. I don't want to be armed with information. That's not my job. My job is to be armed with information. That should not be confused with some early endorsement of a process and a project when we're at the first second of years of analysis and continuing hearings and very transparent back and forth with the community. And so for those reasons, I think it is incumbent upon us today to, again, with all the various caveats, just to beat that dead horse a little more, that this is an incredibly challenging pursuit. If I had to wager today, if you said, you tell us what the odds are, you give us the over-under, Supervisor Cerna, on this, I wouldn't be doing it. I wouldn't be putting my money on it. I will tell you this, that if you look at even some of the language in the slideshow by the proponent, there's verbiage such as, we'll try to achieve the goal of. Now, this is the district I represent. I am most answerable to the people that have come to this podium today, have taken time out of their day to be here, have taken the time to write emails to me. And I will tell you today, at the very outset of this process, that's not good enough. Don't give me, we hope, okay? Don't give me, we want. You're either gonna have a net zero energy consumptive community or you're not. You're either gonna have hardwired chargers for zero emission vehicles in all the homes for all the households in this project, or you're not. You're either gonna beat and exceed what other master planning efforts in this county have pursued in the past in terms of percent of open space and habitat that is preserved, or you're not. I don't want to hear about goals. I don't want to hear we're going to try. First meeting, we come back, again, if it's the will of this board to move forward today, first meeting, I start hearing these aspirational objectives, red flags go up for me. Let's not forget, I was the lone no vote on this board when it came to a project called Cordova Hills. And I was a lone no vote on that project for what I still believe were very valid and good reasons. Not the least of which, there was this ethereal promise by the project proponent, the developer, that we're going to have a university. Okay, and board, you should approve our project, including moving some of the urban services boundary for that project, because we got this unique amenity. That hasn't come to fruition. People can promise things all day long. I'm not interested in promises. You're either going to do it or you're not. And I've said it to the face of the project proponent and the representative. This thing is going to have to be so damn good. It's going to have to be such an exceptional plan. It's going to be gracing the covers of the American Planning Association Journal. It is going to be a model. It's not going to be some aspirational plan. That's the only way that this will continue to get my attention. So, in all fairness to the project proponent, I'm willing to support staff's recommendation today to take the next steps with all the understanding and all the preface that I just issued. And I'll put that in the form of a motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Chair will second. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just certainly hearing from my colleague, Mr. Cerna, and I appreciate his input, obviously, as being the representative from the area in which the proposal is being sought to initiate. And I guess I wanted to just, well, one thing, I just, not to make any correction to what he said, but I do believe that Cordova Hills was entirely within the urban services boundary, if I'm not mistaken. But it did require, I think, UPA to be amended.
I think you're right.
But I did want to, but I think it was important because in my comments, and I won't be long, but I just, going back a generation ago, and some in this room will recall, some of the same folks that are here today were there then when an application under a different general plan context was allowed to be made, actually went through all the environmental vetting, and came to hearing several years from the time it was submitted. It was known as Deer Creek Hills then, and it was proposed 2,000 unit development north of Rancho Murrieta in the district that I represented at the time. And again, there was a lot of time spent in these chambers, and there were no guarantees in that process, and ultimately the board at the time, the majority rejected that project on a 3-2 vote. I make that note is because in that case, the project proponents actually took it to the ballot, and I think the board action that was taken at the time was further confirmed because nearly 80% of the folks in the county voted to reject the growth initiative that was actually taken to the voters. I only cite that is that I think to the point that Supervisor Stern is making, and certainly some of you understand this very well, both on the development and applicant side, but certainly on the side of those who advocate for open space and environment, for agriculture and such, that there aren't any guarantees. And certainly over the years in these chambers, a number of development projects have been debated, some have been approved and some have been denied. But I mentioned the high profile one because that was a good example of folks who spent a tremendous amount of money. The environmental documents were several inches thick. These chambers were full of folks that were both opposed and in some cases supportive of that project. And again, this board ultimately rejected it, and so did the voters on a subsequent vote. Most items do not go to a vote of the people. I would just say, too, that there's something in this staff report that I want to draw attention to, and then I'll conclude my comments, but I think it's really important. I think as Todd outlined, and I would just ask before we actually get to a vote that we could at least have a little more explanation about the public outreach process that Mr. Cerna spoke to and that one of the speakers spoke to very early on. But I want to just draw attention on page 12, and I'm just going to read a very brief portion of it. It says that it's staff's qualitative assessment that Sacramento County's current interests are much the same as when the Natomas Joint Vision MOU was adopted in December of 2002, some 17 years ago, or nearly 17 years ago. The issues and concerns regarding open space, economic development, and future growth outlined in the MOU are still relevant today. Sacramento County remains committed to sound planning, principles that result in protection of the airport from urban encroachment and wildlife attractors, open space preservation to enhance quality of life, continuation of productive agriculture, and the creation of high-quality communities. And since the adoption of that joint vision, additional issues have emerged, such as climate change, sustainability, and climate resiliency, as well as secure and sustainable water supply, protection from flooding, and other variabilities relative to climate. I raise that and point that out because it's really important. Those are some of the hurdles that a project that's been proposed that they're seeking to initiate today will have to overcome through the hearing process, address, as Mr. Supervisor Cerna very adamantly stated. And I think those are very, very high hurdles. I've sat on this board now, I'm in my 25th year. Land use planning is very serious. It's very permanent. It has impacts certainly on those landowners who propose it, but it also has impacts on the broader community, and whether it's traffic, housing density, affordability of housing, jobs, certainly open space and agriculture. All of those things need to be taken into consideration. And I guess I would just sum my comments by saying that I've been one who, again, throughout the years have been willing to allow folks to submit applications. In the district I represent is south of the American River, but includes a lot of certainly the new growth areas, but is the predominantly the area where agriculture, open space, the Habitat Conservation Plan is now in place. It includes the Delta. And so I think the understanding of the issues are ones that can be applied to this area. There are some similarities as well. But I would say that if folks are of the mind that they want to, and they can meet certain criteria from the onset to at least submit an application, and I'm willing to allow them to do that. I agree certainly with one of the commenters that yes, it will require an investment of time and energy by those who will continue to, I'm sure, not only track the project, but stated opposition today will continue to make those concerns and comments known through the process. And it's not to be a waste of time, but I do think that certainly under the rules of our general plan and so forth, allowing folks to make an application is certainly something that is worth considering. And in my view, I'm prepared to support the initiation or the application to accept the initiation. But I think I would just close that, as Mr. Cerna so eloquently stated, this is proceed at your own risk because there are no guarantees in the land use process. And I imagine it's going to be several years before this board, assuming it were to go to that point, would actually see this for some consideration that would be actually have the full plate before us to consider the merits or the lack thereof of a project of this magnitude. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, we have a very highly qualified motion and a second.
Actually, sorry, can I just had Flo pull the resolution for me. I just wanted to note that on the recommended action, the resolution, which is before the board, does three things. It's initiate the specific plan process, direct the planning director to assemble and convene a technical advisory committee, and authorize the planning director to sign the funding agreement. Those are all in the resolution. The other two recommendations, 2 and 3, I don't think are in the resolution, so those are still a recommendation before the board, but they're not within that resolution.
Great, thank you.
Now.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
I apologize, my button wasn't working very easily here.
All right.
Just say, I'm going to support the motion. The project has a lot of things to recommend it in that it is infill and it's near infrastructure, and we are looking to have projects like that that keep people from moving to Plumas County and then driving into Sacramento to work. But it also has some real challenges in the habitat and economic justice areas. So I'll look forward to getting the answers to those questions and more later down the road.
Supervisor Natoli.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to see if we could have Mr. Smith, Todd, if he could respond to the public outreach portion, just so people, yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, for that reminder. I do have a couple of points that I want to respond to, and I'm categorizing them into essentially 3 parts. One is the notification process, whether that's through mail notices or other means. 2 is the funding agreement concerns, and ultimately the integrity of the process. So starting with notification process. So state law requires us to go 500 feet. That's the minimum. For projects of this magnitude, our intent is to expand that so that we reach whoever needs to be reached. And I appreciate Supervisor Cerna, your point earlier about the environmental justice element. We're learning as part of that process, outreach can be different depending on the community we're trying to reach. Not everybody subscribes to an email list. Not everybody pays close attention to what comes in the mail. Some people pay more attention to, say, social media or things like that. So we're learning as we go as part of that process that outreach needs to be different depending on who we're trying to reach.
Can I just interject here real quick? Because we had at least one speaker, Rick, forgive me, I didn't catch your last name.
Locke.
Mr. Locke. So he mentioned that he had a friend, I believe, that was noticed in Woodard Ranch, but he's in West Shore. He did not get the notice. They did.
Right.
I suspect that has to do with the 500 feet,
Correct.
correct? Okay.
And we can obviously expand the list to however big it needs to be to reach whoever it needs to
Yeah,
reach.
so-
We have no objection to that.
So at my insistence, I'm going to just tell you right now that either you figure out what that magic number is, whether it's 1,000 feet, a quarter mile, what have you, or I'm going to come up with an appropriate distance of my own and give it to you.
No
Okay?
problem.
Thank you.
So that's the notification process. One thing I want to mention, another thing related to that, we will be setting up a project website where we will post available information along the way. And we'll be able to send that out and let people know where to find that information. Regarding the funding agreement, and this is closely related, at least in my mind, to the integrity of the process. The commenter raised the question about the perception, essentially, that I'm paraphrasing, that this essentially pays staff salaries. So the planning department has worked, I think Supervisor Natoli, you mentioned this, for the last couple of decades on a fee-for-service basis. This is no different in that it covers not just the planning department, but other staff department time. And with all due respect to the commenter and the optics of that, I do take offense as staff. And again, I mean no disrespect to the individual who raised that issue, but from staff's perspective, we're not here to do developers' work. We're here to implement the general plan. We're here to do work that best serves the citizens of the county. And our job is to provide a transparent and consistent information to the decision makers, yourselves, as well as the public. Again, I mean no disrespect to the individual who made that comment. I want to just make that on the record.
In a similar vein, someone mentioned earlier too, are the salaries of the Board of Supervisors, and we're getting paid what we're getting paid based on state law. In fact, we get paid as a percent of Superior Court judges' salaries. So I think it's actually in our charter, but we're getting paid what we get paid, regardless of whether we have 10 projects in front of us or no projects in front of us.
Right. And there are a few provisions in the funding agreement that identify that this is not a guarantee of a certain outcome. There's no guarantee of a schedule. There are provisions for resolving disputes or disagreements over technical studies. The county has the option to peer review, to hire independent consultants for if there's an issue that needs to get resolved that way. That's what is consistent among all of our funding agreements. We have all those options available to us.
One last thing as to the motion. With the motion, I want to also give a clear direction to staff that one of the first things that resonated with me in terms of the community transmittals that we received, their first request was for an evening meeting because of the inconvenience of being here in the middle of the day. I want us to give very thoughtful consideration to which hearings, meetings, convenings that are associated with this project that will occur in the future, perhaps some of the more watershed moments if we even get that far. And those I want scheduled for the evening so that the community has the convenience of being here if they so choose, and they don't have to interrupt their work days or being at school or what have you. I think that's a fair way to move forward in terms of making this as transparent and open and welcoming a process for my neighbors and for my constituents as possible.
Understood.
Thanks.
Supervisor Kennedy, I just want to clarify one thing. I do appreciate Todd saying about the comment that was made, but I think the underlying issue there is that if there's any information that the residents need, we are absolutely available whenever they want to come by to our office, planning, see what work we're doing and what we're being compensated for. So I want to make sure when we have public here today that anytime you want to see that, we can do it. It's not the first time that we've had issues like that come up. Supervisor Natoli's in district, we had Mather South where we have folks come up with similar issue. We've made the same offer, and sometimes folks have taken us up on it. Anything they need to see, we'll show it to them. But I want to recommit to this board and to the citizens that are here that our obligation is to the process is to bring you the best recommendation. If it's being paid, some of the stuff that gives the appearance that our staff's getting paid from the developer has to get the work done because we don't put general fund in it, but that does not compromise what we bring back to you, and we do not bring any bias into the process on who's giving us the money to get the reports done.
And if I could just say that anything that bears our logo should either be vetted with our staff or there should be information so that the Jennifers of the world or anybody else, when they make a first call to the county, they can get information that is accurate and that we know, so there's not any disconnect with regards to that. You know, what the applicants do on their own time or money and how they do their outreach, that's one thing that's going to be coordinated, but I would just say that that's very critical because that reference was made, and anything that bears the county's logo that has any official sanction, or if people take that liberty, then that needs to be a consideration. I'm not saying that's what occurred, but
I think Supervisor Natoli, there is a instance that our logo did get out, and I think through Todd and planning and our communication office, the applicants were told that the county logo is for a county product, and if we're going to have something joint, that's something we'll bring back to the board, so that way it's totally transparent on what we're doing and not just a behest of somebody.
Any other comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you all for being here today. All right, item 39, we are an hour and 15 minutes behind.
Item 39 is recommendation of approval of a zoning code amendment to amend chapters 1 and 7 to address continuation of uses made non-conforming by amendments. The environmental determination is exempt.
I always forget how to. Would you like me to go? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Jessica Brandt with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review. I'm here to present our requested amendments to the Sacramento County Zoning Code relating to non-conforming uses. Some background on this, the Sacramento County Development Code, which was adopted in 2015, was a major update to the zoning code that reclassified, consolidated, or otherwise modified the categorization of a large number of uses. In the years after adoption of the revised use tables that were part of this effort, planning staff found that the consolidations resulted in a number of existing uses being either no longer permitted or requiring entitlements. However, it does not appear that this result was intentional. Planning staff who worked on the update believe that this resulted from a policy decision to adopt the most conservative permitting approach for each consolidated use category. Businesses that are no longer permitted or that require additional entitlements are subject to Zoning Code Section 193, which is non-conforming use of land or buildings. Section 193 requires businesses to obtain what's called a Certificate of Non-Conforming Use, or NCS, to continue operation 5 years after a zoning change. The NCS process is designed to confer what we call legal non-conforming status for these businesses. The intent is to ensure that allowing the use or business that's now considered incompatible with the zoning designation that it's in, the continuation would not result in nuisance impacts. The application cost for an NCS is currently $1,081.58, and the review process takes about 6 to 8 weeks to complete. Staff have sent notifications to affected business owners during business license renewal since 2016 about this process.
Understandably, business owners have expressed concern regarding the additional permitting triggered not necessarily by issues with their business or their use, but by this administrative change to the zoning code. In response to this concern, planning staff is bringing forward zoning code amendments that would allow uses that meet certain criteria to establish their legal nonconforming status through grant of a zoning verification letter. The uses that would qualify to request the zoning verification letter are those that are not subject to new or additional use standards as part of a zoning code amendment and that are not listed in the zoning code table 3.7, which are uses subject to separation requirements. Staff is recommending zoning verification letters for these uses as opposed to going through a certificate of nonconforming use, because the zoning verification letter offers a reasonable compromise between imposition of cost and time to business owners and the county's ongoing practice of documenting the grandfathered status of businesses. Both the county and business and property owners benefit from having a written record of a use's legal nonconforming status. The zoning verification letter is simpler and faster than the NCS process. The current fee is $165.11. At its November 26th meeting, the County Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the zoning code amendments. The commission voted also to recommend waiving the fee for the letter as well. The cost, if the fee were to be waived, would be covered by our per general fund allocation. Staff has included both of these items in the recommended actions of the board letter. With that, staff is recommending that the board take the actions as outlined in the board letter, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jessica, for the presentation. I think the staff report and certainly your summation, gave a pretty accurate portrayal of what occurred. And those that were here, several of us, in 2015, when we heard the zoning code update, we went through several hearings and heard, that if there were some cleanup items, we'd come back and so forth. And I guess this is one of those items where, different than those uses that require separation, which you've certainly called out here, and those are some of the ones that may have other aspects to them that may be of issue in a community or a business setting. But this makes good sense, but I would say that this wasn't created by the small business owners who, in large part, there's probably 100 of them or so, or I think we did the math yesterday, maybe 75 to 100.
70, yeah.
Yeah. That this is something that I think that by virtue of the fact of the action this board took on the zoning code, development code update, which obviously was long overdue, that the $165.11 ought to be something that we bear at the county level for this, and we shouldn't charge for those letters. It seems to me, again, some of these are small businesses, and I just wanted to be clear that you used an example in page 3 of attachment 2 where uses that were business services that kind of folded in. Was that an example of where you had a locksmith that previously didn't require, and now the locksmith didn't change anything? I don't think he even changed the locks on his door. He or she was there, and we changed what the prescription was, and so therefore, even at the minimum, would have to get a letter.
Correct.
Assuming they were in the same place of business, we're doing what a locksmith does, and then have to pay $165.11 for that letter at today's rate. And so I just want to make sure that was the example. So in my view, and one, I support this, but secondly, I think that, and I said this to Mr. Gill yesterday, that I think that it's a modest amount of money, but one that I think that this county needs to bear the cost of that and incur the charges. That it wasn't created by they didn't change anything. We did, and these weren't obnoxious uses and or some that was problematic. You got rolled into the bigger picture, and this is basically cleaning up some of the items that were taken as a part of that overall package in 2015. Thanks.
Supervisor Peters.
Is that a motion, Don?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, and I support that. I think the county should absorb the fee. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Item 40 is the pavement condition report presentation.
Good afternoon. Reza Magisi, Department of Transportation. Today's item is the presentation of the county's pavement condition report. The report was prepared by Nichols Consulting Engineers, known as NCE. About a year ago, NCE was retained to upgrade the county's pavement management system, which took a significant effort to complete. The upgraded pavement management system has given us capabilities that we never had before in making decisions on cost analysis and pavement treatment options. With me today is NCE Vice President Margot Yep to give you an update on the status of our roadway network and to present the pavement condition report. After her presentation, DOT staff that are here will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Reza. Good afternoon, and since I know that the schedule is a little bit late, I will try not to dwell on the too techie details of my presentation. Let's make sure I know how to operate this thing. Okay. So as Reza said, what I'm here today is to give you a little update on where we are with the county's road network.
There we go.
Everyone? Okay. Just to give you a quick overview, one of the things that we like to do is to give a grade to the road network system, and I'm going to explain what kind of grade we're going to be doing. And then probably the most important part is towards the end is talking about the funding analysis and the needs that we prepare for you. So the first thing I wanted to share with you is Sacramento County has an awfully large road network. You've got about 4,700 lane miles. And as indicated in the staff report, if you were to drive every single lane of every single mile and every single road in the county, we would be in Ireland by the time we were done. It's the 8th largest county road network in California. But on this table, I have a lot of numbers, but really the only number I want to leave with you is that $5.5 billion. That's what the road network is worth. That's an asset value. It's probably one of the biggest assets owned in the county, and so it's no surprise then that with an asset that is valued at this number, it requires some funding, some level of funding to maintain it. In everything that we do, we like to grade things, and so we use something called the PCI, or the Pavement Condition Index, and it's a very simple scale, 0 to 100, with 100 being excellent or good, and 0 being very poor. And you can see on this table here that we've given you some breakdowns of what those descriptions are, as well as an estimate of how old the road would be by the time it reaches certain categories. And I wanted to share with you some photographs because I think that actually illustrates what these PCIs look better. So this is a road with a PCI of 74, and you can see it's actually in pretty good shape. There's one little crack going down the middle of the road, a little bit of raveling perhaps on the sides, but otherwise nice and smooth. If all of us were driving on this, if the road outside my house looked this good, we would probably be pretty happy. And then as time goes on and the impacts of traffic and the climate, roads deteriorate. Here you have a road with a PCI 59. And if you look closely, you can see now the road looks grayer, which means it's oxidizing, it's getting harder. And if it's harder, it means it's more brittle, which means then cracks begin to form. And as cracks form, then the pavement begins to deteriorate. And you can see that there's some cracking beginning to show up here. And if we don't do anything, we let it continue down to 34, and then onto this 125, you can see now this extensive cracking. And it's not just any cracking, this is alligator cracking, which as a pavement engineer, what I can tell you means that the structural failure. In other words, the thickness of the asphalt has been compromised from the top all the way down to the bottom. And really what that means from a financial point of view is that the repair is quite expensive. So what the county tries to use is a tool called the pavement management system, and like all tools, it tries to answer several questions, and there's lots of academic definitions, but I like to think of it as a fairly simplistic way of asking these 4 questions. What do we own? how many miles of roads do we have and what is it valued at, which I've just explained is about $5.5 billion. What condition is it in? And I'll show you some charts later. It's unfortunately the road network, it's not in great condition. And then probably for the last two bullets are the most important is, what are the repairs, where do we need to put them, and how much do we need to maintain them at different levels of service. So to give you some background and context, we started working with the public works staff, DOT staff back in 2017 to look at upgrading the software that was used as well as looking at the road conditions. And last year we completed reevaluating the entire road network, and then we developed some maintenance strategies to figure out what we need to fix. And we know, beginning in this whole process, we knew that we were not going to have enough money. So we looked at it in two ways. How much did we need? But also, given the existing money, what can we do to stretch those dollars? And so those maintenance strategies are intended to find ways to stretch the existing dollars that we have. And I think, any discussion about roads and money needs to spend a little bit of time on the historical context. I think most of you are probably familiar with the fact that most transportation money comes from the gas tax. The California gas tax was raised first in the early 1990s. We had 1990s, about 18 cents a gallon, and this has kind of fluctuated a little bit over time. But I think one of the things that is probably most telling is I have these two charts. This chart is from Caltrans, and it says that of the 18 cents per gallon that we first passed in the 1990s, by the time 2014 came around, it was really only worth about half its purchasing power due to the impacts of inflation, as well as the fact that cars have become much more fuel efficient. So that part dropped the revenue piece. But the other side of the equation is the cost of construction. And if you look at this chart, this is also data collected by Caltrans. This is the cost of essentially asphalt. In the same time period that the gas tax half its purchasing power, asphalt costs increased fivefold. These two factors alone basically just squeeze what the efforts of the DOT can do in terms of maintaining the road system. So if you look at the funding in the last 10 years, it's probably been, you can see it's fluctuating. Money comes from multiple sources. We've got the gas tax, we've got state and federal funding as well. But the key is that, one, it's a little volatile, it fluctuates, and that on average, we've got about $10 million a year. So the big game changer, of course, was in...
Excuse me, yes. Supervisor Cerna.
Yes. I just wanted, can you go back to the bar chart, please?
Yes.
You have categories for the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, right? Utility, SHRA. Mm-hmm. And you have a category for state and federal. Mm-hmm. When you have SHRA up there, I assume you mean Community Development Block Grant funding.
Correct. Some of those funds go to fund paving.
Tell me how this is not tell me how the state and federal doesn't double count the CDBG.
So the federal and state are primary transportation, which is FHWA money.
Okay,
yeah.
So they're
separate department.
Okay, but the SHRA money, it should be noted, that is pass-through money from the federal government.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like you might want to stay on that slide. We have some
Yes.
more. Supervisor Peters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. It's easy to see on this chart how much federal funding has been reduced, basically to nothing.
Correct.
And do you have a moment to explain what that is, if anyone's paying attention? What caused it?
The federal gas tax has not increased either, not for the last 20 years. In fact, I think California has been more successful at raising it than the feds. Most of the federal funding that goes to Caltrans. Really, state and local, if you look at it statewide, cities and counties, only about 10% of the funding comes from federal sources. It has traditionally not been the primary source. During the ARRA days...
That's not true according to your graph. If you look at 7, 8, and I mean the first 5 years on here, there's quite a bit of funding.
Right, so those came from the ARRA right after the recession when we got a significant chunk of money that came from the feds in order to jumpstart. If you remember the shovel-ready projects, right. But if we look at it over a 20-year kind of a time frame, it has usually been in the 10% range of cities and counties.
Okay, I think we need a more clear answer if,
okay.
In the future, when we when
I
this
think-
gets disseminated.
I think we can provide more. The point that she's making is accurate, that through historically, when you look at it, there's not a whole lot of state federal money that's come in, and there's the complication is that source has not grown either because the buying power has come down. But we can give you a little bit more detail as we get this information out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to, back to the same graph, please.
Oh, this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Because again, I think there's some things that are missing here. Over the last 3 years, the county, you only show 3.3 million local dollars, that's gas tax. We put $2 million in general fund in the last, I believe, in 3 successive years, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
And that money needs to show there. And that should be another box, because that was a historical move. Now, it may be well short of what's needed, but there is general fund dollars that needs to be accounted for. It was to go specifically to pavement maintenance.
Okay.
President Toley, I just noticed that when the graph was up there, we'll fix that graph, that we need to show the general fund contribution.
Because if I look at 16, 17, it was almost half of all the money that we had in the pot for that pavement maintenance that year. And I think it's a significant, again, it needs to be accounted for. Secondly, this shows for pavement maintenance.
Correct.
But there are federal dollars. We had $37 million in bridge replacement money that we have to match for. I don't know how that gets accounted for, but those are federal dollars. They haven't all come to us yet. They're there waiting for us to draw down on. And you show in years 13, 14, 14, 15, 16, 17, I don't know what the graph is for 18, 19, you don't show those federal dollars. Now, again, if this is entirely for pavement maintenance, then I get it. But there are federal dollars, our gas tax dollars or whatever funds, that are still coming back to this county for other aspects of the road system, and bridges are a part of that. And so, again, this is kind of a summary, but it needs to be accurate, because this is the information we're taking to the folks in our community, and I don't want to short sell or oversell it. So,
Mr. President, I think we will absolutely get the general fund piece in here, but the main point here, this is just the pavement maintenance. It's not the totality of what's coming in. What we were trying to look for is on pavement management, what kind of resources we have. We know the road conditions are not good, so we're setting the stage to kind of give you an idea the lack of resources that have come in, and not only that, the volatility that you see going up and down is that's the main point we're trying to get to you on this slide.
Right.
But we will correct the general fund and get you the right information.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, all the dollars we're talking about, oh, sorry.
I really would like a further explanation on how federal funding disappeared for 2 years and then came back for a year and then disappeared for a year.
We will do that.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
You may continue.
So obviously, I think the big news in the transportation or the paving world is SB1, which the governor signed into legislation back in 2017. And that added an additional 11.7 cents per gallon, and more importantly, it is indexed to inflation. So we see that as a biggest revenue source for paving maintenance. One of the things we also wanted to talk about, now that was the historical context. I think now what we want to move to where Sacramento is today. And if we look at the condition of the roads on this chart, what we did was we tried to compare all the neighboring cities within the county of Sacramento, as well as some of the larger counties in California, to give you a sense of where the condition of the roads are. And Sacramento County is an average PCR 50. It's at the lower third of all these jurisdictions here that we're using to compare. So the city of Sacramento is actually in the upper third. You can see it's about 66, which it's not great either, but it's a little bit better than the county. I think here I want to pause for a second. Many people ask me, where should we be in terms of the PCI? What's a good number to be at? And what I can share with you is that is a policy decision. And by that, what I mean is, as a pavement engineer, I can share with you the consequences of what the policy is. If you were to tell me that as a county, we want our PCI to be at 70, then I can give you the financial needs to get there. If you want to be at 50, I can share with you what that number is going to be. Where you want to be, though, is dependent on what your constituents want and what your businesses and your recreational tourism and such. And they're very different standards. If I were to go to Orange County, their policy is to be at 85. which is extraordinarily high. In fact, it's one of the highest in the state. Now, if I were to go to Lake County, they would like to be at 65. They're at 40 right now. So you can see that where that number is depends very much, again, on where we are and what context we're in, the environment we're in, and what we want to achieve. What we are going to share with you, though, is in our funding analysis, the consequences at different levels.
Okay,
Yeah.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, while you're on this chart, I guess I'm curious, and certainly know how we compare, obviously, with some of the cities in the county of Sacramento, 3 of the larger cities, but not all of them. But I guess I'm curious for surrounding counties, because, and I referenced this in the comments I made last week, and I'll say it again here today. If I go immediately across the county line in San Joaquin County, it's a night and day difference in the pavement condition. So where does San Joaquin County fall in this? And for example, again, recognize some of the rural counties may still have gravel roads. We have a few in this county. But for the counties that touch us, Contra Costa, Solano, Yolo, Sutter, Placer, El Dorado, Amador, San Joaquin, recognizing each county is different. They may have a different road system. I guess I'm curious, that would be a more helpful comparison, again, than what the heck they do in San Bernardino County or Orange County or Tulare or anywhere else. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I want to know.
I have that data. I can share that with you. Sure.
Okay, so you're going to chart to us?
I think we will get you a chart. I think one reason why we wanted to show you a little bit of this is, given how big our system is, that's why some of these other larger counties got into the equation. But your point's well taken. We should have another one just for the surrounding counties, what that looks like. We'll get you that.
And just one other point on that, Nav, and to our presenter, that you said we're the 8th largest system in the nation. If I understand.
In the state.
In the state. And so, and where do we rank in PCI of those 8? Are we dead last?
No, you're not.
Oh, we're not?
Lake County might be dead last.
Oh, they're bigger? They're one of the...
No, they're one of the smaller counties.
But their PCI is.
But the PCI is the lowest.
No, I think Supervisor Natoli is asking off the top 8 that we are.
Oh, I see.
How do we rank there?
You might be towards the bottom part of that scale.
I
think we are.
I'll have to pull out my table to look.
And I think the other point that we wanted to
Don't sugarcoat it now.
I think we're at the bottom. The other point here is, particularly with City of Folsom and Elk Grove, as the board knows, those are more, they've had more recent development.
Correct.
So part of their development agreements, a lot of their PCI is in a much better state. We just wanted to illustrate that there is this thing, old versus new. When you get into our urbanized area, those are older ones. But we do unfortunately get compared to Folsom, Elk Grove, and the other ones. That's what we're trying to show you, that's the difference there.
Okay. Any other questions?
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize the reason that Supervisor Natoli was asking about surrounding counties is because that's where the people we represent live. They drive to, let's say, Placer County for something, or they're in San Joaquin, and so that's what they compare to. And when they're in much better condition than we are, it's pretty hard to explain. So that's be good information to have.
Although that cuts both ways too. I mean, I challenge anyone to drive north on the Garden Highway until you get to the Sutter County line. You know, when you hit the Sutter County line, it is much worse.
Because you hit the line.
Yeah, your teeth begin to shatter.
And same thing happens when you go YOLO towards on the Delta side.
Well, I certainly have that data, and I can certainly share that with you.
Okay, thanks.
The other thing we also wanted to share with you a little bit was by supervisor district what the average PCI was, and it's pretty consistent. It's all in the 50s. But I think the part that we wanted to see is that individually within each district, the breakdown is a little bit different. So if you look at District 1, for instance, there's a higher percentage of roads that are in good shape. That's the green part of the bar. And then in District 3 has actually a lower percentage of roads in good shape. However,
50% good shape.
And I think the point we wanted to make here is that we can't have a one-size-fits-all maintenance policy. So individually within each district, what DOT staff would be looking at as the right type of strategy to address the different needs in each district.
Supervisor Serna.
So if you stay on that chart, and I'm going to actually speak to this a little bit later, But I think the more accurate way to depict this is to weight it, because my district is very different than District 3 in terms of county maintained lane mileage. I have very little compared to Supervisor Peters' district. And so in understanding kind of the order of magnitude in terms of the extent of the challenge, it's both the condition of any given roadway, but it's also the weighted average of the condition of all the roadways in that district. So next time you show a slide like this, please weight it by the mileage in the district. That's more accurate.
Yeah, and I actually have something slightly, perhaps a little more representative. I can share this on. The way to show that up? Okay. This is a chart that looks at the funding needs by district, and you can see this is weighted by the number of roads that you have. District 3 in the middle clearly has the most unfunded backlog there, and then District 1, being the smallest district, has the least. So I think that's kind of what you're getting at.
Yes, thank you.
That doesn't.
Supervisor Frost.
That doesn't make sense, because in the slide before, it indicated that District 4 had more roads in the poor condition. Is that just residential roads, or you're just talking about projects that have been targeted to be funded that are not quite funded?
This is the totality of all the roads in that district, and in District 4 we do actually have quite a high percentage of roads that need to be reconstructed, reflecting that red part of the bar there. So,
then the chart that you showed after this one indicates that District 3 has the most unfunded.
Well, that's because District 3 has more roads than District 4.
Oh, in the unincorporated?
Yes.
Yeah, so it takes out Citrus Heights, Folsom.
Okay, got it.
Takes that out.
Thank you.
Y'all keep me busy. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, and just to the comparison of this chart, because I think that lane miles is important, because obviously District 3 has 1,750 lane miles, District 5 is next with 1,367. And I think another piece of this is the older suburban versus rural, and that's, and we'll get into that a little later on with some questions I have, because if I look at the rural system, if you look at things that are, south of Jackson Highway all the way to Sherman Island, you're not going to find very much blue. You certainly see a lot of red and yellow, and I think to the discussion here about not only shortfalls, but also in lane miles, recognizing that the densities may be different, but certainly the conditions are such that that red, which and yellow, which are concern to all of us, obviously. When you look at the portion of that, when to District 3 and 5, when you take combined, you've got probably 3,000, 3,100 lane miles, and half of those lane miles, you take those who are basically in either failing, poor, or very poor condition. That's concerning, because that basically says you got 1,600 lane miles just in those two districts alone. And again, I'm not excluding those three districts, but with a predominant number of lane miles, that backlog is extreme. And when I see the amount of money that's going in on some of those other charts, and which we're going to get to in a moment, I don't know how and where you ever even get caught up. And that concerns me, because if you're going to use lane miles and PCI, and again, in some cases, I'd take the 40 PCI gladly. I mean, we got roads. I bet you they're reds. You tell me, but some of those roads we've looked at in recent times, man, if they make 10, they're doing good. Again, they're going to require total reconstruction. It's not just about filling potholes anymore.
Right.
I think, Supervisor Natoli, that's the main point today, is that kind of stating the obvious, is that we know we got a big problem with this, but each district, there are issues in there. District 3 does take, because it has the most miles, is that our challenge is finding the funding for it. And I think at the end you're going to see is that we're going to try to explore ideas. What do we need to do, be it sales tax, federal money, what do we need to do to go shake some money tree to bring some money back into the system?
Could I just follow now while you were speaking, because one thing occurred to me, and I mentioned this to Ron on the phone the other day, and we use PCI as a measure, but I think one of the things that we need to track or maybe a couple of things. Certainly 311 calls, and each of us calls those in frequently, you know, I mean, potholes and so forth. But the claims for reimbursement, again, I probably in the last 6 weeks have seen 3 or 4 from, you know, again, people sending pictures in where they've got popped tires, punctured rims, other damages. And obviously it has to go through risk management, but I don't know if there's any tracking of those at all. But I got to imagine as this system continues to deteriorate, we must be seeing an increase in claims, and hopefully we're being responsive, and where damages are due to us, you know, there's some responsibility if we know about potholes and can't get to them fast enough. You know, I don't know how all that gets vetted, but I think those ought to be measures too, because that begins to show impact to residents, motorists, users of our roads, and some folks may just blow it off and say, you know, that's just a condition.
So we are tracking 311. We got a fairly good, robust system going. Claims is the next one that we're starting to look at. Is that what is that doing to our risk management side? But that's a very good suggestion. We're not as robust in tracking it. What we will do is track and make sure that transportation's getting all that information besides the PCI component.
Maybe that's a conscious choice too. You just pay the claims because you can't fix the roads.
Not going to give up yet.
So the next part of this presentation is looking at what the consequences over the next 10 years or so with the money that we do have. This table reflects the different sources of funding for pavement maintenance, and as you can see again, SB1 is huge. It makes a big difference. It's about, you know, we estimated in the 23 to perhaps as high as 25 million depending on the year. But on average, we assume 23 million. We've also got the money coming in from the capital, from the CIP program, the capital improvement program, and you can see that there's a low and a high. In other words, some years where there are a lot of projects in the CIP that involve paving, then the roads benefit from that, and so we assume about 5 and the low of 2. Force account also has paving in there. That's the county's in-house crews. And then, of course, SACOG is the grant program, which is estimated about between $3 to $5 million right now. So in our analysis, we use a low of 30 and a high of 35 with these existing funding sources.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
Which one of those pots does the vehicle weight fees, don't we get vehicle weight fees for repairing roads?
Ron?
Ron Vicari, Director of Transportation. All of the SB1 funding for the gas tax and for the licensing fees are all wrapped into SB1, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, we were getting those before SB1.
Yeah.
Right.
The VLF fees?
Yeah.
Okay.
The vehicle weight fees and auto registration and all those different pots of money.
Would have to defer to Ron.
Yeah, we do not have any weight fees that are going into the pavements themselves. The weight fees that we get go to pay off bonds and do not come into our funding for the overlay program.
But they were originally supposed to be reinvested into roads. That was the intention, right? I mean, that was the intention over time.
I'm Dan Schumer with the Department of Transportation. The weight fees, which you're correct, they've been around for many years now, are currently and have been for a number of years been focused by the state on paying off the bonds from Proposition 1A, Proposition 1B, which built a lot of transportation infrastructure starting back in 2006. The SB1 does not include any provisions to restore that to paying for, or to go into the state highway account to go towards paying for pavement repairs and both at the state level and down at the local level. So that's really kind of the status of weight fees at this point in time.
What about cap and trade? Are we getting any, is there any possibility there's millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in cap and trade?
So far, none of the cap and trade funds have been proposed to go towards maintenance and rehabilitation.
Thank
Supervisor Peters.
on this slide, I don't disagree with the totals, but I don't if these are supposed to be funding sources for pavement maintenance, the CIP and force account they aren't really funding sources. Isn't this really general fund?
No, it's road fund.
Or road fund?
Road
Sorry.
fund that Reza Mogisi Department of Transportation. Road fund we use for general maintenance work, part
Okay,
of which...
I understand what it's for, but where do you get the money?
So this is a summation of all the funding that's going into the pavement program. So this is you're right. You're correct in the fact that force account work is our road fund dollars, which generally comes from gas tax money, but it's a different form that we then utilize our own forces to also provide pavement.
I think Supervisor Peters, I get your point. I think we need to redo the source. We need to list what that is.
Where's
It's
Measure
road
A?
fund.
Yeah, Measure A
And
is
Measure
not
A,
there.
gas tax, we need to redo this and we'll send that back to you.
Right.
I think what they're saying is that they take everything, it goes into CIP with all the different sources. It's just lumped into one. We need to break it out by all the different source of money that's coming in. And we could do that.
Yeah, that's all
Yeah.
like I said, I don't disagree with the total, I disagree with the terminology.
Understood.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, so what you're saying is all we get from Measure A, from gas tax, and from any other source in any given year is $3.5 million?
No. I guess what we were trying to depict here is what would be the maximum amount that we could dedicate to paving projects. And I think based on that objective, we listed funding sources that would contribute towards paving projects. That would be edge-to-edge paving and would be complete resurfacing of roadways. But we spend quite a bit on pavement maintenance, which would not resemble paving projects. For example, pothole patching or base repair or other treatments that would be kind of minor in nature to keep the pavement together.
Okay, so I'll come back to it in a moment, but I saw a number that the average cost for fixing a pothole. What is that number? I saw that quoted recently. It's multiples of tens of dollars.
Per pothole?
Yeah.
I believe it is about $15 to $20 per pothole. That's on average.
On average,
yes.
Right. And when I think about that, and we can think about our own respective districts, what we spend just chasing potholes, if that's the average, and again, you're responsive, you get out there, but that in of itself is, and again, if we're going to see another chart, to see what we're chewing up.
That's about $800,000.
Is it?
We fix 4.
No, potholes. On potholes, we spend several $1 million every year.
Yeah, I got my digit wrong here, but we had 45,000
That's
potholes
correct.
a year we fill.
Yes.
Times 20, so $8 million bucks.
Right.
Right?
It's $15 to $20 per pothole.
If that's what you were asking.
Yes.
Fair bill for a car.
Yeah.
That is correct, Supervisor Natoli. Last year we had 50,000 potholes.
So that says to me that needs to be part of this equation too, because if we don't get this system in a better state of repair, we're going to do nothing but chase potholes. I mean, it just sucks all the money and resources because you can't ignore those. And that to me is key to part of this, because if you're putting out several million dollars a year just doing it, you're always going to have to do some of that. But to the degree that we're doing that, combined with our inability to then go in and make the repairs or do the preventative maintenance, that is, that's sucking the lifeblood right out of your organization. If it's 50,000 on average a year, and it's getting worse, but by the previous charts we've seen, I mean, that's a scale that you're going down this way, and you're not going to, find your way out with the current state of things, even if you get a little bit more money, because those potholes are dragging you down.
Yeah, we are, as our county executive mentioned, we are starting to track all those things, and you are correct. You asked earlier about 311 calls. and we're up to 14,000 311 calls now. So we're tracking, and you're right, the 311 calls are increasing, the amount of potholes are increasing. And getting back to what the county executive mentioned, we are looking at every possibility for new revenue sources, because that's really the solution, because you can't ignore the potholes because of the safety issues. And they are becoming a significant funding issue for the Department of Transportation.
Okay, Ron, and just then back to this chart for a second. Yes. So what I heard Reza say, and you say, this is all the money we could pull. So that means that there are funds from those same sources that have to go to landscape maintenance, they go to paying the street light bill or whatever else. So in that CIP and force account, to Now's earlier point about seeing what dollars are in there, what gas tax, what Measure A monies, what other sources, general fund, whatever's in there, and then knowing that, because there are choices being made either by virtue of board direction and or obligations we've taken on in other areas that are drawing on those sources of revenues, because you say that's all you can put towards it, but I guess that's because of the way you have to budget.
Yeah.
You're making choices from your department standpoint. Is that what I understand, or is that incorrect?
No, and to explain this chart, we put it into categories in which the paving projects are built. I recognize your question, and we will certainly get you a new chart that shows you by funding. But just an example of, to give this capital improvement project, for instance, that has some Measure A projects in it, that has, certainly developer projects, it has all the different funding sources. So this is kind of a categories in which we're able to complete our pavement projects, but I hear what you're asking for, and that is to show what types of money come from what categories within this, and I will get that to you.
I think Supervisor Tully also, the essence is you're right. There are decisions that get made. We got other competing needs for the gas tax money. This is just one component. So there are decisions that get made. We prepare a budget package and we bring it back to you based on the demand that we see. So to answer your question, yeah, there are decisions that are getting made from department, from budget, all the way up to the board. And a lot of that has been how we've been doing it for years. Because if we don't fund one component, we're going to have a deficit in it. So, if you will, it's a balancing act that we've been trying to do to get the most we can out there.
Supervisor Frost.
I would be interested, I don't know if it's coming later in the presentation, to see how much goes to capital improvement versus funding pavement maintenance. And is there, do we have a choice to spend less on capital improvement, or is that are we in a box because we still have to progress with development projects and that kind of thing? How do you weigh that?
Yeah, so when it comes to capital improvements, there is a lot more funding that's available, and we can definitely send a memo showing those things. But a brief example is for Measure A. For instance, there's projects that are in the Measure A program, and they're for widening projects, or they're for corridor projects, or they're for bike and pedestrian projects. Also, there's many programs through SACOG and other agencies that distribute regional funding that have categories that you have to fit. And so there's not a lot of money out there available for the fix-it-first type of overlay programs. So when you put a overlay program up, sometimes the programs are restrictive that don't include overlay types of work. And so we do that is a big issue with finding funding for our overlay program.
Supervisor Peters.
So Ron, it's probably along the same line. Where does Measure A money fit in this slide?
So there's certainly some of our capital improvement projects are built with Measure A money, and so we have Measure A projects. For instance, let's give an example of Hazel Avenue that has Measure A on it. That project was certainly a large-scale project, one of the biggest projects we've done that included many things. Widening as well as bike and pedestrian upgrades, but it also included the resurfacing of the roadway. And so there is some overlay projects that help our pavement maintenance strategies that come in the form of a capital improvement project.
So
I think to answer your question, I think, Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, Measure A money will show up in CIP and Force account on that chart. Those are two places that they'll show up, right?
Yeah, and could possibly play a role in the SACOG, in matching one of our SACOG grants or something that would come in the form of that. But yes, that would.
Yeah,
So
I think this
if I
slide,
could-
it gives us more questions than answers.
Okay. If you give us a chance, let us redo the slide. I think we understand the question. We will answer it. We'll come back.
Okay.
Supervisor Natoli.
Just one other, not so much on the slide, but going back to this Measure A, because I think it goes down to what Measure A can be used for. We make those choices to what Nav said a moment ago, but if all we show we can devote, say that both of those, both the CIP and the Force account were entirely Measure A, I don't know what we get in total from Measure A, but it's pretty sizable. And there are some restrictions on that. But if all we can dedicate is $3.5 million a year on the low and $7 million a year on the high, I think that requires maybe some further examination discussion by this board going forward in light of where we are with the report that's given us today about the Measure A obligations that we have. Because, again, that sales tax is limited, but I know it had maybe 50% in there for road maintenance, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, there was capital projects that we compete for, and we have to have some money, but it seemed to me that there was a pretty significant for keeping your road system in good repair.
Okay. Understood. We'll bring that back.
Maybe departments parsing it too much in technical terms. I don't know, but it just doesn't make sense.
Got it. I think I know what needs to be done on this.
I just want to also add that I think every time we go out for Measure A, sorry, did I jump the gun?
No, I did.
I was trying to be quick. We tell the voters we're going to fix the roads, and there's money to go to the roads, but they never see that, and that is confusing to them. And now we're talking about new measures, and we have more. We now don't just have regional transit, but we have the passenger rail who's coming in and wanting to be a part of the initiative, and other people wanting to jump on board for that measure, and it never goes to fix the roads. So I just wanted to say that because it doesn't look like a whole lot went to the roads.
You may continue.
All right. Very good discussion. I'm going to skip to this one slide first because I wanted to show you the consequences. This slide shows two things. The line with the little dots on it is the PCI, and it says that essentially over the next 20 years, if we were to look at this $30 million a year that we are budgeting as the low end, the PCI would drop and level off in the mid-30s or thereabouts. And the other part, which I think is a little bit more alarming, is the little bars. And the bars are the unfunded backlog. If you think of it as these are projects that we need to do, but we don't have money to do it. And it's growing from about 800 some million right now to about 1.8 billion. Countywide. So that number more than doubles in the next 20 years. And I think I would like you to think of it as of an iceberg. There are many metrics we can use to measure the performance of the county's road system. And the two that we have here, the PCI and the unfunded backlog, are two very common metrics. The PCI represents the tip of the iceberg because it's a fairly insensitive measure. The bottom, under the water line, where 7/8 of the iceberg is, that's the unfunded backlog. And I think that's really all I want your attention to, is to look at that unfunded backlog and recognize that even though the PCI looks like it's only dropping a point a year, and people may say, well, doesn't seem like a lot. Well, the big picture is that your unfunded backlog is growing quite quickly. This other chart that we have for the 35 million, again, just shows somewhat of the same trend. The numbers are a little bit smaller. The PCI is a little bit better, but really, there's not a huge amount of difference really between the 30 and the 35 million. But when we start looking at what will it take to maintain the road system as it is, as imperfect as it is, as flawed as it is, what would it take to maintain it? What we're looking at is about $50 million. So that's a significant increase over the 35 million that we have right now. The next question that the staff asked us to look at was to say that what it take for us to improve our PCI to 70 in the next 15 years and then maintain it at 70 after that? In other words, let's assume that we can try and reach 70 as the goal. It would be about $88 million a year. And now that's almost not quite, it is more than double what we have, not quite triple, but a significant increase in the dollars. So the other part I think we also wanted to share with you is obviously that we want more money is needed for the road system, but with the dollars that we do have, we can also try to stretch it as much as possible. And one way of stretching it is really to try and preserve the good roads as much as we can, because if you look at the ratio between what it costs to maintain a good road versus what it costs to reconstruct, it's a 1:11 ratio, and that's a significant number. So one of the things we talked about with the public DOT staff is looking at sustainable strategies, and these are the pavement preservation type of strategies, and I know we're running a little short on time, so I'm not going to go through each one. But we did run an analysis to say, what would it take if we did do preventive maintenance or overlays only? And so on the blue part here is the $30 million a year consequences. And if we were to add preventive maintenance to it, you can see that the unfunded backlog actually drops about almost $290 million, and the PCI points is about 2 points. So long story short, if we were to do some preventive maintenance, we can make better use of our money to the tune of about $290 million over the next 20 years. This is just a picture to show you an example of some.
Sorry,
Yes.
Supervisor Natoli.
Oh, okay.
Just with your last statement that you make better use of your money, if your system is crumbling or crumbled, and you go on a strategy, and I had this conversation with staff, so I know that they confer with each of us, try to get some of the backlog down. But if you go in the direction of preventative, I get it, that but there's a dilemma here that you're already got these, 50% of the roads in these districts that are very poor or failed. And then you say, okay, but we got to hold on to what's over here in the fair or good column and not go back and reconstruct in those areas. Then we're going to continue to be right where we are, and we or somebody sitting in these seats 5 or 10 or 15 years from now is going to be in the same position.
I'm not saying that at all, actually. What I'm saying is that about 10% of the total could be diverted towards preventive maintenance, and the remaining 90% would still go towards overlays and reconstruction. So not eliminate them completely, but to take a portion of that to use it to preserve your good roads.
And so how much of that money you're saying taken? Usually
we try to look for about 10%. Of the total budget.
So that force account and the other money that was in that the CIP, at $3.5 million, you're saying take that 10% and don't put that into overlays. Just
put it on seals, for instance. There's different bonded wearing courses and such, which are a little bit less expensive but can cover a lot more ground.
And how much life? How much life does that buy you? I mean, depending on those treatments, some buy you 5. We've had this discussion before. This is not new. 3, 5, 7 years, maybe.
A good rubberized Cape steel, for instance, on a residential road could easily get you 10 years. Those are the local roads, the low traffic, low volume roads. Those are the ones we would advocate using them on.
And you go on what? On the fair or on the good?
Probably on the fair to good category. Some with the high fares, I think in the 60s, for instance, you could make a good use of those preservation policies.
Thanks.
Another way of looking at different policies, when we get to the overlays and the reconstruction type of roads, what we would also encourage the county to look at is different forms of recycling. These are strategies that would save about 20% over conventional treatments. So again, just another way of stretching the existing dollars that we do have. So just to kind of wrap up where we are, again, we've got a pretty big road system here. It's got a high value to it. We want to try and see if we can look at preventive maintenance and sustainable strategies to try and stretch those dollars. But even given those dollars that we have in the SB1, unfortunately, it's not quite enough to be where I think we would like to be. You can see that the PCI is going to decrease to the 30s. The deferred maintenance will increase to the 1.8 billion. That's really big numbers now, and more than really half of the roads are in poor condition. So I don't have a good story to tell you, to share with you today, unfortunately. I wish I did. But I think SB1 will have an impact. Unfortunately, it just won't solve every single problem in the road system. So I think in the staff report, these are some of the next steps that are being recommended.
Supervisor Cerna.
Is that the conclusion of your report?
I'm sorry, say?
Is that the conclusion of your report?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that I discussed with NAV during our briefing on this subject is the prospect of kind of a new model of how we prioritize roadway maintenance in this county. I've known it since I've been on the board to kind of be district by district, and of course, as was noted earlier, our districts are extremely different in terms of lane mileage and condition of roadway, the types of roadways, and one of the things that I recognize is the fact that while I may have constituencies in my district that have immediate desires to have their roadways near their residential areas, near their homes, and have it as in good condition as possible. The thing about roadway condition is that it's appreciated in a transient capacity. So in other words, you may drive from South Oak Park to North Highlands to go to work every day and back. Well, that county resident may be very interested in the condition of Watt Avenue because that's where the pavement is relatively in much worse condition than it is in South Oak Park. And so looking at it from the standpoint of kind of the smoothing of averages, I would like us to think perhaps about a different model that prioritizes where we do the work, not with some kind of artificial temperament about being equitable per district. And quite frankly, the district I have probably has the most to lose, so to speak, in terms of focus because of the very limited number of lane miles I have in District 1. But in terms of the priority, so if, for instance, District 3 has more lane mileage with more arterial lane mileage with a PCI that's, let's say, 40 or lower. Maybe there's certain triggers that say for a year or two, what would have otherwise been appropriated to address PCIs between 50 and 60 in District 1, we need to shift to District 3 because those roadways are in worse condition, and if we don't make investments commensurate with the need now, they're just going to end with greater costs later because we're going to have to go and replace the entire roadway. So I think there's a way to do it and carefully think about maybe a different model. But I'll be the first to say I think it's worth exploring, even though it may come at the cost of those of us that represent areas that don't have a lot of lane miles. Because as a county resident, right, I appreciate the fact that I travel around, we all do, and we want wherever we go to be comfortable in terms of the condition of the roadways. And so I would ask that we kind of go down that road, no pun intended, and explore a way to kind of rethink how we set our priorities for road maintenance.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to offer another aspect that I think needs to be brought into account here as well. I mentioned this to Ron and Reza and Dan the other day on the phone, and it's particularly evident even this evening, certainly as we go to our respective districts, but travel this county. And it involves the stormwater utility, our water resources department, and the fact that in all the areas where we have, and they're not just in the rural areas, but in some of the suburban settings where our roadside ditches serve as the drainage system. And they are designed to convey the water both from the road surfaces, but also serve as the conduits to local streams, tributaries, and swollen creeks that we're going to see here in the next couple of days. And one of the things that's been very noticeable to me, and I mentioned this to our folks on the phone, is that our ability, one, to keep up with the roadside ditches, just because of, shortages in staffing and the demands for pavement maintenance and so forth. But that undermines and erodes, literally and physically, the roads that are already fragile to begin with. And I know that we do the culverts, and replace those certainly in the roadways. But I think we need to bring water resources into this conversation. There's been this kind of shared, it's been kind of, I think a bit vague, maybe it's not, but between who has responsibility. And I know that there are parts of the county that aren't covered by the stormwater utility, but there is a stormwater fee that is levied upon certain residential customers. There's a Zone 13 that was, and has been designated for studies and contributions to everything from the water forum to Delta planning and so forth. But I think that in light of where we are, again, and maybe some of those are too delicate to touch because they require Prop 218 or whatever, but I think we need to take a look at it, and we need to bring water resources into the conversation. They do the streams and channels, and that's very important too, because that's the conveyance of the water. But I will just say that if anybody had any questions about, again, kind of where we are, again, I don't have to invite you to District 5, but you can go out there right now, and we have flooding in areas that haven't historically flooded, but the water sits there longer. It really affects the I think the viability of the whatever base is there, and certainly the pavement surfaces, and the ditches are clogged. The other thing I would say too, and we've had this discussion at SWA, and just the debris and litter. And I know we've run into this recently, even with our bridges, because of the maintenance in the larger watersheds, and we're going to spend $30,000 or $50,000 clearing debris from the Sutter Slough Bridge and Steamboat. And so I would just suggest that we need to have a broad discussion now. And again, it doesn't make any money magically appear, but if we're going to look at this system and its deterioration and how we might get better with both dollars that are available, but also maybe funding sources that might allow us to tap in to maximize the utilization of the resources we have available to us. And certainly the call of on general fund dollars are precious, and we've made a commitment in recent years that was pretty much unknown a couple of decades ago of putting some general fund dollars in. But I would like us to take a look at that too, because I think that's critical to the long term, and particularly to the investments you make. If we make investments in some of those roadways, if we don't do the drainage along with them, and we've done that in some of those neighborhoods, it's certainly in District 3, District 4, District 5, maybe District 2 as well, where even the underground system needed to be upgraded because water was pooling in the streets, it was affecting the sidewalk integrity and so forth. And so I guess I would just suggest that as we look for a course that may help us get to a healthier system, that we include that. And last thing I would just ask is that we're going to come back on this pretty soon. I mean, we asked a lot of questions here today, but I would hope that we'd have a follow-on workshop, not to belabor any points we've made here, but to get a better sense as we go into budget deliberations, and certainly looking at how we might build upon some of the conversation and suggestions like that Supervisor Stern has made, where we might look at trying to accommodate this with the spirit of county-wide, not just district.
Yep. Supervisor Frost.
So I just wanted to say the conversation, I agree about the conversation around equitable and trying to go after projects that make sense, or maybe finish projects that we started. But for those of us, each of us have constituents, I'm sure, I know I do, who come to me and say, I wonder how much we pay in and our roads don't get fixed. And they're coming at us and they're getting more and more irritated that their roads are not fixed. So where I do agree that we need to work together and be a team to try to figure out how we can get funding to whatever funding we can get, we need to be sensitive to each of the districts getting a little love. And I know you've already done that expertly for me, for all of us. So I also wanted to mention, even though, everyone's thinking about this, STA and SACOG and our county, around new road funding and new ideas about new technology and how are we going to pay for the roads. But doesn't Rancho Murieta pay for their own roads? those are private roads within their subdivision. Isn't that correct? And so I think we should also be thinking about the future. If we're having this, if we're in this place right now, how are we going to move forward with future growth? And are we including some kind of a calculation or a factor that ensures that there's going to be ongoing funding in that subdivision for the roads that can be either a Melrose or, and when they buy the house, they buy into that concept. So we're kind of limiting, we're trying to figure out how it's just a thought to what are we doing to plan forward on new projects. Because I think when people are buying into something new and they understand that's what it's going to be, it's easier to sell it, or it's more palatable for people than when they thought they were going to get something. And then finally, I just wanted to say that I know we have this commission for the recycling, and we have come together with a coalition of counties for water. But I wonder if there's a coalition, if there's some way that we can work with CSAC or work with other counties in California who are struggling with this same thing, because the reality is that the state has their general fund has increased by $40 billion over the last 7 years, and none of that money went to transportation. And they're redirecting, late fees to pay debt, and it's hard to keep track of where all the money goes. But I think somehow it's getting harder and harder for us to go back to convince the taxpayers that if we do another tax initiative, it's actually going to go to fix. They're going to see something in their neighborhood that says, yeah, I'm paying a little more, but it's worth it. I have a nice road in front of my house. So I think we should broaden, beyond these tax initiatives and begin to form a coalition that goes back to our legislature and says, this is an economic emergency. We need help. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
So, Director Peters, or Supervisor Peters.
What's
wrong
your
meeting.
name? I wanted to ask our presenter, you, I'm assuming, have done work like this for other jurisdictions.
Yes, we have.
And have you seen any particularly innovative ways they have gone about making the dollar stretch further?
A couple of ones which I can share. One is, of course, this county is pretty big, and there's a very rural parts of the county that have very different characteristics from the urban areas. And so one would be to identify those rural parts and to look at strategies that might be more appropriate. For instance, you have a lot of long roads that really serve perhaps 10, maybe 2-3 miles long that only serve 10 or 20 homes. And reconstructing that 2 to 3 miles would be multi-million-dollar project. But could we get by with perhaps some sort of a crusher course that would be half the cost of that? And I think the perception here is that some residents might feel, well, we're not getting the same kind of service that the urbanized areas are, but the reality is that there's less volume of roads, cars on those roads, so you have a different level of treatment.
So maybe look at how much traffic passes on the
Correct.
roads and
Correct.
and use a different
treatment.
Quality.
Right, it's a different treatment. I'll give you an example. Marin County, West Marin is very rural, has lots of ranches, and so they use Cape seals and chip seals there, which they do not use on the east side of the county where San Rafael is, because those are very urbanized areas, and that's where overlays are there. But that's one way of stretching it. Another one, which I will toss out, it's not very popular, but is taking traction, actually not just in California, but across the country, is to let very low volume roads go back to gravel. Sonoma County proposed that, but I'm going to be going to Lincoln, Nebraska next week, and there are portions of Lincoln
That's what we're going to wrap up.
that are going back to gravel.
You weren't the first one to stand at that podium, but
You
I'm
were
gonna tell
doing
you right
so
now,
well.
You're not going to return to gravel on my watch, so I can tell you right now, so you can forget that notion.
As I said, it's not a very popular
No, it's
option.
not. No, and you want to go with me and tell my constituents we're going to return it to gravel? I don't think so.
Supervisor Tilly, she was just giving ideas. That's all she was doing.
Appreciate the creativity.
We
Did you
were not-
edit the film?
We didn't have our problem fixed.
Supervisor Peters, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this information. I'm horrified to know, although I suspected it, that District 3 has the biggest financial demands, and I appreciate what Supervisor Cerna said. I don't know, someone would have to lay that out and see how much progress could be made, but the poor quality of the roads is the #1 issue in my district. Everywhere I go, it's expletive deleted roads. And, I agree with them. It's very frustrating. It's beyond frustrating to say, yes, I agree with you. Yes, they are in that particular condition, and we don't know what to do about it. And I guess, was it discussed at some other time about, can't believe I'm going to say this, doing some kind of bond to get a good start on the SB1 money, get started earlier? I don't know, but SB1 passed over 1.5 years ago, and we're just not seeing any progress. In order for people to believe we're actually attacking this, it'd be good to get a better start on it.
And if I can also add, that is another strategy that many agencies are using. I know the city of Oakland, also in the 50s, PCF in the 50s has about 800 miles of roads. They're bonding against a parcel tax measure, and they're putting about $350 million over 8 years on roads.
I think we've decided in this county not to do so much bonding against sales tax measures because you lose so much in the interest. I was thinking of a separate measure. I don't know, but we have to do something, and whether it's a major influx from the general fund or some kind of bond, I don't know what it might be, but I don't know how our economic development people can go out and sell Sacramento County as a great place to live when they can't even drive people, potential employees, to where they might want to live.
It's affecting driver behavior.
Oh.
People are coming out of lanes, they're swerving, they're braking, they're accelerating. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's demolition derby out there. So I just wanted to say, I'm sure you know that, but I cannot, can we call an emergency?
Build the roads.
Wrong branch of government.
Build the roads. Anyway, thank you for the report. I'd like to get a couple of these charts back fixed correctly, and think of it every night when you go to sleep at night, how you're going to fix the roads.
Trying to sleep.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, anything else?
Nothing.
Okay, then. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Peters.
I have an adjournment.
What about comments from the board, comments from?
I didn't have any, but.
I did have a comment from the board before adjournments.
Okay.
After consulting with county council, we had a respectful difference of opinion about whether or not the CEO can bring this up or whether it's better that I address this. So I'm going to go ahead and tee it up. And it may end with a little more work on for county CEO and staff, but because it's not an item on the agenda, I'll keep my comments limited. But we've had the water come up in the parkway. We had, as we expected, a number of concerns expressed recently about the homeless population in the parkway congregating against the southerly slope of the levee there, resulting in a great deal of trash collection and numerous camps that are growing in size, it seems, every day. And so what I was hoping the CEO could do today would be give a report back on kind of what we're doing, but again, based on county council's advice, I'm not going to necessarily put staff in that awkward position. So I'm going to alternatively ask that we agendize you, Mr. CEO, coming back very soon with a 15-minute block of time, perhaps with Mr. Wagstaff and Ms. Bellis, to explain exactly what we're doing to respond to those constituent concerns, specifically along the Garden Highway between I-5, and Northgate.
Okay, I'll do that.
Great, thank you. And then one last, this is much better news. I think we all receive a courtesy subscription from NACO's County News, their nationally distributed publication. Really pleased to see that Sacramento County has been acknowledged on the front page. It's one of a handful of feature stories on, and this one, in this case, it's about our effort to reduce black child deaths in the county, and it's a very, I think, apropos, very appropriate story. In fact, I will be going back to Washington, D.C. this Friday, and over the weekend, I will be addressing NACO's Health Committee and eventually the board as a whole early next work week to pass a resolution that I and my staff and the staff First Five, as well as Ms. Drain, have been working on for several weeks now to encourage NACO to put on their legislative platform essentially an intent for counties to work with their legislative contingent in Washington, D.C. on the general subject of health disparities, death disparities in the African American childhood population.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Peters.
Thank you. I wanted to adjourn today in memory of Jack Peffley. Jack died last month in Carmichael and was a very special man. I just wanted to talk about him for a moment. He descended from the first wave of pioneers who came to Carmichael when the town was established in 1910 by founder Daniel Webster Carmichael. And he grew up in Carmichael when it consisted of small rural farms. And people from Sacramento used to go to Carmichael for the summer, you know, to get out of the heat of the city, right? And he grew up on these small rural farms, and during World War II, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy, which led to a 25-year career in uniform, retiring at the rank of commander. And he was a pilot who saw action in the Philippines and Japan. He also served in Korea and encountered Russian MiGs during the Cold War. In peace, he was a test pilot, mastering jets and surviving crash landings. During one of his exploits, he worked the pedals of his aircraft to keep it aloft and keep it from crashing into the sea. When he was asked how he managed, he said, "I'm a Carmichael farm boy, and I know how to drive a tractor." And he just always had such a great attitude. And he retired in 1983, returned home to Carmichael, and was active with the Carmichael Chamber, the Park District, and his church, Carmichael Presbyterian. He passed away at the age of 95 and is survived by his wife of 71 years, Jerry, and their 3 children and 3 great grandchildren. He was a Carmichael native through and through, loved his community, and his daughter said that his only complaint was that he would have preferred to die in Carmichael. So I just wanted to talk about him for a moment and adjourn in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you. We will adjourn in his memory.